Technology makes the impossible possible. We can explore new realities and get what we want when we want. We can make virtual friends. We can stay close from far away and conquer new frontiers. Technology creates opportunities, and we secure technology so that everyone, everywhere can benefit from it. Bring on digital security for a brighter tomorrow. Kaspersky, bring on the future.
those and had 4 regional qualifiers in January. The winners of each one of them are now here at LXG Indiranagar, Bengaluru to battle it out for a cash prize pool of 10 lakh INR. For international viewers, that's about give or take 14,000 US dollars. First match of the day, let's get into that. It's Wings versus Level Zero Esports. Wings, one of the teams that is favored to take the tournament here today. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them here. They're on their home turf. They're here in Bangalore. It's a Bangalore-based team. Level Zero all the way from Kolkata. Does have 2 players, Torres as well as Macho, who are defending champions from Team Obey, who were the champions of Season 2. So they're going to be looking to try and make it back-to-back titles. But I'd still say Wings are the heavy favorites here. Let's see if they're going to be able to convert this into a W and move on to that upper bracket final. Are we ready to go with the map veto? I'm guessing we are ready. Players have warmed up right now. I see a lot of smiles around. Quick warms up going on. All right, OG, predictions.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, all right? For Wings, it's their home turf, and iconically in India, it's more or less the northern teams have gotten the highlight, right?
Yeah.
Even in terms of big tournaments in India, I don't think there is more than a few that's been won by teams from the south. So Wings at their home turf are looking to prove themselves, and quite frankly, going up against Level Zero first, they have it a little easier because in all retrospect, Wings, they've been performing decently, at least the trio of Marzel, Rossi and SK Rossi, as they've brought back Lucia and Skills. Now this is going to add very nicely to the roster.
These players actually play as under a different banner called Blaze Esports, but that has 2 international players. So for this tournament specifically, they've gotten in, like you said, I believe Skills and Lucia into the roster. So slightly different than what they usually play, but these are guys who have played together forever, whether it is Scrims, whether it is Pugs Online. These players have been part of the Bangalore and Indian CSGO community forever, and yep.
And you talk about some of these players playing forever. Some of them transcend games. For a fact, SK Rossi and Lucia are friends and teammates from a game called Piercing Blow, which they both did represent India in an international stage. So it is quite the chemistry that they do possess. Plus, they have the added bonus of not being able to be read as easily, right? Because these players haven't played together for the past few months, and they could come completely fresh out of the box. You have no clue what they have brewing under their bag, and for all you know, Shade, it could be either completely out of the whack strat that they have.
Yeah, so if you personally ask me, I think this is gonna be an absolute fast one. For Wings, it's gonna come down to the veto, which we should be jumping into in just a bit. But before we go into that, let's talk a little bit about Level Zero Esports. The players there have what do we say? They've gone through quite a few roster shuffles. Back in the day, Team Obey, their star player DM King is no longer with these guys. He's playing for Global Esports. He will be going up in the second match of the day. But with the talent pool that is currently there in Kolkata, it has been one of the biggest scenes, I'd say, after Mumbai for All right, there we go. We were talking about Inferno, right? The absolute, you probably call it the national map right now. Everybody's comfortable playing it. We've seen certain teams maybe have a slight edge over the other teams, but more or less a very standard go-to. So I'm actually surprised that we did see an Inferno BAM. Looking at it from another perspective is saying, hey, we have a lot of depth in terms of the map pool that we can play, so we will take you on in some of the other maps where you might not be as comfortable as you would have been on Inferno. So the first ban comes through. Train, Mirage, Vertigo, and Nuke banned away.
Surprisingly, Train was banned by. Okay, that's Level Zero Esports banning Train, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that's actually accurate. You know, Wings,
Yep.
they have quite a reputation on Train. They do know how to play it, although we have seen occasions where they've been bested. There's been time where they've bested others as well. So it's kind of like a 50-50 map expected to come out nonetheless. And it's going to be the overpass. It's going to be Overpass on the plate for the first game, which is going to be a really exciting shade because Overpass is just
I
a
absolutely
delight.
love Overpass. We've gotten to see a lot of Overpass as well during the regional qualifiers, so it's I'd say not a very big surprise that we get to see it here in game 1 as well. All right, what's happening? Players are warming up.
And for Level Zero Esports as well, right? Just imagine with two of the star players from your roster leaving in the form of Team Obey, now they'll need to fill that void. And considering where players like Helef and where Deathmaker were a year prior, it sets the stories for some of these players up as well, right? You have Jaguar, who did play very, very nice throughout the entirety of the regional phase, and Zero Cool, if not only did make at least 2 highlights, so they definitely do have firepower per se, but I'm a little skeptical as to how their chemistry would be. At least a small chat with the players, and they were not having the best of times prior to this grand finale, and this is going to build it up.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. In a minute's time, we will go live. It is Wings versus Level Zero Esports. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. It is ready now to jump into Overpass. Wings will be starting on the CT side, level 0 esports. I believe we're going to play knife out. It is a best of one. So, Overpass again. Uppers. I believe Super Kid is on the AWP now. For
yeah,
Wings?
it does keep varying for Wings because they have three people who can op, right? Marzel occasionally does like to pick up the op. Lucia is a known opper as well, and when needed, SK Rossi, aka Super Kid, does stand in and does step up as well. Proficient opper, but you'd also prefer him on the rifles, right? The amount of firepower he has, the amount of pressure he can create with the rifle is more than what you could with an AWP, and depends on what role he serves as well. For now, I'm interested to see how Marzel plays in this map because this is Marzel's favorite map, and personally, Marzel is my favorite player to see when it comes to Overpass. The aggression, the timed aggression that he takes is just too beautiful to watch, and in all honesty, there are very few players who can do that because it requires a very innate sense of getting aggressive. It's nothing that can be taught or read. And perhaps the only other player in India I've seen do that well and consistent is maybe how YB plays towards mid. Really good mid-round calls and real good utility usage especially. For level 0, so Overpass generally is that kind of map where aggression is rewarded. And mind you, the last time Macho did lift the trophy, he did it off an Overpass victory. So,
Yeah.
something to keep in mind. Nonetheless, we will be going in with the knife round. Again, a crucial round. If Wings want to start off on the CD side, it's imperative that they do win this round out. And depends on, again, what you expect from the get-go. There are, again, teams who would prefer to start on the T side. But it should be Wings winning this one out, no questions asked. Oh, never mind, the tables have turned. Jaguar, he's down 12 HP, so it's got to be Marzel who has to miss like 2 in a row. Never mind, pulls it out. Wings with the pistol on the CT side most probably. At least that's what I'm expecting. Well, we might be a little late to the action, but so are Wings as they are on the completely wrong side. Rossi, he does get 2 to his name though, leaving Macho all alone, and Rossi, a triple headshot to close things shut. Wings win the pistol. Before we do go any further with the game though, a huge shout out to our sponsors to make the tournament possible. Title sponsor Iluma, powered by Logitech G, associate sponsors Next Wave Multimedia and Kaspersky, GP partner Galax, energy drink partner Monster Energy. Level Zero Esports, they did get the bomb plant, so they can afford to force, but again, pistols out might be the best option. It does seem like we will have a small technical pause. We should be back when the game is ready to go live.
All right, we're back, and this time we're going all the way. Wings taking the pistol. Sorry about that. We had the observer acting up a little on the observer PC. So let's go.
And right now, Level Zero Esports, they're taking a relatively small risk by investing. They want to try keeping the economy of Wings humble. They have two AKs forced up with a crap ton of utility alongside a Galil onto Zero Cool. Torres with the Deagle, again, would be a little monstrous as we do somehow find these rounds always make a way through, especially in ILG. Fabled ILG buy. And again, Marzel with his fabled gun towards his favorite position. It's either this or the toilets. And it's really hard to counter Marzel here as well, unless you're pitch perfect with your utility. Super Kid, he's going to be relatively close for the backup, but there is a possibility that one may sneak through. Level Zero, they're playing this cool though. They're not completely committed to this, but they are looking to gain.
Oh, off with your head, Macho. Jaguar is up next. He goes for the pick and the second.
This is what I was worried about.
Yep. Marzel, his infamous auto shotty going to work, and now Zero Cool is gonna be pushing up the Super Kid in the corner. He will get the trade out though. It's a 2 versus 3 situation. They have control of mid here, but looks like they're going to set up towards the B-bomb site.
And 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a move and they need to do it fast. Lucia, he's going to be on the rotation and it's only going to be skills. And he's playing all the way towards B short. 17 seconds, 16 seconds, the time ticks lower and lower. His skills, he spots one on the cross, he spots everything. The rotation's gonna be coming and Lucia can buy perfect bait. He gets the kill, Tris, but does he get baited? Yes, he does. Oh, Tris! Oh no! He shot his teammate in the back.
I mean, there's not too many options that he had, that he sees the CT and instantly goes for the frag, and unfortunately it will be Wings able to see that through. Did look like level 0 esports were gonna be provided with an opportunity to make something of this. Super Kid out at mid, he does have himself an MP9, players swarming all the way around him. His person does the quality jump on his head, and they've got the first pick off, but Marzil can't really do much with the shoddy right now. He's just gonna have to sit tight.
As soon as he peeks, there will be Deagles just watching his position. As well, but skills. Even better on the AK. Good for the first, and he's holding the line towards long as well. Rossi, he's choosing the perfect time to play counter aggressive. The nade perfect for the finish on a Trist. Marzel chiming in with the XM as well, as Torres is the sole survivor. Good shot with the Deagles. Good skills down, but Marzel closing the back lines. Will just rip him to shreds. 3-0, level 0 esports. Finally, will be able to come in with a bye. Torres, he's the only player who could possibly invest in an AWP, but never mind. They're going to go the rifle route. Perhaps they'd like to keep their pacing at a constant. Again, the op is either your best friend or your worst enemy, because it can sometimes prove to be quite ineffective in many situations, especially when you're alone, but if you can put it to good use, it definitely will be worth it, as Super Kid was able to realize that long is a potential risk, hence the fast rotate, and he's repositioned as well. He wants to fight this risk head on. He's not spotted anybody just yet. Everybody from Level Esports just gaining position, not wanting to give it away. Interesting boost from Trist. Again, just waiting to catch that aggression, but Rossi, he misses a shot. Not something that you see every single day, but it does give Level 0 Esports a little bit of information. Now they know there's an op against them on the A side, and they have a lot of utility. About 3 Molotovs and a couple of smokes. They can close the lines pretty easily. SK Rossi is going to be holding a pixel angle while Skills covers his bathrooms. Again, a common angle to watch, but Zero Cool gets his head taken clean off his body, and Skills looking to make more, but Torres closing in the back lines on him, and now the dynamic defense towards A. They've set up the crossfire, and it's holding strong for now, but Rossi aggression will get caught off by Jaguar. Super Kid, he's still holding the angle in through Bang. The smoke will push him off, and ooh, he almost lands that. Lucia, he wants to aggress through, but the flick from Super Kid catches Trist mid-air. Marzel, he's gonna come in from the back. Macho and Jaguar, they have a time ticking, and that's Marzel on the XM 1014. Jaguar needs to be worried about the back lines. Macho will be forced to take the aggressive stance, takes the engagement, needs to give another fight, but Marzel and Lucia to close things shut on the retake. Level 0 Esports still need to hit level 1. So far, so good for Wings as they're soaring in clean skies. Level 0 Esports with yet another buy in the bag, courtesy of the plan in the previous round. Again, they've not been having the AWP for the past few rounds, and they might want to reconsider that option. Marzel, he's going to be playing close through connector yet again, and this might lead to a pincer towards B short. Level 0 Esports, they need to be wary of that fact. Potential flash through. Zero Cool could make the opening. Wings, their defense is split apart, but Marcel! On the shotgun as he looks for his third, and it's still no one out, but it's actually, oh no! Marcel, have you no mercy? Macho manning up for the fight as he's good for the first, looking for the refrag, but Rossi simply doesn't budge. He's looking for some kind of hope, but there is barely any light left in the tunnel. He's gonna emerge out of the ladder, and now comes the hard part. What do you do? 50 seconds left in the clock. You know they're gonna be circling around you like sharks. The quad on the XM and Rossi to shut things tight. Marzel picking himself up a G moment. Level Zero Esports, they opted for their first timeout, which is really good, right? When you are having a little bit of a problem, when you are not able to find the counter to what you're being put up against, sometimes all you need is a breather. Sometimes all you need is that one breath of fresh air and one talk from your in-game leader to make sure everybody's on the right page. And Super Kid, let's go completely aggressive, beautiful flick on a Zero Cool. Now he could disengage. The smoke will help him and will help Marcel as well to gain a very up close and personal angle. He is eager to meet them. Although the smoke will give his leg away. Super Kid, he's gonna be on the retreat towards toilets as he just gets yet another. How does nobody know how to stop this man? Marcel back turn will be down. Macho was waiting brilliantly behind that smoke and skills. He's chosen another similar angle of attack. But Torres, I think he's aware of this. He has the AWP primed towards the side, but it won't be that hard of a flick to hit unless he gets caught completely off guard. He has an inkling that there could be a man going aggressive. Skills. It's all going to come down to timing now. A game of chicken. Who lays the first egg? Whips out the deagle. Again, the bomb. It's not been committed to as either side just yet, but Skills can change the course of this round within a second. Nobody on the check thus far. He does hear one towards bathrooms, and this is a lot of information relayed. If Torres doesn't check this angle, it could be a monumental mistake. They still do not have a first round on their board, and this might not be theirs as well. Skills doubling up. Beautiful job on the aggression as he's left Trist all to his lonesome. They know exactly where he's headed from. Rossi should have this angle covered from the dumpsters, dumpstering him on his aim. 6-0. Wings still maintain the clean sheet. They didn't get no bomb plan, but they can still invest in this round. Potentially op. Oh, there we go. Torres. He picks up his mighty big green. Perhaps would like to go aggressive as this is the first time they have the op, so they do have the element of surprise from Super Kid. He's been peeking this angle consistently and he's gonna go for it yet again. No! What? He didn't need a single flash, but he still got owned. Torres. Oh boy, I don't think we'll be seeing an AWP for the next 5 rounds now. Marzel, again, has been a consistent threat towards Connector. At this point, if they do not expect him at this off angle, things will just stumble like domino. Again, they still do have a little bit of utility. They have 4 smokes, they have a lot of Molotovs and a couple of flashes. They can put it to good use. So far, that's been their problem, right? They've not been able to get on their utility page to the same extent that Wings have. It just doesn't seem like it works in Marzel. His XM won't work at that range. Macho down 31, but still alive and kicking. Skills getting the refrag towards B long, and this might just juke the entirety of Wings. Level 0 Esports with 40 seconds left on the clock. They have presence both towards A and B. Zero Cool jump, and Macho's looking for the kill. Super Kid ends up going down, but Rossi did get the refrag on a Zero Cool towards B short. Mind you, Trist has the bomb and he's hiding towards B-Long, covering and hoping that Macho will be able to buy distraction for him to get on the clutch. Everybody has rotated towards the A-bomb side. Now is Trist's time to shine. Lucia, he's already made his way through waters, and Trist, he's been sneaky beaky about this. He's gonna be on the peak. Lucia should expect him from this angle. Oh, wait, what? Trist, he's expecting the clear to his shot, but little does he know, Lucia's playing a game of cat and mouse. The Molotov might go out, but he goes in the coffin. 7-0, Wings. Still relentless in their pursuit for this game. Level Zero Esports. At this point, you doubt whether they'd invest. Realistically, Torres and Zero might be able to go on a MAC-10 alongside a little bit of utility. With SK Rossi peeking towards mid consistently, perhaps a couple of nades and one flash on the entry would help you at least close the lines, make the op feel uncomfortable, because Wings, they look like they're already at their comfort zone. They should be on mere pistols for now. Perhaps a quick rush. Oh, goodbye. This is risky. But the hardest of decisions requires the greatest of souls. Lucia, the Molotov, and the peak with the Krieg! Triple kill! Nobody allowed to pass through the monster, because it's Lucia who's the monster instead. Macho and Torres wondering what the hell just happened to their entire team. Oh boy, this is not how Level Zero Esports want to be woken up here. Macho, he's good for the kill on Lucia, and Marzel getting caught off guard, getting aggressive with the XM. Torres, he didn't get the spot to where's the player playing Monster, and yeah, he's surrounded. He has to fight his way out of this box. Super Kid denies him. 8-0, Wings secure the lead for the first half, but they look to get the entire cake. Another eco perhaps. Okay, this time they're actually going on the eco. Good. They have pistols up. They will be able to get the op up if needs be in the next round. So they have both the points of concerns covered. CZs. Again, the bane of Indian CS. The push towards long, and Rossi's already played aggressive. Drops the bomb on a Macho, and Lucia, he's gonna get caught off guard playing towards short. Mind you, the distance is short as well, but Skills does a good job of covering his teammate. A 2-1 punch as Jaguar is left wondering what to do. Good shot on his Skills though. Could look for a second on Lucia, but he steps up for the fight. It's all left now on Torres with the P to 50, but he shouldn't be a threat. Wings on the verge of getting double digits, 9-0. And could we have the first game of the grand finale stage to be a clean wipe? The investment comes in nonetheless, no AWP, but the rifles haven't given them any return whatsoever. They have a lot of utility backing them up as well. Super Kid has been consistently aggressive towards mid, and at this point it should be an expected play. He dodges the flash, again wants to go for the peak but didn't commit at the right time, which allows a man to pass through. No fight offered from Zero though. Marzel playing close in through connector. Rossi gets the first, but Trist immediately with the refrag. They have a little bit of information to work with here, Wings, while they've been able to conceal theirs. Marzel. At this point, this should again be an expected play, but he always has the odds stacked in his favor, regardless how repetitive it looks. It's just the innate ability for some of these players, right? Like Zipniks, who force mistakes out of the others just by their sheer image. Oh, Torres pops Marzel like a weasel, and now the man advantage for Level 0 Esports. The all-important round, their first round on the board. Is it gonna be this? It needs to be this, or else it's going to be wings on double digits. They have a little bit of utility here. 2 smokes, a Molotov, a couple of flashes to make do, and wings are going for the gamble. They have to gamble in this scenario. They're a man down, and they've chosen the A side. Torres, he's going to be on the clear, but mind you, the bomb has not been committed towards the A side. It's all the way towards B. He's just buying bait. Super Kid cuts him short, but now they know. Trist, he's going to be able to clear the site and be able to secure a plant alongside an after plant. But mind you, wings are real close on the rotation. Everybody towards graffiti. Trist needs to be the man of the hour. Has utility, but he has aim as well. Which will he choose? Regardless which, he needs game. Super Kid's going to be on the clear with the deagle. Does damage, not the kill though. There comes the refrag. Skills in with the kill. And now they're going to play this on the back of a crossfire. Skills and Lucia need to be on point. But the turnaround, no. Lucia finally downs Macho, but Jaguar, he's going to be playing time. Lucia has a kid. He needs to hold this. Jaguar, he's on the rotate. The hold. Is it going to be a ninja? No, it isn't. Level 0 get their first round on the board. Finally a start. Something for Level 0 Esports to work with. If they manage to clinch the remaining 5 rounds in this half, it'll still be somewhat of a revived performance coming in from them. Super Kid, he doesn't go aggressive this time around, wants to be passive, and Zero Cool takes Marcel down. That leaves Rossi all to himself, but beautiful shot on a Trist. He's just looking to re-aggress towards toilets. Again, they need to be clinical about this Level 0 Esports. Another kill and you'll be giving advantages away. They're going to be on the offensive. Super Kid holding a very nice angle towards bathrooms. But there's only one man to offer a duel, and that's going to be Zero Cool. Rossi finally getting support. And Level 0 Esports, they're still not believers towards the A side. They want to be as slow about this as humanly possible. They know that wings play aggressively. This is their nature on CT side, but you cannot stop SK Rossi at this point. He is just going berserk on the AWP, getting kill after kill after kill, chopping Level 0 Esports like they are timber. Lucia holding the angle towards long, but he gets so bamboozled. Rossi coming in with the defensive smoke, and he could get the spray down as well. Double on the spray with skills closing the back line, and wings hit double digits. Now, Level 0 Esports have their backs against the wall. No money, and the investment comes in nonetheless. 2 AKs picked up, a couple of MAC 10s. Perhaps they could pick up the pace. If you can't beat SK Rossi, just run him down. Marzel is close, and the flashbang will set up the kill. No! Zero Cool, he returns the favor, and Marzel goes down early. Super Kid, he's left to refrag, but with nothing on his hands. He does take the passive stance, and that does suggest Lucia to go aggressive, because now the rotations could be committed towards the A side. Torres, he's waiting for this exact play though, and Rossi, he's not going to be rotating just yet. Lucia, he actually gets a drop on Torres, and now he can disengage. The smoke towards shot will allow him to escape, and Rossi is just waiting on the back of that bait play. They have rotated skills over to the A side to supplement the defense alongside Super Kid. And again, he's been on point with this AWP thus far, not missing a beat. And this is where he needs to give a beating into Level 0 Esports skills. Boost check is going to come in. Again, does have the advantage in skills. Immediately bites the dust. Now comes the commitment. This is where pacing matters. Super Kid, beautiful flick on a Macho. Looking for more. The flash is good, but he can't down the kill. Trist aggressing through long down Super Kid, and Lucia coming in from the back. Could deny the bomb. He does. Jaguar, no way he could have survived that. The Molotov a little too late, but Lucia gets yet another on a Zero Cool. Trist left on 24 HP. Does punch in the digits, but he needs to punch in the bullets into Lucia. He's holding the angle to its truck, waiting. The shadow does half the job, and wings, They are burying Level 0 Esports alive. Level 0 Esports, desperate times calls for desperate measures, and has it really been this desperate now? The rush towards B. It does kill them an opening kill. Skills down to Molotov, but they've already pushed through. Completely blind and taken down. Jaguar immediate on the entry, but Rossi, he's close to the response. Good for the first, looking for the second as he swings around the waters, and he gets zero cooldown as well. He's buying so much time for his team as he drops the bomb in the process. Rossi looking to re-aggress. Is he going to jump on top of the box? Is he going to be a madman? Oh no! The deny! The cover is not given! And Macho left to wonder, where is the bomb? Tris, he's going to aggress through long, but needs to check towards water. Rossi! What a monster play! Picks up all 2 frags that his team need. Picks up the quad actually that his team needed, leaving Chris with the 1 versus 1. Marzel, iconic to play around smokes and aggression. He knows exactly what's up and spots him ahead. Marzel picks up the clutch, but what a play from Rossi. Stepping up massively when his team needed it the most. (12-1). Level 0 Esports. I mean, last time we talked to a few of these members, at least Macho when he was in SRA, not an early team, might be a trend in Bengali CS. Super Kid on the aggression with the M4, most 2 down, but sadly the favor is returned as Level 0 Esports just flood the A side. Rossi, he's again the man in question, but he is the man down as well. Chris stepping up with the Krieg as skills is only good for the first. Lucia left alone in a 1 versus 2, but he has the best gun to pull it off with. The bomb is going to make its way towards the side, and he does have a defuse kit as well. So time definitely not going to be his enemy here. Has a decent bit of utility as well. Here's Macho de-aggress towards long, and now comes the time of the challenge. The flash towards the side, and Lucius completely blind, but he could possibly pull off the ninja. The Molotov perhaps could go towards the entrance while the smoke covers towards bathroom exit. Lucia, he has all the cards in the deck. The Molotov goes wide, and he swings wider. Wide enough for Jaguar to pick up the kill. 12-2, Level 0 Esports pick up yet another round. Beautiful spray by Super Kid here. Lucia, aggression with the MP9. This is what you do not want to see in the morning. Jaguar gets sprayed by bullets. Lucia, he does actually get the bomb. Oh no, the backline closes in on them, and Marzel is only left with a single point of health. The smoke will perhaps help them on the retreat, but Torres downing Rossi towards B, and he gets the double on the entry. They spotted the bomb, but they didn't spot the man who goes aggressive. They have 2 players dead low, and it's on a Super Kid to pick up this round for his team. That's if he can, as Torres has been on a spree and he's looking for more. They're expecting Wings to play around the C4, but that's simply not the case. Super Kid on the rotation will be able to down Torres and put his streak to an end. Level 0 still yet to be decisive as to where they want to go. They assume that Wings are going to be guarding the bomb, but that's simply not the case. 45 seconds left. They discovered the B side's vacant, but they still want to try playing the long game. They want to anticipate how Wings are going to rotate, and hence they might head towards A. Marzel, who has the least HP, is going to guard towards the B side, while Lucia and Super Kid will potentially shut things down at A. Lucia, he's holding a decent off angle here. Super Kid expecting aggression through restrooms, but he gets taken out relatively early, and Lucia not able to step up for the task. Marzel, it is the last round of the first half, and he needs to give this a try. There should have been a defuse kit dropped in towards his side, but at this point, a flashbang or a decoy is enough to take him down. But Trist actually gets sidelined. How did that happen? Marzel slamming his way through the wall, but he should be pushed on. Never mind, Macho. Gonna be playing passive, giving Marzel a chance in this. Fight taken towards back, and he wins that with style, but Macho takes him to the logical conclusion. 12-3, level 0 esports having a little bit of life in him. 12-3, Wings with a flawless CD side. Again, sometimes the offense is the best defense, and they perfectly illustrated that today with Marzel and his XM shenanigans. Super good on the AWP. Level 0 Esports, they have absolutely no margin for error with this one. Wings win one round and they have a comfortable run in the upper bracket. While level 0, this wouldn't be the start they were looking for, but hey, that's what makes stories interesting, right? Jaguar gonna be holding towards connector, and this is gonna be a quick split towards A potentially. And they're looking out for rotate as well. They have one man towards connector and one man towards B shore. They're expecting them to play off this information, and Super Kid quick on the entry on the first side. He looks to open the B side all to himself. He gets the double, and this baits out the connector aggression. That's what they were hoping. And Marzel gets the dink. He needs to get the finish. Super Kid's been put to sleep, and Zero Cool's on the rotate towards the A side. Jaguar will need to go the long way around, and Rossi caught off guard, and he knows that Marzel is towards connector. He knows exactly what's up. He has the P2K. He can do this at range, but Marzel downs him. It's all on a Jaguar, a 1 versus 3 to save his team from potential lower bracket run. But Lucia to make sure that he doesn't delay the inevitable. Level 0 Esports, they might just be happier on the forts. And again, this is ILG, so you never know, it may work. 3 USPs, 2 P250s face off against a stampeding wing, which is SK Rossi on point as usual with his aim as he downs Zero Cool at range. Again, these pistols, they are essentially pea shooters, but Macho and Trist, good for the first couple of flags. Trist doubling up as he leaves Jaguar in a dual 1 versus 2, but he ends up going down as well. Super Kid, again, so consistent on the entries, 19 frags down already. A dominant start for Wings in the top 4. Mind you, in ILG Cup Season 2, there was only one team that did represent Bangalore, which was Reload Gaming, but they didn't make it that far. And it was Rossi having a small heartbreak the previous time. Now he should be happy. Now he has his heads up high. Macho, he has a nice one-way smoke and just abusing it to the maximum. Gets Lucia with the last bullet. With the early advantage taken in a very cheesy way. Skills has the creek, can afford to take this fight towards long. Kid on the entry and actually lands one on a Jaguar completely off guard as to where he got shot from. He tries to re-aggress, but Super Kid, the angle was expected from the get-go. Marzel trying to work off that disadvantage. Rossi playing aggressive, and Torres, how does he end up going down? He spotted the shadow prior, but he still ends up coming on bottom of the trade. And now there could potentially be the setup on his Skills, as Rossi found the perfect time to get aggressive. Skills found the perfect time to sneak through the defense, and Macho alongside Zero Cool should be on the save. Again, no reason for them to attempt this as well. They don't have a kit. Rossi, I think he's going to be heard out. Macho is already making a run for the hills. Zero Cool, he will be able to join his comrade, and 12 map points for Wings now. What do you do, Level 0 Esports? Another timeout? Maybe Macho goes AWP, you never know. Always expect the unexpected. I say that's what South Indian cinema teaches you first. Map and match point now for Wings as they look to take this one past the finish line. Level 0 Esports, they want to stay afloat, but I guess down from the lower bracket, they will have that journey. Mind you, even yesterday we had Whoops who did win Dota 2 on the back of a lower bracket run. Incredible story, getting bested by Reckoning first and then returning the favor in the grand final. So it's good setup, Level 0 to come back even stronger. Wings. Now, they were trying to encroach upon the B side, but the defensive utility from Level 0 and then Macho's face keeps them on bay, but Super Kid double spray on the entry, so clinical as usual. Jaguar, he looks to hold the fort down all by himself. Rotation not in for B-shot just yet, but he gets the double as well. Torres, his position concealed, he cannot give the game away. He needs to hold on to this map for his team. He's taken the passive angle to his short. Again, a close clear and he would have been downed. Skills, he's expecting this play. He knows that something is brewing in the mix and he doesn't like the smell of it. Comes in on the peak and the headshot instantly to down Torres, leaving Twist in a 1 versus 2. No utility needed on the cross, and Skills to end things. We're at an all-time high for Wings, not giving anything extra for Level 0 Esports to work with for free. What a performance from SK Rossi as well. Always consistent on the entry, and the CD op just unmatched in this game.
All right, that is gonna be Wings taking a convincing victory here in the first game of the grand finale of ILG Cup Season 3. That was, I'd say, quite a beating there. They got off to a good start, and it was Wings almost always having the numbers advantage. Super Kid time and again finding that pick with the AWP early on into the round, and Level 0 Esports, they never really looked like they had even warmed themselves up in that game, OJ.
Well, you can say one thing for certain, Shade. Wings, unlike Bangalore's weather, are always heated for now.
Yep.
Because they had an incredible start, and you know how Bangalore CS works. You just start off with an all-time high, and you hope it proceeds. Because the previous few times we did have Bangalore teams play, it was Reload Gaming. Didn't really start off that great and did immediately go down the lower bracket. Now, Rossi, with having a little bit of cushioning, will feel more comfortable, and hey, at the end of the day, they were aggressive, they were playing in their comfort zone. Now they have extra comfort in the comfort zone, it becomes an extra comfortable zone.
Yeah, and with that, this is Shade Stayer. That is OG the Low Res Chicken. We will be taking a quick break. We will be back with a player interview with probably Marzel from Wings. Kind of get a feel of how the mood right now is in the wings side. Let's go ahead and jump into that break. We'll see you folks soon. All right, welcome back to the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale. I have with me Zero Cool from Level Zero Esports. That must have been a very hard game to go into on Overpass. Walk us through what was going through your team back then.
Uh, they exploited they played really well. I mean, they humiliated us, dominated us every corner of the map. So we couldn't play our A game. But I guess we will play better on the next game.
Yeah, I mean, it is still very early days and it is a double elimination bracket. How has been the morale around Level Zero Esports? How have you guys been prepping for this grand finale?
Actually, we didn't prepare that much. But yeah, we played together for quite a lot of time. Yeah, we played. This is not our A game. We will surely play better next.
All right. Could you talk us through a little bit about how you guys got together as five and formed the team that is here today?
So we locally formed a team. Like I was finding team for myself. So we gathered together. We met at events, and so we locally formed a team just like that. We met together.
All right. All the best for the matches coming up later today. That is Zero Cool from Level Zero Esports. Up next, I'd like to call upon Rossi from Wings. Rossi, first up, congratulations. A dominating performance. The team morale must be flying sky high right now.
Team morale is very high right now. Actually, we are well prepared for this tournament. We had very less practice, but still we have the better confidence among everyone. Right now, the team morale is very good. And we have the, what do you say? We have a proper confidence level at the standard level, so we can beat anyone who's playing against us in next bracket as well.
I do know for a fact you guys also have another roster under the name of Blaze Esports, wherein you have a couple of international players as well. But for this tournament specifically, you've had Skills as well as Lucia step in. How has that kind of changed the dynamics of how you approach a game?
Changes isn't much difference. Maybe the way we approach the game was a little bit different because of the way how much we are played together. Everything is literally same, and we are just implementing what we have in our stat book. That's it.
You guys are from Bengaluru, so not only are you the favorites in this tournament, but also on your home turf. Is that more of a confidence booster, or is that added pressure?
It's more comfortable to play in our LXG cafe because it's our hometown, and we have the supporters behind us, audience and all, who supports and cheer for us. So it feels better to play in our hometown than playing anywhere else.
All right. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations again. That is Rossi. Wings will be going up next in the upper bracket final. But before that, we will have the second upper bracket semi-final coming up. Do stick around. We'll be back with just a bit. What's up, guys? Welcome to the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale. Game 2, Match 2 is about to go live. We have Global Esports going up against U Mumba Esports. Thoughts on the matchup, OG?
Well, both these teams have something in it for them, right? U Mumba, the year has been decent for them. They did win Taiwan Excellence earlier, and Wings. Ironically, they beat them in the finals, which Wings were clear favorite to win. So this victory would mean a whole lot for them, and even for Global Esports, right? They've had one of the best rosters in Indian CS, but have not gotten the best of results. So this could be a good start as well for either of this team. These are the games which count, where you are gonna get the higher seed, more comfort, and in general you will be safe throughout the entirety of the tournament. But let's see which team is going to be safe on Inferno.
I think we have the knife round already ready to go underway. Let's jump straight into the match. GE versus U Mumba. We talked about how everyone loves double Inferno, and looks like it is gonna come down to Hell F in a 1v3 situation. Should be U Mumba taking the knife and starting off on the CT side.
And Inferno is a map where side really would not make that huge a difference, because both the CT side and the T side heavily rely on how you play around utility and aggression. For example, in Banana, your utility as a CT is both a CT and T is primarily to survive. You use Molotovs, you use flashes, you use everything to make sure that you get past a certain point, and then comes the part where aim comes into the picture. So that's going to be one very crucial part in Inferno, and who's going to take the map here. At least in my eyes, Global Esports are clear favorites, but yesterday we did get to see one hell of an underdog run, and today I feel like we could get the same. U Mumba Esports, they're potential underdogs within this, and they have the skill and the experience to pull this one off. Global Esports starting off on the T side of Inferno. Hellranger has come in with a smoke and two flashes as expected from the get-go, and it seems to be a quick push towards mid from U Mumba, but the second push might collapse on this as Antidote gets the first look. But the second, it's actually Deathmaker who finds it from the back. Master does get a refrag though, but only one. Ivan pushing it from Banana as he gets one alongside Hunter and Master, leaving Deathmaker with an all to do 1 versus 3. He has armor, but they are just crawling around him like sharks. He's good for the first, but Master immediately with the refrag. U Mumba just one up in Global Esports in the pistol. They didn't get a bomb plant, so you might expect them to go on the force. Deathmaker already with a deagle, and mind you, U Mumba, they were very precise the last round, but when you go against deagles, that's when you start to get punished. At least that's the philosophy of Indian CS thus far, and especially in ILG. Given that this is the top 4, the ILG buy is gonna be rare, but when you do see it, it's gonna pull out a highlight reel. A double bait setup towards the arches, and that will allow them to get aggressive at any moment as well towards mid on the back of a flash from Hunter, but Bondev to get the initial kill on a Caramel as he held the angle towards apartment stairs. The advantage taken and not given away thus far. The flash towards mid and immediate Molotov from Hunter. Ritz gonna work off this as bait as he mows them down towards mid. Hell left and Hell Ranger left to wonder what the hell just happened as Antidote is all alone in a 1 versus 5 with the bomb dropped right outside Boiler. As time boils, so should his ability to win this round as Hunter. He already expects where his oh boy. Oh no, Auntie. I know what you're thinking here. No! I assumed he might go for the knife or the early AWP, but Ritz downs him with the MP9 nonetheless. 2-0. U Mumba lose only 1 against the pistols. Global Esports, they can afford to force up now, but they will be a little humble when it comes to utility. So any utility dished out needs to have a clear and distinct purpose. Antidote, he has the AWP. He knows that if his team's going to be low on utility, an early pick would definitely aid in more than just one way. Not only getting the advantage, but putting a pressure. And quick flick! Ritz, he stood no chance. And the man advantage now for Global Esports. That defensive smoke will prevent the refrag and solidify the man advantage as well. Everybody from Global Esports ready to pounce on towards mid as U Mumba's defense, it lies in wait. The smokes It splits them apart. The flash atop the roof. Bondev dodging it. He tries to go for the spray, but Hunter! Double kill on the hold. Caramel and Hellf do find a frag each, and Master, if he's smart enough, he could get the frag on Hell, but he is dropped. It's all on Hyvan. Baits out the rotation noise towards Archis as he's coming in towards mid. It's actually Abs, my bad. But Hyvan, his position given away, does have a diffuse kit, a little bit of utility. But he would be better off on the save, perhaps. The flash atop the sky, anti with the AWP position towards pit. Potential exits, maybe. Hellranger gets the headshot nonetheless as Hyvan tries to be a little sneaky beaky. 2-1, Global Esports win their first round on the board. Everybody from Global Esports now will be playing on the back of Deathmaker's aggression. He has Mach 10. He could be used as a potential scout towards either side, getting information as to what U Mumba are up to. As Global Esports expect U Mumba to be on a relatively low econ buy, but they have completely forced in. Ritz, he has the AWP. He's looking after this exact kind of aggression so he can cut it short, but sadly it's off the map. Master, quick flick around will grant him the head of Hellranger, as now U Mumba on the back of the man advantage can lay back passive. Seeing the aggression towards B and getting the early frag allows them to supplement the A defense, because we know that Global Esports are going to play reactively in this round. Deathmaker leaps out of the apartments and grits his position with the AWP close. This is where the Mach 10 is going to be put to the best of its use. Anti with the bomb is still trying to find an opening towards the B defense, but none offered thus far. U Mumba, again, they're low in utility as well, and as time boils down, so is their ability to get aggressive. So they will be forced on a passive stance, and if they try going aggressive, they will have a lot of off angles. A check, Master, a quick peek, and that will lead to Antidote missing a shot. Although the flash and the counter smoke, it completely wrecked them on the entry. They're spraying through, but Harman gets caught. Hellf! A double entry through the smoke, but Hunter with the deagle just waits for the prey to walk in its trap, and he rips it with his mighty jaw as Deathmaker is all that remains. 35 seconds left on the board, and he's not even good for the first. Hunter, triple kill on the hole towards B. A double op gifted to U Mumba and a real nice start to the map. Hunter, is he gonna go balls out aggressive with this one? Oh my god, this might just rip Global Esports a new one if they decide to perhaps commit a peek towards B, as they've been doing for the past few rounds on end. Nice nade from Bondev there. Hits towards the balcony entrance. Takes Caramel and Hellf relatively low, and now the close angle. Ritz, he's good on the first, expecting the second to be right around the corner, hence pulls out the AWP, but there is backup, and Hyvan, he's on the back lines. Hellf down to Ritz. Hyvan strikes from the shadows as he gets to the MP9 at this range is lethal, and Hunter's holding the cross up side. Hellf goes on the peak, and he is punished. Hellranger, all he has is a MP9, and there is almost no way that he can even contemplate a victory here. Mind you, he has a smoke, a little bit of leverage. He uses it towards library, but again, his angle being watched both by Master and Ritz. Sorry, Hyvan and Master. Hunter, he's gonna be hiding in at coffins. 3, 2, 1, boom, pop goes the weasel. There we go, 4-1, Global Esports. Yet to make a resurgence, but they can do it now. They have the buy. Everything they would need, although Deathmaker and a couple of players being a little low on utility. The best way to counter a potential double op setup is to play aggressive, but U Mumba, they've lost an op and they've not, at least in my eyes, looking for a double op setup, so they would not be disappointed with that. But Antidote and Hellf expect this coming from a mile away, and they were positioned to deal with it as such. Instant two-man advantage sways the way of Global Esports, and U Mumba, they might be forced to make a couple of uncomfortable maneuvers. Hyvan needs to fall back here. Ritz, it's on a hunt for information, and he hears them shell out utility. Ritz gets the back turn on a Hellf, and this should signal a hit towards B as he spotted nobody getting aggressive towards A. The smoking through CT, immediate defensive Molotov coming in from Hyvan as he holds the line, and this will give Global Esports second thoughts. The bomb's backing off. They're contemplating the rotates already here. Caramel pushing through the smoke, gets the first on a high one, but Hunter with the immediate refrag, and this has caused rotations. Ritz, he's left the A side unguarded. Luckily, he is quick on his rotation. Has an angle towards the side, but he's gonna be good for the first. The nade, expecting aggression to come, but it's simply bullets that he needs. And he gets the second and the third. A comfortable hold amidst the site. As the jukes weren't enough from Global. Caramel did real good there, pushing the smoke for this kill, but U Mumba always a step ahead. Hunter on the back of the frag, he realized that all that's being sold towards the B side is a fake, and he ain't no sucker. Global Esports struggling to gain any grounds in the first half as of yet. Deep Molotov alongside Ritz aggression, but Hellranger with the CZ! What is that nonsense? Picks up 2 kills out of nowhere, and that's 2 guns that could potentially go into the hands of Global Esports. Nobody from U Mumba is even thinking of re-aggressing. They're dead scared about this. They're trying to find individual picks here, Global, and in that process, they're giving away the advantage as Hell F goes down. U Mumba, they've fallen back into a completely passive stance. The smoke towards CT, now the commitment towards B. Hunter, he's all that remains, and he has an AWP, not the best weapon you could have on a solo hold, but he has a rotation coming in from Master as well. The flash, Master, he needs to be on the peak. Hunter, he's allowed them to cross, but he strikes from the shadows. Master, double spray. Wait, Deathmaker takes Caramel down? Brethren shooting Brethren, what's this mutiny? 1 versus 2, and he burns to a crisp. He didn't deserve a Viking funeral, but he sure as hell got one. Anti, he's gonna be back on his AWP. But he needs to start getting aggressive. That is antidote. That is the antidote we all know and love. These crazy flicks, these insane shots being hit. Remember, they've played aggressively through apps, but not this aggressive. This is crazy. Hell F. He'll need to be... Oh, he spots out the kid. Don't be a loser by diffuser, but that's what takes you down. Hell F, double entry. Someone put this man to sleep. Hunter, he's wide awakened by that, and he needs to make a decision. Does he go for this, or does he choose a passive stance? It looks like he favors the save, but the flash. Deathmaker reads him like a book. Hi, Van. There was no way he could have outdueled him. Out of nowhere, U Mumba. Their defense melts faster than ice cream, and Global Esports are hungry. They've been denied on multiple occasions. Now is their turn to start kicking back. 6 rounds for U Mumba from the start of Global Esports. They want to make this a marathon, but they at least get their second step in the race. They're looking to take U Mumba's guns away. They know that with the past few rounds, it's been boiling down to at least 3 men on the side of U Mumba, so they won't have an economy. If you do take these weapons away, it's going to be a complete force in the next round, and you won't have an AWP risking a shot against you, and you wouldn't want to risk it as well, right? Hunter on the peak, get the first to his Deathmaker, and they know exactly where Hunter is the master. He's trying to play off that information that Hunter's given away and use him as bait. No time nonetheless. Nobody from Global Esports extending an extra step. 6-2 as they do get the second round on the back of Hellfire's incredible entry. Hunter, he would prefer to go aggressive yet again. Who knows? Maybe they did not want to go down after the beating so quick. What? Anti out of nowhere finds Hunter aggressing for no reason, and well, actually the aggression was had some logic behind it, but that shot didn't. That smoke was a dead giveaway that he's gonna peek towards device, and potentially a boost towards broken could have been a better idea. Global Esports a man up, and they're looking to man up towards the A side. A two-man defense with it being only SMGs. They need to spray and pray at close range, and it's working for now. Rich, he's good for the first. That's significant damage on a Hellfighter, but his teammate is down. The flash in for the wide peak, and they are blind as a bat. Rich gets yet another. He makes this a doable situation. Hyvan with the MP9 might get cut short by Hellranger's position towards Boiler though, and this is a fight which favors the MP9. Will Hyvan know is the question. He did, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hellranger quicker on the trigger, and Master might be forced on the save. He has the AWP. He's the only one who can potentially do damage the next round. What's the point of letting go of it after a single kill in this one? U Mumba, they have a difficult decision to make now. Do they force behind the AWP? Do they do a complete eco? Do they prioritize on keeping the AWP alive and doing damage in the next round by potentially stacking? A lot of possibilities. Master, that smoke will suggest the retreat, hence the aggression. Caramel simply schooled in that engagement. And Global Esports, they're a little too far away and they're not even interested to contest. Master should be able to save his AWP. For all the great they did earlier on in the half, they're letting it go and giving Global Esports a chance to fight back. They're gonna be on mere pistols. Nobody upgrading whatsoever. A little bit of utility. Master. He would try to compensate by going over aggressive. Flashes towards B. A textbook rush. There is a counter flash, mind you. Ritz has disposed of it, and Hell have completely blind. The kill not taken, and the kill not given as well. Hyvan overextends Deathmaker to cut him short. Ritz trying to spam his way with the P250, but he can't survive the Mac 10 rush. Caramel downs him with the AK as Deathmaker buys distraction, and the over-aggression. He's just loving it, isn't he? The farm day, as he gets $600 for every single kill. And Global Esports secure the B side and the round. Master still continues to save on to both Hope and his AWP. Master actually spotted, if I'm not wrong, that's Helef. The peak, but what a bait play! Deathmaker was waiting, he was ready for that play, and beautifully orchestrated elimination from Global Esports as nobody from U Mumba was allowed to survive the previous onslaught. The AWP well removed from their hands, and now, as the time they finally call a timeout, U Mumba. What worked for them so brilliantly was how decisive they were on the rotates and how indecisive Global Esports were as to where they wanted to hit. Every time there was a little bit of utility dished out, they would change and go on a higher road with that decision. At least for now, their calling seems to be a little more stable and rock solid. Could attribute it to Hellranger getting a good read, but could attribute it to U Mumba getting overly aggressive as well. Either counts. U Mumba sacrificing a little bit on the weaponry department, but they do have a buy coming in. Antidote. Expecting a peak to come his way. Early Banana has always been going the way of Global Esports, with U Mumba contesting it when they had an AWP, but ever since post that, the flashes, the Mac 10 rush, there is simply nothing that U Mumba want to do while contesting. Hence, a passive stance would have been a better one. Again, a delicate setup towards A, because if one player goes down, the secondary player will have a lot of pressure, and Hunter on the rotate will ensure that Archers is not completely leaked. But Ritz, I think Antidote knows this. Oh, no! He expects the boost, but still goes down to it. Caramel trying to find the refract through the smoke, but Hellranger sneaks in through Boiler and gets him. Now comes the pressure. Now Bondef is forced to deliver, and Hellfighter has an inkling, but Bondef aggresses at the perfect moment. They work together in tandem, but Hellranger wreaks havoc in the backlines, dropping Hyvan, but the bombs dropped as well. With Deathmaker coming in the backlines, this sets him up for the double kill. Hunter I think it's just watch each other's backs in this circumstance, but Deathmaker's gonna have the superior angle. Bondef still no chance, and the fight taken at range. Deathmaker, how does he make it work with the MAC-10? He still prefers to keep that weapon? Wow. One round away from the equalizer, U Mumba. It looks like they're cooling down now. Their hot streak rudely snatched away by Global Esports as they're on one of their own. Global Esports, they know that they're going to be playing against an inferior buy. Hence, this time around, they do not want to go aggressive. They don't want to feed into a stack. Although they have MAC-10s, they could potentially use them as scouts. They did gain map control, however. Trying to root out every possible angle in which U Mumba could go aggressive. Archers is completely exposed as well, and Global Esports, they could make the high road towards B or just commit towards A on the back of a wrap. Deathmaker, again, with the cheeky plays as he's going to come in through CT while the rest of Global Esports potentially could set up towards the B side, and whoa, as a wraparound. U Mumba, they're gonna get sandwiched in without them knowing it, but Hunter gets the first frag on a Deathmaker. They're just gonna go crazy to get the pistols, and this is why Hunter with a double on the 5-7, and now they're gonna be committing towards the B side. Mind you, U Mumba, they're gonna be playing very up close and personal. Haivan positioned towards Freiburg with the Deagle, and this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Although Antidote does take Ritz down, there should be a flash committed on the entry, but both Haivan and Ritz are avoiding it. Hellfighter has the MAC-10, could put it to good use close range. Mind you, Haivan and Master did not have armor, so they'll just chew them up and spit them out. But the peek taken through CT just raw as Master finds the refrag, but Caramel knows exactly where they're playing from. He's gonna be good for the first. The smoke obstructs vision, and Haivan takes his life. Antidote now left in a 1 versus 1. Bondef with an AK. He's gonna be coming in from the back lines. Anti with a quick clear through CT. Should expect this play to come in. Bondef, he's given a little bit of sound, but Anti, I don't think he has picked it up. He's going to reposition, going to go all the way towards Dark, and this should eliminate Bondef in 3, 2, boom. Nice one, boys. Exactly. It's just that vibe, right, when you come down to LAN. I think there was another article posted on why every esports athlete screams nice after every round. I think we should all just give that one a check. From an outsider's perspective, it just feels like, I don't know, for me it would be another FIFA cheering thing with the player scoring a goal. U Mumba investing in their second timeout, a much needed one in that as well. They've not been able to do much to stop Global Esports on their spree so far. Ever since Antidote did pick up that AWP, U Mumba have not been able to go aggressive. And even if they have been able to circumvent the AWP, there is always a man watching towards either banana or second mid. If I'm not wrong, that is going to be Helaf and Caramel. They have the AWP up onto Hunter, but after so many attempts at going aggressive with none of them paying off, he might choose to take a passive stance. And again, Hunter's AWP on the CT side is very dynamic. He can be both a very aggressive opper and a very rotation-based opper as well. In fact, it was when he rejoined Entity under the leadership of Hellrangers where he got his dynamicity from. And now playing against the in-game leader who made you the opper you are, I mean, it's a give and take as well. But certainly does put it to a test. Because you know how the other persons react and it's vice versa, right? They could fancy the double op as well. Master and Ritz do have more than enough money for it. Nonetheless, we have a small If I'm not wrong, that's a technical pause. So we should be back with the game as soon as it's ready to go live. Until then, enjoy some nice music, man.
Yep, it does look like one of the players might have accidentally spilled some Monster Energy. I mean, emotions running high. You eventually end up knocking one over. I think that was Haiwan, in fact. Production says, yeah, that's it. He's the culprit. As we jump straight back in round number 13. 6-6 is the score. Hunter back on the AWP.
And again, might choose the passive stance, but doesn't seem like Global Esports are going to be waiting any moment now, because they already have position towards B. Look at Master, so quick, but this might yield to the counterplay. Hellranger on the push, but he gets denied. Master quick to the flick. Haiwan, he's taken an aggressive angle towards Card, but that will be spammed, and he will make noise. He needs to be wary of that fact. Bondef plays right around the corner, and if he goes down, Hunter's in no man's land. Smartly chooses to de-aggress. Wants to play information, goes in with a peek, and he gets tagged down. Now Hunter putting pressure to do this.
Oh, Hunter gets in with the knife. He pulls out the pistol, gets one, goes for DM King as well. The USP double headshot.
A silent Hunter. How does he pull off that play? Oh my god. Hell Ranger might be here, but he certainly is a Hellraiser as he completely rips apart the apartment's aggression posted by Global Esports. Master posted up on this angle. Caramel can't stand a chance as he goes for the slow peek. Anti wants to catch Master in the re-peek, but not offered whatsoever. Haiwan is going to be playing the high box towards second orange. Spots out the defuse kit, and he's going to be good for the first. Hunter! Ooh, I assume he might get him with the USP, but Master to get him through the coffin. 7-6. Global. Oh boy.
That was a comical series of events there. He pulls out the knife. You think he is gonna probably whiff that with DM almost looking the right way, but he finds two with the USP, and U Mumba take the round, and with that the lead. Hunter.
He spotted
out
towards logs. Oh, the flick! He knows one more up close and personal. The nade, the Molotov, it buys him time and position. And it also pushes Caramel back. U Mumba, they cement their man lead. Global Esports, they look to get aggressive towards apartments yet again. And this has been the go-to move for Global, right? They want map control all across the map, and in doing so, they spread the front lines far too much. U Mumba, now that they've come to realize it, they are ripping them apart everywhere they see them, not giving them any chance to take an aggressive angle.
It is Global Esports who aggress through apartments, while U Mumba aggress through Banana as master. I think he spots out Helaf there, unfortunately unable to find him in the first attempt. We do have Deathmaker pushing in through apartments. Master with the AWP moves on to site.
And this is the trademark Global Esports play. Set one man up and wait for him to do the damage. Hunter with the AWP on the repeat, but mind you, he doesn't know Hellranger is already Fighter is already crossed. Oh, this might be that one play that just ends up turning the tides. Hellfire, he spotted Hunter on the re-aggression. The USP won't work 2 times around my man. Definitely getting him down at 9 HP, but he does take down Ritz, leaving Master all alone in the side with the AWP. If he jumps atop the box here, Hellfire could be safe. Master just sideline Hellranger working on the back of the distraction, leaving Bondef with an all to do. And he's already called it quits. He's going for the save. Global Esports forced the equalizer at a most crucial point of the game, where they potentially could walk out of the half with a round lead. And he should have his AWP back in his hands, and there should be a complete investment for Global Esports in the last round of the first half. But he cannot say the same for U Mumba. Haivan is so low on money, and they would be able to invest into M-Force, but both Master and Haivan might go a little low in utility.
Yeah, but it does look like Global Esports are not too eager to chase
a free gift.
this rifle down. Alright, he says, yeah, thank you very
Never
much,
mind.
AWP. Christmas has arrived early in 2020, or at least for Bondef. But it is 7-7, last round of the first half. U Mumba got off to a hot start, but Global Esports have looked sharp as ever. And now, I think 7 rounds on the T side, they're well and truly in the lead here.
Global Esports fighting for it now, alongside U Mumba, who have been relentless in their pursuit for this game, right? Wait, what, Hunter? How did he burn Hellranger to a crisp out of nowhere? Caramel does get the refund on Haivan, trying to get aggressive towards Banana, and that's the man nullifier that will force Global Esports to start making these decisions, right? U Mumba, they know what's up. They know as soon as one kill comes their way, Global Esports are going to try playing as adaptively as humanly possible. And if that gets outright, it's a problem. Master, he reads this play. The flash, it completely wrecks him though, and he still lands the first on the spray. He does significant damage onto Hellaf. Hunter, he's on the quick rotate, and Ritz is spamming his way through CT, and he burns Hellaf to a crisp. Hunter hears the repositioning towards Dark as Antidote finds a new nest to potentially stop U Mumba with. His position conceded away. The M4 close range holds his angle, but Bondef wide swing to take Anti down as he gets Deathmaker towards Banana as well. Global Esports, they didn't start off the half that great, but they did surely give a conclusive end. 7 rounds on the T side, fighting back from a 6-1 deficit, if I'm not mistaken. A real good performance from everybody on Global Esports. In fact, those frags very evenly split. And on U Mumba, Hunter has been going ham on his AWP. He's been playing aggressive. Even if not on the AWP, he always plays on the back of his team. U Mumba on their T side, 2 smokes, a Molotov, 2 flashes, something tactical perhaps? Again, they can go for slow or fast plays, and as usual, Hellranger coming in with the utility and the defuse kit. Everybody is just waiting. Global Esports They want to try baiting them into Deathmaker setup, as Hellfighter is good for the first, but he's going to keep contesting. He wants to make it seem like there is nobody towards the sandbags. And U Mumba, they are de-aggressing. Look at Deathmaker though. He's going aggressive at the best possible moment, trying to catch them off guard. But Master, he expected it coming from a mile away. Hellfighter, he's going to be good for 2 though, and he holds the line towards B. Hellranger, given enough time to reposition towards the coffin. And what are U Mumba going to do? Why are they so indecisive? Do they commit towards B or don't? Hunter, he tries to perhaps sell a ruse and give Haiwan enough time to get towards the side and even punch in the digits if possible. But Antidote, he's a step ahead in this marathon all the way, as he finds a good angle towards the side rotate. I think Haiwan just spotted out the shoulder. They're gonna go for the wide peak. Hunter peeks at the best possible angle at the best possible moment. Antidote stood no chance, clearly outdueled, and Global Esports clearly outpositioned. They are going to be on the slow rotate. Caramel, he needs to buy time and bait for Hellranger's entrance towards Boiler.
Hunter is very low though. He's down to about 19% health, and now Hellranger is going to be left in a 1v2 situation. How's he going to prevent a trade from coming through? He can't.
And he shan't. 9-7. U Mumba, 1 round away from hitting double digits, which at this point seem inevitable. Global Esports, you think they can fancy a force? It's certainly a possibility. But they would like to keep utility for the rounds coming forward though. So, completely light on the buy, only a HE to work with, and already disposed of towards mid. Hellfighter on the back of that base, trying to get aggressive position, but not really get to him. Hunter and Logitech having a shooting gallery, but they are dishing out significant damage. 2 guns out of the hands of U Mumba. Really good from Global Esports. They've not damaged the economy of Sauce, but not allowed it to grow as well. Double digits on the board nonetheless. U Mumba, they seem to be approaching their comfort zone. Global Esports low on utility.
AWP onto Anti, and he's going to set up towards Banana, but there's no aggression coming from U Mumba in that side, as Bondef towards second mid. U Mumba hit double digits, 10-7 now. It is a double elimination bracket best of 1. A winner of this moves on to face Wings, and they looked unstoppable in their first game today, OG.
Exactly, 16-3, a very dominant performance against Level 0 Esports, who did qualify through the Kolkata regional qualifiers, and having the Season 2 reigning champions Macho and Torres playing in for them. So real good showing from them early, and either of these teams, both Global and U Mumba, are playing up to the captain. Now, Anti, he is done. He wants this round. He does not want U Mumba to have any more on the T side, as he gets the opening kill. And this was a crucial kill for Global as well, as they did not have much utility to re-aggress. Only 4 flashbangs. And you really can't hold the side with a flash. Commitment towards B. The utility dished out. Anti positioned with the AWP again, but the Molotov, it pushes him in outside the flash. Hellranger can get the kill. Haiwan and Bondef getting a kill apiece on the entry, and Deathmaker, he's quick on the flank alongside Caramel and Co. Nobody coming in through CT actually. They've taken the boost. There is a man watching through dark, that being Bondef, the flash in on the entry. Deathmaker ducking his way through the coffins as he tries to find the angle. Hunter, he's good for the first, knows exactly where Deathmaker is, taking another shot at it. Hellfighter, he's gonna find one himself. It leaves Hunter with an all to do 1 versus 2. A quick flick, the USB out. Is he gonna do this again? Oh, the leg shot, but Deathmaker jumps like Mario and bests him like Bowser. 10-8, Deathmaker finds a crucial clutch. He grabs the AWP for Anti again. Boom. Does not land the no-scope though. Valiant effort coming in from Hunter. Caramel this time around has the AWP. And they have been doing this setup for the past few tournaments, right? On the T side, Anti is more comfortable on the AWP, whereas on the T side, they might like to give it to Caramel.
Caramel's itching to take a peek towards mid. Would be risky. There is a lot of eyes that way. Flashbang setup. Maybe for Hellranger to take this peek. The first is no good. Comes the Molotov and Antidote.
He goes down as well. The B defense falls to shreds as Deathmaker is the only one close to the response. Has a Molotov, could use it towards the site to deny the plan, but that won't be the scenario. He's trying to save for the after plan perhaps. Mind you, there is a smoke still obstructing his vision and he could use it to throw the Molotov. But Global Esports, are they even going to contest this one? The B side, often more harder side to retake, and you would prefer a save in this one, right? Hellfighter, he's worked the back lines but of no avail. The time simply boiling down and Global Esports forced to make the tough call, conceding the round to U Mumba 11-8, and Global Esports continue to trail.
Yep, they decide to hold on to the weaponry there. They have themselves a Galil M4 and the AWP onto Caramel. Caramel, however, is going to get chased down. He finds one in library. I don't think U Mumba are going to be looking
to lose any more guns. They
Yeah.
need an economy themselves as well. It's only now that they have money and look to be a little stable, but given one round to Global Esports, the money could be snatched away on reinvestment. Caramel, still on the AWPS, and wait, why is the investment so shaky? Global. Hello?
Yeah, Antidote didn't buy anything, did he? He's on an eco.
He's on a smoke, and they might presume that this round could be a given and they could invest the next round, but again...
Yes, so they basically were looking to work with just the saved
Rifles.
weapons from the previous round, and U Mumba have completely slowed things down here.
But the surprising factor here is, even if you are, armor wouldn't really be that bad of an investment in case the rifle is dropped, and now the flashes, the dig towards A is dropped. Deathmaker, he's gonna be good for the first, but only the first. Hellranger close to the side, the Galil on the spray, but he's only able to land one. Hunter with a refrag with a Galil of his own, and now the save call comes in yet again. Caramel, this time around, he needs to save this AWP and potentially save Global Esports from a bad start in the second half as well. He needs to come online early. He potentially should go for that first pick, take that initiative, go aggressive, and shut down what U Mumba are trying to do towards the late game. Shut it down early. U Mumba. This could be the upset that we were predicting, Shade. It happened in Dota. It could happen in CS as well. Just imagine U Mumba knocking down Global Esports to the lower bracket, but we saw how Whoops took the trophy yesterday. It was in the back of a lower bracket run. And Global Esports does have a lineup that can sustain a lower bracket run as well. Experience, firepower, everything well-rounded. Although some people do call it an overkill. 4 rounds from winning the game, U Mumba. Global Esports 4 rounds away from forcing an equalizer. It's a marathon, not a race, and Global Esports know it. Caramel is going to be taking the safe peek towards mid. Catching off anybody who looks to try and get a pick off, but not the scenario. U Mumba prioritizing banana control relatively early, and Global Esports have backed off.
Yeah, they're more than happy to relinquish control of banana and fall all the way to the back of the site. Antidote up at Coffins. Not on the AWP this time around. They decide to run with the big green on Caramel instead. The push comes through very early. The spray is good for the first. Hellranger with the tag team. They drop the incendiary as well. He drops threads. Down goes the C4. And it's Haiwan alone in a 1v4. He's covered by smoke right now. Looks like he wants to push through CT. Not going to be able to do so. And it will be GE taking the round. Still not of this just yet, but U Mumba have the 3-round lead, and they should be able to buy into this one here.
Yeah.
AK's Ritz is going to be the only one with just the upgraded pistol.
they're trying to pull off a fast play, potentially throw off, catch off the off of Caramel, but Global Esports, their position dangerously close. This could be a very delicate round. Deathmaker is going to be good for the first on the spray. Hyban immediate on the refrag. Excellently done from him. It could be a free gun going the hands of U Mumba as well. Caramel, he misses a flick. He's taken the passive stance. Does have a little bit of utility, but chooses to hold on to it. U Mumba, they're doing what Global Esports did on their T side, which is get a lot of map control and be posted up aggressive, be ready to go on the pounce. It's all a game of information. Caramel now uses the smoke, but no! The push! Hellfighter! Quick flick! Good for the first, and he knows they're getting aggressive towards Pits. Hellfighter, he's gonna be good for the second. Hunter does take down Antidote, who tried to aggress through arches, and there's a leak. Global Esports, they need to be worried about 2 avenues now. Luckily, Hellranger has rotated. 45 seconds left, Hunter making a run for CT, and Hellranger, quick kill. Hyban on the bay, but he's still not able to get the frag. He leaves it into a doable situation. Caramel, he's tagged dangerously low, and so is Hyban, but he does have the smoke. He could go for the plant and perhaps a complete turnaround, as he could come all the way from Banana to CT to B, but that's simply not the case.
Only 12 HP to work with here. The C4 does go down, and he's going to look to just stay up aggressive and take the fight. Caramel leading the charge. Eventually will fall back to Coffins. Caramel will be the first one leading through, and they're almost end up lining up there. Caramel tagged down to 13 HP. Flashbang goes through. High one all the way back. They're already trying to stick the defuse, and it will be GE getting to double digits there. Almost a blunder there on the retake. For a second, it looked like High one might have been presented with the absolute best opportunity to clutch that out, but
yeah, that very well could have been a double spray. Global Esports, they were not setting up for a peek towards Coffin, and only if Hyvan could have held his ground and held his spray, that could have been an incredible round for U Mumba, shutting down Global Esports' comeback train. But that's simply not the case. U Mumba still on the inferior by Global Esports, trailing right behind that tail, 2 rounds away, and this round seems likely to go in their back. The flash is laid. Deathmaker, he's quicker on the trigger as he gets both Bondef and Master down towards mid. Alongside the bomb, a deep Molotov towards Boiler will prevent a refrag and allow Deathmaker to aggress even more as he's hungry for frags. Not well fed in the morning. Hyvan Hyvans get deleted as Hellfighter grabs him by the head. 12-11. Global Esports, they are just about on the same level of U Mumba right now, but they are the ones who are on fire. They are the ones who have momentum, and they are the ones who look scary.
1 round away from leveling things up. 11-12 into round number 24 we go. Caramel with the AWP. What? Through the smoke?
Sorry,
His charge through. They missed each other.
Yeah,
and it's going to be Deathmaker. It's going to be like, yeah, no worries. I'll just keep fighting here, I suppose. Antidote, however, brings back some resemblance of normalcy there and stops.
Hellfighter, he does hold the line though, and Andy on the rotate. Hellfighter, so good on the hold through the smoke. You have my word, my man. Bondef alone in a 1 versus 3. Those spots up. Caramel does a decent bit of damage, down at 32, but Andy's already on the rotate. Caramel, he doesn't need no help, son. You got schooled. 12-12. Global Esports find the equalizer, and at this point, the game is on the edge of a sword. It could go either way. U Mumba, they do not have the money to make an investment. Hence, they're going to be on a complete... Wait, what? How did Master get tagged to 39? Oh, no. The classic knife.
The classic knife to the back.
Global Esports.
And in what a round, right?
Yeah. They're happy that it happened in this round. Because only pistols? It'd be Gucci, bro. No problem. But when it's on the rifles, they need to be in business at this point. Global Esports with a lot of utility, are more than comfortable playing passive, and that shows in the previous round, right? They completely ripped apart the pistols as they try to get aggressive. Global Esports simply stayed put, allowed U Mumba to walk into the crosshairs and just control all
The
of the
peak
lead.
Deathmaker spots multiple players heading his way towards apartment. He's gonna actually aggress straight back out. Holds mouse one. There are more players coming his way. Gets his head ripped off clean. Carroll responds back though. Turns back not in the nick of time. And all of a sudden the turnaround might just be real here as the C4 goes down. The pistols, the ILG buy works in favor of U Mumba here, and Hellranger 1v3 pushes the smoke. Good for the first. Bond F down to 36 points of health. Can he get the clutch here? Absolutely huge. The incendiary fortunately doesn't manage to
But the nade,
go all
it
the
could
way.
be a Kobe.
Kobe!
Tribute given. Now Ritz, he needs
Ritz,
the
the
clutch as well.
second nade is also going to go. 7 HP. Air Ranger, he's not spotted him out just yet. He knows exactly where he is. What a play. 1v2, but he does not have the time. That's going to be U Mumba taking the round. Hellranger with his antiques, unfortunately, couldn't make it happen, and that must be heartbreaking there for GE. That was their round. That was U Mumba's almost saying, yep, we're just going to put in a few pistols, see what happens, and guess what? They have the lead back.
And they have it in a fashion where Global Esports are completely stunned. Look at their economy. After this investment, it is down to pennies. They need a piggy bank shade. And I don't think there's one for sale. U Mumba, the only thing they are putting up for sale is their massive appetite and their need to quench it. Anti, he's going to be pushed off the angle, and U Mumba aren't even interested to contest Banana. They know that Global Esports are posted aggressive there, and they want to try and play on the back of rotations. See if they can catch Global Esports on their repositioning. Both Helaf and Antidote Harris significantly tagged, and the deep Molotov from Caramel will hold them at bay. This commitment, although could be faked, U Mumba could return towards Banana, regain control when it's lost, and Global Esports, like said, after that initial 30 seconds, they go back to the sides. They're more than comfortable playing off this.
Yeah, but look at the HP on some of these players here. Anti down to 43, Halaf down to 9.
But Anti has been so consistent towards B. He should get the initial entry yet again. A defensive smoke is out, and there should be a flash following in suit. Hellranger, he's relying on the voice. He's relying on the sound cues, and the defensive smoke holds them at bay. Potentially expected the rotation towards A, but Anti is not a believer. He's not sold just yet. They have another smoke towards CT, but Deathmaker has rotated. He has a flashbang and a nade. The flash could be used on potential re-aggression. Hellranger going in. The spray, it connects. Anti through the smoke, and Hell on the hold from Origins. Deathmaker doing what he does best. The push through the smoke and the AWP to make it a double op setup. Global Esports, they did to U Mumba what U Mumba did to them. Bamboozling.
Back and forth we go here, 13-13. We might just be going the distance. Both these teams locked even Stevens. Antidote back on the op. Early control towards second mid here. They don't really have much to work with. It's just Ritz with the AK. And they're just going to try and throw bodies here at the A-bomb site.
And the philosophy behind this is the pistols serve as distractions while the rifles try to do the majority of the heavy lifting, but at such a very compressed position, it's not really the best of maneuvers you can make. Global Esports, for now, they don't want to be caught off guard. They don't want to go aggressive at all. They're like, guys, you do you, we do we cool. And U Mumba, they are just trying to work off any single mistake that Global Esports have to throw at them. At this point, it's going to be the flashes that U Mumba throw, and they have barely any. One flash off the peak, and Deathmaker holding down towards mid. Hellfighter to join in on the fray. Deathmaker gets himself clean triple, and the quad with the USP. Why not? Add insult to injury. As U Mumba dropped the ball on the push.
Yep, they mow them down. They come through the balcony one by one. The tag team defense holds strong, and GE, the first one to 14, and they're on the double up setup. Caramel and Antidote. Caramel peeking towards mid. DM has gone all the way up. Unnoticed. Bondef is like, yeah, wait, did I see someone? Is that CT? He takes his time, but he gets the opener. The all-important kill there for U Mumba is gonna spread the defense thin for GE.
And they've already called the gamble. Hellranger, he's on the rotate towards the A side, leaving a sole lone wolf Antidote.
Yeah, Antidote is gonna play aggressive at Banana. He's not gonna have anyone his way just yet. There is a smoke down, but C4 hasn't committed in just yet. Anti, if there's anyone you want holding down the B side, it has to be this man. A magician with the AWP falls back towards CT. It's a position that he can easily get smoked out of. Is just going to throw the Hedgie down, repositions back towards Coffins.
And what's smart is they haven't called the rotate. Global Esports, they're gambling here. They are playing with map and match point or potential overtime, and that takes balls. Caramel, he's with the AWP.
Caramel drops the C4, the first one in. They have to go now. Straight into Caramel, who misses the third time around, but he's already done so much to stop this push. Back to B they go, but Anti,
he's more than ready. 15 seconds. This
time is going to be everything here. They have to go. They cannot stop here. Flashbangs. They can't wait out Anti, and he drops the C4 behind. They have to scramble in. Do they have time to blow through the smoke? Anti 5-7 Hunter can only stand and watch, and Anti goes huge there.
Antidote. This was one of the most absurd plays in the tournament thus far. Global Esports fighting in a literal sense to push U Mumba down to the lower bracket as they claim map and match point, but U Mumba are 2 rounds away from pushing it to potential overtime. The only problem here being is U Mumba did not have any money. Hunter, in the previous round, he went down post time. He has only $100 to work with, Shade. What do you even buy yourself? 2 decoys? Bad choice, because you can only get 1.
Yep, and the money, it's barely there here for U Mumba. What do you do at this point of time?
Potential Mac-10 rush. I mean, they do know that Global Esports are running a double op setup, and that's potentially the best counter you can come up with.
You just get your flashbangs and you just try and rush at the op and hope that he can't hit those shots with Anti there. That defense at the B-bomb site all alone, single-handedly marshals down U Mumba, and now 2 match points, and the buy from U Mumba is far from ideal.
It's far from ideal, and Global Esports, are they going to expect the drive-by is the question. U Mumba, they're being very aggressive to its second mid, but they're trying to be as silent as possible as well. Caramel on the back of the boost can't find the initial entry, but he does get information. He knows at least 1 man is waiting towards T ramp, and on the back of that, he either knows that U Mumba are going to play rotation based, or they're just holding 1 man in the back line. Let it be towards either A or B.
What is this? Caramel with the AWP towards Boiler, and they're gonna smoke out mid-back again. There's a good part of a minute to work with here for U Mumba, and looks like they might continue to head towards the A side. Flashbang forces Caramel back. He's stunned, and he gets taken out. Deathmaker up at Apartments. He needs to go huge here. They also have LF at Graveyard, who's not being spotted out. He survives for so long for Deathmaker to come through. He's out of bullets here, drops down only straight.
Gravity takes him down, actually. Now the plan forced, but look at this Hellranger. He's going to be on the push. It's actually empty. He finds the drop
1v2 up in hand. 33 and he goes for the no scope, doesn't land it. Might be offered a second opportunity. Goes up the boxes, and Anti has time for the defuse, and it will be Global Esports taking the win, 16-13.
And what a game, Shade. What
wow.
a game.
That was amazing indeed. 2 rounds there back to back from Anti there. They go big hell. A Ranger that was, if I'm not mistaken, right? Who made the push through the smoke there that was towards Graveyard.
That's
and
Antidote. It
Oh,
was Antidote.
Oh, it's Antidote.
With the
All right.
AWP, so
All right. Yeah.
massive plays from him as
yeah,
well.
they go for the gamble play there. 2v2 situation. Match point, you would expect them to go a little bit more safe. Wait for the smoke to maybe go off. But hey, goes for the gamble and it pays off. What a play there from GE. But U Mumba, they
fought tooth and nail.
They fought tooth and nail, and they did start off really well. Got off to something on the lines of a 6-1 scoreline. They had a 5-round lead, but it was GE crawling their way back into that first half on the T side. And CT side were just the slightly better team here and will set up that upper bracket final now versus Wings. That's going to be an exciting match, OG.
That's going to be one hell of a treat, but for Global Esports, this has to be a lesson, right? They've already gotten a real heated start to the tournament. They are warmed up, they look ready, and they've only shown how it looks on Inferno. Now, with Global Esports, you have Hellranger, you have a lot of firepower surrounding you. Now, you come to a map like Mirage, something both strat and firepower oriented, it'll be much harder for a team like Global Esports to be countered. So, we have a lot to show from every team here, as they've only gotten a chance to play one map. Sure, this might be a 16-13 bitter loss for U Mumba, but lower bracket rounds are where the fun comes from.
And that is where we're going to be heading up next. It is the lower bracket semi-final match. Top 4 teams in India. One of them will go home. Level 0 Esports will be going up against U Mumba. Let's see who's going to come out on top. But before that, we will take a quick break. We'll be back shortly as we talk to some of the players from GE and U Mumba to see what they feel after that close match. guys? Welcome to the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale. I'm Sheet. So joining me is OG, the low-res chicken. It is lower bracket time, the lower bracket semi-final match. At the end of this, we will have the first team eliminated from the competition here today. It is U Mumba Esports versus Level Zero Esports. I do think U Mumba Esports are going to have the advantage going into this. Mapic coming in as Nuke. And what do you think? Who you think U Mumba's got this easy, or has Level Zero got one more fight in them?
Well, Level Zero did get off to a relatively slow start today, initially facing Wings down to 16-3 on Overpass, but you gotta attribute it to them not just being ready, right? Wings, again, this roster hasn't played together for 6 months ever since they did have that minor roster change. So there's very little game that they can base their counterplay off. So it's understandable so as to why they had some difficulties, but hey, every team has a turning point, right? And the lower bracket is certainly a loud awakening. So who knows? Maybe it's to a point where Level Zero are like, okay, guys, we're 1 game away from losing it, but we can be 2 games away from winning it. So let's give it our best.
Yeah. Talking about Level Zero Esports, I did have a chat with Zero Cool on stream a while back, and he said, yeah, we haven't really scrimmed too much for this match. So that is going to be cause for concern, especially in a map like Nuke that is heavy execution oriented. Let's jump straight into the game. We are live. Level Zero Esports, good for them. They will be starting on the favored CT side here on Nuke.
Let's see how U Mumba do approach this though. Utility is what they're at. A Molotov, 3 flashes, a nade, and a smoke. A quick rush towards A maybe. That certainly seems to be what's on the plate. But Trist, he's going to be playing very up close and personal. And Macho chiming in with a kill of his own. But luckily, U Mumba, they're maintaining the numbers. 3 versus 3 as they will be able to get the bomb down, but Hunter and Rift survive without armor. Level Zero Esports, they are trying to get a man in from every entry point possible. 2 coming in from outside while there is a man in heaven. Zero Cool, he'll need to play off the distraction here. Jaguar and Torres going to be pushing the front lines. U Mumba, the Glocks are lethal at this range. Hunter and Rift pick up a kill. Zero Cool left all alone amidst the sea of sharks, and he's going to drown as Level Zero Esports, they are a little too hesitant on the retake. U Mumba, a quick push towards A, and everything's going to be A-okay. Now comes in the investment, but Level Zero Esports, they're not going to trail far behind. They immediately force up a scout onto Torres, a couple of SMGs on the board, along with a little bit of utility. For now, U Mumba, they'd like to keep the pace on as they do commit yet another rush. Trist alongside Hunter with the MAC-10. Trist, he's only good for the 1. Hunter gets him down from the back line. Zero Cool, all he's good for again is yet another frag. It's just a game of blows being exchanged, and again an equal situation. U Mumba, they're letting this go a little too easy. Jaguar coming in from Trophy, but what a stack shot. Hunter run and gun. Torres, he doesn't have armor, and the MAC-10 pickup on either side will be a problem. Level Zero Esports, they thought they can make this one work with the SMGs, but it's simply not the case. Perhaps should have contemplated a save on the scout. Two to 0 nonetheless. U Mumba, they're off to a good start here on the T side of Nuke. Level Zero, on the other hand, due to the previous round force, they will need to eco for at least a round.
Seems one of the players has actually stepped out to use the restroom for a bit, so we're going to get a quick pause in.
For Level Zero Esports, right now they need to keep their head in the game.
Yeah, they cannot let too many rounds get by on their CT side, because U Mumba, once they start building momentum, we saw in the previous match itself, even up against GE initially, they came out guns blazing, and for a second time in a row, they're going to be able to do so here. Let's see if Level Zero Esports come in with a reply. I don't see them investing into this one. About $2,200 average across.
And
We did not get to see Nuke as much even during the regional qualifiers.
I think during the regional qualifiers, we saw a total of
yeah,
2.
I think maybe 1 or 2 only. So
You know, and talking about Level Zero Esports as well, many people have high regards for what the Bengali scenes holds for today. You know, the amount of talent, just the innate mechanical ability that some of these players do have. But something that I feel like they could sincerely work on is their mental fortitude. If I'm not mistaken, last year when SRA did come down to play, they lost like a 0 versus 4 round because nobody was on the defuse, and everything went, very bad from there. They ended up tilting, losing a few crucial rounds, and we could see the same with their matchup against Wings, right? They didn't seem like Level Zero Esports. These names that we're used to seeing highlights of, Macho, Zero Cool, Torres, nobody really able to chime in and perform the heavy lifting. U Mumba Esports, they're lucky that they got the good start. Now they potentially could use this one gimmick against Level Zero Esports, if not breaking them in terms of their mechanics, break them mentally and morally.
alright, they're not going to invest much in. There is armor onto Zero Cool, and they're going to go for a stack by the looks of things, as Bondep already back in towards the A side to take down Torres up at Heavens. Another player coming through, Nate, into the corner, doesn't really do much, and Jaguar as well as Macho probably just set up for some exits here.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row. U Mumba Esports still maintaining the clean sheet, and the best part about this is they've not lost the rifles, right? At least not yet. Macho will get a chance to drop Haivan if he's quick enough, but he's just hidden. He doesn't want to take this engagement. U Mumba, they've done really good for this round. They've lost only 1 man. They've gotten the bomb plant. Their economy should be growing as well. Level Zero Esports, they're really close to a buy now. I think they can even buy the next round. Sacrifice a little bit. Maybe Torres can pick up an AWP alongside even Trist, but utility is going to be at a relative down phase for them.
Esports, and Jaguar pulls out the big green, but barely any utility to work with, just 1 incendiary.
In case it's a ramp rush, as he's gonna peek towards trophy. Again, U Mumba, they've been so consistent on their rush towards A. Macho, he's done a good job to hold the fort alongside the flames as he gets both Bondep and Master downed. Now with the man advantage, Level Zero Esports, are they gonna be able to hold? Yes,
they
are.
just go in through the smoke, and they get cut open. Hunter, however, can still pull this back. There's Thrist right on the other side. Ritz has made his way into the side. He's going to go ahead and try and stick the plant as Hunter tries to provide cover. Torres will be coming in from Heavens. He's got himself on the other side of the silo, has Ritz. Decent cover, but the push comes in. Hunter is so far away. He's not covering that angle. Jaguar coming in on the side. Torres, they go for the double peek across, and Thirst wins out the duel, and
The round did a plan towards Mini and try to play off that, but didn't really seem to have that coordination on point. 3-1 nonetheless. Level Zero Esports, it's a start. Jaguar, he has the AWP up, and there is a decent bit of utility. U Mumba Esports, though, they've tried only one strat thus far, and they've gotten 3 rounds, which is the rush towards A, and they still haven't discovered about what the outer side could be. Torres,
another
completely
rush
blind.
in.
And this has just been working magnificently for U Mumba. Both Master and Haivan so clinical on the entry. Torres, he can't do nothing but just stand and look as all his comrades bite the dust. They will need to go on the save here. The AWP cannot be risked. Neither can the guns, because in the next round they can fancy a buy. But this is getting to be one hell of a carnage favoring U Mumba Esports, Shade.
Yep, it is U Mumba all the way. They pull one round back to level 0, and now they're back to trying to save their guns here. It's going to be Jaguar alone with the AWP all the way back at CT spawn, and in comes the Molotov. They're going to hunt him one by one. Gets good for the first, but the immediate repeat from Hunter.
Downs him at ease. 1-4, U Mumba. Round victory. This time around, Master does have the Mac 10, and this just yells out, "Come rushing yet again." They do have significantly weak guns on the other side, and this might do the job at close range. But Hyvan, triple kill on the entry. You know, given that it's ILG, this round was the round where I expected level 0 to actually return some of the damage, but it doesn't seem to be the case. U Mumba, they seem to be a step ahead.
Indeed, and Trist is going to be the last man up. 1v4. This time around, he's still got one smoke and his armor to hang on to. So, high 120 HP.
Yeah, this
is still making that push across, so maybe retrieves an AK out here if he can land the first, but yeah, he can't push through. There's Ritz immediately coming through for cover the drive-by.
Oh boy, Tupac flashbacks in the brain, I guess, of both him and me. 5-1 nonetheless. U Mumba Esports so dominant on their T-start of Nuke, and this is starting to shape up to be one hell of a tournament for U Mumba, right? Coming very close to beating Global Esports. Now again off to a similar start, but on a very different map against very different opposition. Mentally speaking, Global Esports would be superior. Bondev again on the
Oh, the push again! They just keep going in through the smoke. Absolutely no who's given, but this time around they're not going to be as lucky. Hunter though still can make it happen. They push through. Macho and Jaguar 2v2 still. Hunter down very low.
Smart play. Now they're rotating over to the B bomb side. They have outpositioned level 0 Esports. Now Hunter, he can play off the back of the plan that Riz is going to shell in, and he can watch vents. A very easy angle to watch, although Riz giving away a relatively easy kill. Hunter, he's going to use the smoke to its absolute maximum.
Yeah, he needs 2 headshots here because he's got only 6 HP to work with. They're going to take their time. In comes the flashbang. Hunter. Okay, the Molotov above forces him to the other side. Straight into the open waiting arms of Macho. This fuse comes in, and level 0 get their second round on the board, but they need to start stringing in a lot more. U Mumba off to a good start here regardless.
And the only reason level 0 even won this round is due to a minor misplay from Bondev. He assumed that he got the kill towards Raptors, and he immediately pulled out a smoke for no apparent reason. Hence the refrag had to come in from U Mumba's side, with them losing the man advantage early. Level 0 Esports surviving by the skin of their teeth in the previous round. Mind you, they didn't play fast. That round was not going to be theirs. They played through the utility that U Mumba disposed of, and they disposed of U Mumba thereafter. Now, with a 3-round lead, they look to gain control towards outer. Mind you, this is one of the first times that U Mumba have shown presence towards the outer side, so it's going to be a little hard for level 0 to find out how to react to this play. But
that's the absolute first time that they've actually not just gone rushing out of hut. Jaguar might have looked to get aggressive through ramp room, but fall back to his passive stances. Zero Cool drops another smoke as Macho. As the dust settles, it's back to the same strat again. They just overpower him on this site. Jaguar coming in towards heaven. Taiwan and Hunter have already got the kills, but Jaguar in the flames finds himself the first. And gives an outside chance for level 0 to try and make this happen. Brings it down to a 2v2. Another Molotov coming in, but he doesn't pay attention. Jaguar, second time in a row.
And Ritz playing such a huge gamble here. This could be the play that U Mumba need.
Nobody's gonna expect this. They're coming in from behind. Timing is gonna be key. Timing is everything.
I don't think they know.
They don't know. They don't. Zero Cool coming in from behind, ready to make this play. The first one, the diffuse is already coming in. The Molotov might just be a tad bit too late, and
He's missed it by a mile. Jaguar, nerves of steel to hold the defuse in and bring in the round for level 0 esports. A really crucial round. Ritz, they say experience is everything, but that came damn close to perfect. If the Molotov was just an inch behind, that could have been his round.
I think he is far through the diffuse already when the Molotov came in, but it pretty much came down to the fact that the two players didn't go together for the diffuse. If they had waited long enough, he would have been able to spray both of them down behind, up from the heavens
They didn't gamble
itself.
at that point.
Yeah, the first player moves up much earlier, and Jaguar! Ooh, that is tantalizingly close.
That actually ended up working in return, but Zero Cool, triple kill on the hole towards trophy room, as he deserved a trophy himself. Now, they have the man advantage to level 0 esports. How do they work off it? They're playing very reactive. Look at the position held by Macho. No way they could reposition towards A without them knowing. U Mumba, they've taken the high road towards B nonetheless. Bondev, he's going to be holding the rotate towards Vents. Level 0 esports. They're rotating. Bondev, he's going to be good for the first. Macho comes in with the refrag though, leaving Ritz with an all to do 1 versus 2. And he's playing a very, very one and done position. He cannot give away his game or else he will be cornered and he will be taken out. They're going to be on the clear here, level 0, but they need to be clinical. Oh no! Ritz, he throws this away and he needs to go on the peak right now. Torres, he's playing it so patiently. There is no diffuse kit, but they still hold on to it. Macho. That is just outrageous. Not only is it a 2 versus 1, you can double peek from both above and below, but he still sticks the defuse. Just did not want to risk time there. That could have gotten a hella dirty. Level 0 esports with 1 round away from the equalizer look to just charge through Hut as they've been doing for the entirety of the first half, but now of no avail as the hole is clinical. Trist and Zero Cool holding the fort strong. Torres to add in for a frag as well. It's all left on a Hyvan. A 1 versus 3. Picks up the creek but needs to pull off an absolutely monstrous play if he wants to put U Mumba back up on the board. Mind you, this happened against Global Esports as well. They were good initially, but after they hit 5, they just waved goodbye. Level 0 Esports, they are holding on to their CT side here, trying to recover their first half performance. U Mumba, they're trying to pick up the pieces. They are not able to replicate success.
Hywan has got 50 seconds to work with. C4 firmly in control of the CTs here as they've got this A-bomb site under lockdown. Hywan's gonna have to come up with a miracle to find these 3 frags right now. First one, yeah,
Dead. 5-5, level 0, they reach an equalizer. U Mumba, they won't really have enough money for an investment, so they might just prefer to go all pistols now. Maybe a fast play towards outer with the pistols. A quick rush towards ramp would work as well, but level 0 esports, their hold's just too scary, especially when they have utility against pistols. Yeah, there we go. The outer play is coming in from U Mumba. But there is a counterplay ready from Torres, if I'm not mistaken. He's being very close through that smoke. And he hears both of them cross through secret. This is his time to go aggressive. He hears them pass. He knows exactly what's up. And he's calling the rotate for the rest of his team. But they might just be a tad bit too late. They're a little hesitant. Look at Bondef. He's already made his way towards radio room without anybody else having a clue. Zero Cool, again, he's in a one and done position. It becomes really iffy. The bomb drops towards the A side though, as the B side's being faked. They know exactly what's up, Shade, just due to the fact that Torres plays aggressively through yards.
Yep, and Trist closes things out with the P250 there. And level 0 esports, that is the 5th consecutive round on the board, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed. They're starting to build some momentum here. U Mumba, maybe call a timeout if this round doesn't go their way.
It feels like a repeat of the previous match, Shade, where they hit 5, but Yeah, that's what ends up happening. Level Zero Esports certainly providing some sort of resistance on their CD side, and more than that, right? Now it's become turbulence for U Mumba as they're not able to have smooth sailing. Ooh, that came so close to a shot through the smoke. Oh,
He's gonna go down rig
it
up.
doesn't matter. They have their booby traps laying all across the map. U Mumba, they finally get the opening they've been fighting for the entirety of the past 10 minutes, I suppose.
They have control of outer. This probably wait on bite time for Hunter to see if he can force a duel out here with the AWP.
He's just holding the line.
Just on the other side of the smoke. Timing's gonna be everything. Zero Cool is right now up at hell. No push coming through just yet. Zero Cool! Oh, he finds the first, goes to the reload! And the timing works against him.
Now they're gonna crunch upon this A side. They've already sandwiched the entirety of the defense, but little do they know, Jaguar, he's on the quick rotate. If only the defense towards Hay can hold rock solid for a good 10 seconds, then there'll be huge problems for U Mumba, because even the time is low as well.
The first one goes down, and Macho.
This is still possible though. Jaguar, he's close enough to provide a response. He's already made his way through lobby, and Hunter is holding towards trophy. So this is gonna be a very sneaky, beaky play.
Yeah, but Ritz has got this angle. I think the moment has gone by, and Jaguar.
Yeah, he doesn't find a point in committing to this. Perhaps getting a few kills on the save would mean a lot, because U Mumba, they've not been having the chance to grow their economy a whole lot, right? But if you look over the other side, level 0, they have money for another investment, perhaps even another AWP. Jaguar, look how ice cold he's playing. Look how ice. Is this going to be an? He has a diffuse kit. He has a diffuse shade.
He's going for the ninja. Does he have a smoke? No, he has just.
He doesn't need a smoke. Nobody's got that. Oh my God!
They're coming in and sparkling, and he's got it. Is he?
I'm done. Jaguar, U Mumba, you got psyched.
Oh Lord!
Even they did not know how to react to it. They're like, yeah, guys, we won.
Yeah. Yep, we've been doing it now.
Yeah, that's
Sixth round in a row.
Suffering from success.
And Torres, they can do absolutely no wrong right now.
God, I just...
They're going to go for the same play again. Rush towards the A
But the
side. We
smoke-
have Macho. The smoke goes down. Ritz, the first man in. Macho being strong from the top. Macho providing some power. It's Torres. In fact, coming in with the AWP. Macho needs to find at least the one. Hunter strong.
But look at this, the distraction Torres is buying, it will allow Jaguar to strike in from heaven. Mind you, they have a little bit of a clue that this could be the play that they make, but the smoke has been completely missed. Hunter gets the frag on Torres. He knows exactly, wait, what? Why is Hunter looking towards lobby? Jaguar, he actually downs Hunter. Bond playing from the low ground, and Jaguar with the 1 versus 2 clutch. A minor misplay, but huge repercussions for U Mumba Esports as they're not able to break level 0 Esports winning spree. U Mumba, they have tried but not succeeded. Now they are forced to adapt, and is this the best they have to offer? A silent rush towards secret. Zero Cool, he's close enough on the response towards tunnels. Jaguar gets the first one on Ritz, and mind you, that was the backstab. He was trying to play a little sneaky beaky towards the outer side, but with no avail. Hunter left without a refrag. U Mumba, they've gotten good position, but if you don't make good use of that position, it's just that, right? A position. Smoke towards Mini, and U Mumba, I think they're second downing the call towards B.
Yep. I think they're heading back towards garage.
And the only problem is the cross might not have been spotted. Look at this. Such an up-close personal angle held. U Mumba. Oh, they might just sneak by. Look at this angle from Chris. Godlike play as he lines them up and takes them out for a party. Hyvan, sadly not invited. 2 versus 4. It is gonna be a monstrous play needed if U Mumba need to retrieve this round back in their favor. The Molotov will push Majo off. No, he has to smoke. He buys himself a little bit of time, but Hyvan coming in from the high ground might be able to down Jaguar to his side. No, the clear is not in, but they get swept off their feet instead. 9-5. Level Zero Esports hungry for double digits.
Alrighty then, last round of the first half. Level Zero Esports, 8 consecutive rounds on the board. Can they make it a 9th? It's gonna put them in a very strong position, and U Mumba, they're gonna be scared right now.
They are, but Level Zero Esports, they're working on the back of that. They're being aggressive. Look at this bait and switch setup from Zero Cool and Jaguar. Now they're going to be on the disengagement, but at the worst possible time when it could have been put to the best of uses. The Molotov, Master is just going to be pushing through like a madman, and he gets the kill on a Jaguar. Zero kill, instant on the retreat. And mind you, rotations are being committed to watch this league. They're going to be rushing towards him. Zero Cool on the hold. He's good for 2. He holds the line for his team, and Hyvan finally breaks in. But for how long? Torres shooting a teammate, add insult to injury, as Hunter is the sole survivor and he's stuck in an undoable 1 versus 3. An op already peering him down. Trist, he's gonna be close enough to instantly peek after a frag goes down. That's even if it does. The bomb has gone down, that's for sure, and Torres hasn't spotted it. Hunter certainly has, but he's not good enough for the kill. They're going to be playing off a crossfire here, and with the backlines closing in on him, no chance. Torres there to deliver the final shot. 10-5, Level Zero Esports. A very, very, very dominant response in the CD side. U Mumba, at least in their first game, they were able to reply. They had a resemblance of life in them, but right now, after the initial success they found, it's all been Level Zero Esports. The Ninja Diffuse, that 1 versus 2, so many things are biting Level Zero in the back right now. Sorry, U Mumba in the back right now. They have swapped over to the CT side. Let's see if that changes anything. They do have 2 nades, a smoke, a flash, and a diffuse kit in case a retake is needed. Level Zero Esports. Are they gonna go for the quick play as well? The rush towards hut? Yeah, the Glock train. Choo-choo, boys. We have hit the station and Grit has hit the dust. Hunter, he's close to the flash. It doesn't do anything. Trist goes for the beak and hits the headshot nonetheless. A 2 versus 4. Bondef, CQC against the block. Not the best you could have done. Master is all that remains. A 1 versus 4. Zero Cool down to 4 HP, but is that really going to change anything?
They're all around him. Coming in from outer. He's stuck here at heaven. And it's going to be Level Zero taking the pistol. 5 rounds away from eliminating U Mumba from the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale OG.
Boy, U Mumba Esports must feel like a heartbreak for them. A really good performance against Global Esports, taking them almost to the bank, 16-13. Now against Level Zero, they are struggling to breathe. Hunter, initial first flick doesn't land, tries to go for the follow-up, but he's allowing Level Zero to sneak past. He should have an inkling. Again, so close to landing some of these shots, but just misses it by an inch. Again, 4 men from Level Zero sneaking in through Seeker, and this is why the position's name is such. Can be put to real good use. Hyvan, he is going to be playing towards the secret stairway, and he has the 5-7, so the perfect range to use it as well. He needs to play on the back of this aggression, try to peek as soon as he gets the opportunity to, not hold the angle per se.
U Mumba is going to be kicking themselves on another. That probably is 2 shots from Hunter with the scout. He can't find anything as of now.
Now They might choose to alter their course. Their presence has been discovered towards outer, and the commitment towards A seems final. Hunter, he should be on the rotate from heaven. Downing Trist with a beautiful headshot, and he has backup. Hunter stepping up for the fray with the scout as he gets to. The ding comes in though, and Ritz downs Jaguar. Torres left in an unwinnable situation, tapping his way into Hyvan, but Ritz and Hyvan double up and return the favor. 11-6. You doubted Hunter, and well, Level 0 Esports become the hunted. An unlikely round 1 out for U Mumba to again have a chance at it. You'd assume on the back of that pistol victory that Level 0 are going to just enjoy this 16-5, but U Mumba don't want to let go of this one that easy. Hunter, yet again getting this kill with the scout. He's been on quite a tear as he gets yet another on a Macho. And this aggression is just being picked apart quite easily as it's only pistols working up against them. Everybody from Level 0 Esports has to overextend to give them a fighting chance. Master trying to hold an unorthodox angle to avoid the pre-fire, but he beats another. Has the Mac 10, and this is why you choose unorthodox angles. Jaguar, he was expecting the repeat from a mile away. Nate? Oh, there's a smoke. Jaguar had the opportunity to pass by, but Hunter, again, quick as usual on the scout, and he gets a beautiful quad kill under the belt. Again, this might have been only against mere pistols, but these are the important rounds to win as well, right? In fact, it was U Mumba who won out their eco round against Global Esports at a very pivotal point in the game. If I'm not wrong, it was 13-13 at that point with them getting the lead. So this definitely does tally up at the end and gives you quite a significant advantage. Hyvan, he will need to be ready with the MP9 as the initial entry does come in. Hyvan's going to be good for the first. Hunter trying to run and gun with the CZ, but of no avail. Master, he's going to be trying to close the back lines alongside Ritz to perhaps get an early retake, but the turnaround, Ritz coming in from the back lines to down Macho. The smoke will allow him to grab the AK and perhaps scoot the hell out of there because he's down at 6 HP. Master, he does have a defuse kit, but I don't think Level 0 are gonna let a ninja defuse happen when, yeah, they don't want a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, they know exactly the problems of getting out of a site too early. They were the ones. I think that was one of the. I think that was one of the rounds that gave them that edge initially, that built the momentum up, going for that ninja defuse. Who knows, maybe fortunes turn out completely different if he's unable to pull that round in favor of Level 0 Esports. But as things stand, they're just 4 rounds away from what I would consider a huge upset here today.
A huge upset because everybody expected U Mumba out of every team to be ready, right? Because Global clearly didn't have as much time to prepare. Wings, again, they're playing together after 6 months, so you have to give them some kind of leeway. Level 0 Esports not really having the best conditions, and it's U Mumba actually who had everything going in their favor. Now they can put all that time, experience, and practice to good use by clawing their way back into this lower bracket final. Level 0 Esports, they've not gone overly aggressive towards either side. They've just dished out a smoke towards outer, but that's just to keep U Mumba on their heels. U Mumba, they've not been as hungry as yet because they know that in the last
Hunter gets the first spot, and they know that he's sitting in garage right now. The flick is on point.
Beautiful shot from Hunter, and he looks for another, and Macho just walks into him through the smoke. Maybe this is your time, Hunter. The smoke's fading, and Hunter, the quick scope on Torres, and he steps up massively for his team. A quad kill out of nowhere, as Zero Cool is the last player alive. Hunter looking for the ace, but he becomes the hunted. Down to 1 versus 2. Zero Cool, little does he know he's getting pressed upon. Ritz finds him off guard, and 12 to 8, U Mumba, they have life in him, and they have Hunter, who is ready to push this one to its limits. Level 0 Esports, they call the timeout. A very crucial timeout in that as well. With U Mumba on their spree right now, it's crucial that they break it. They've tried playing passive, they've tried making the plays towards the later segment of the round, but that's simply not happening. U Mumba Esports, the way they're positioning is catching Level 0 Esports off guard every single time of the day. What they could rather do is completely change the pace. Perhaps a rush towards ramp, who knows, maybe a quick marshmallow rush and head down mini towards the A site. Again, a lot of possibilities, but not a lot of rounds for Level 0 to work with, because U Mumba are just 4 rounds behind from catching up to them. And now's the time they can do it as well, right? Low econ buy, 2 players on pistols, 3 players on rifles, 2 AKs and 1 Galil, that being
Haiwan in control room.
That's
He's gonna
gonna
drop
be
a
dead
second
giveaway
smoke.
as well. That he's going to be playing up close and personal. They have a lot of utility here, Level 0 Esports. Not looking at any of it as of yet. Very tantalizing play from Haiwan, but he does end up disengaging, conceding that angle, and he's going to be playing on the back of Master's distraction towards ramp room. Level 0 Esports still waiting for that one opener, but U Mumba simply aren't budging. Torres, that smoke should keep Hunter glued towards outer, right? You're removing one man from half the map, and that's why Level 0 Esports are looking to strike. So they're being very smart about how they approach this as well. But they need to be quick. 50 seconds left. A 2-man defense towards ramp still stands tall as they have set a crossfire. Are Level 0 Esports going to be ready to break this crossfire is the question, because Hunter, he's allowed Torres to sneak in through secret. Oh no! This could be the play that they need, as they have the opener. Master, he's down 17 HP, but Haiwan, he's good on the hold. He's gotten 2 in his bag already, and Master could work off this, but Hunter on the quick rotate. Torres has taken way too long. He could down Hunter, perhaps no. He misses the no scope, and Torres takes his head off, but Bondev re-aggressing from Trophy downs him with ease. Torres, 11 HP is all he has to work with. Counting the utility.
Look at that time though. 10 seconds. Gets the leg through the smoke. It should be, yeah, he gets the thing, but he can't retrieve the C4 and do anything about this round. U Mumba.
If he landed that shot through the smoke and tried to play fast off it, then it would have been a possibility, because 12 seconds, I guess a quick B-hop and a little bit of luck might have gotten him into the site. But hey, that's a stretch, and talking about stretches, U Mumba Esports, they've got a scoreline which is so wide apart, so close together, that it feels like this is not the U Mumba that entered the first half. Hunter, he's revived his presence with this AWP and completely shook up how Level 0 Esports have to approach this. They can't do anything. They can't go passive. They can't go aggressive, because the Hunter is waiting, and the Hunter is happy. He gets the first frag. He falls back. He's gonna
the Jaguar, those creeps in.
Oh boy, this is just one hell of a blunder coming in from Level 0 Esports, but hey, it's just pistols that they had to work with. Torres. Could have been a shot, but in all honesty, I find that somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
That was a
amazing.
pixel angle there. Don't even think he saw Hunter in that exchange, and U Mumba pulled back another round. Double digits. They are calm and collected. And over on the Level 0 camp, you can see there is some cause for concern. Not that they were jubilant in the first place when they were leading, but U Mumba riding the momentum. Level 0 Esports though, it's still only 4 rounds that they need.
Only 4, and that's been the case for the past few rounds as well. The Molotov will force Trist on the aggression, but have they discovered the presence towards Hunt? Hyvan gets the first kill, and it's on the back lines. Luckily, Jaguar removes him from the situation, but there are more men flooding in as the second passes. Zero Cool, he's down to 4 HP as well. Everyone's blind. Macho, he gets a return on the Ritz, but how long could he hold on to the alive for himself? Master coming in from the back lines. U Mumba Esports, they just do not want to stop. Level 0, they try to do a fast play towards A, but U Mumba are simply faster, smarter, and better. One round away.
Hunter has bodies coming at him. He misses the first one.
Nade.
The nade out is going to do decent damage, but now switches to the USP. Tap, 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 tap. Torres soon to go down. That's a
Hunter
4K.
at 39 frags, ladies and gentlemen. This is vintage stuff coming in from him. I don't think I've seen a performance like this from Hunter in a while.
He's going massive here for U Mumba, carrying them on his shoulders. He's gotten them to even Stevens, best of 1 elimination match, round 25. Can he keep rolling with the punches? He's
look at the
wide,
confidence.
but
Oh my
oh my
goodness.
lord, he's gonna kill them all. Jumps up and
could have landed
unfortunate
another.
gets traded away, but
This is the sheer confidence, right? You can see how determined this guy is to go and get that one opener. Put some kind of pressure on a level 0, and it's Macho who's down as well. Not having the best of games this time around, only on 8 kills. Level 0 Esports. They have a minor advantage because they have the man neutralizer, but mind you, even on the back of a man neutralizer, they're not able to secure rounds. It's U Mumba on the other end with fast rotations and real good crossfires, who have managed to secure the site on multiple locations on a consistent basis as well. Now, with the presence towards Secret, for the first time, they're going to head towards the B side. As it's been a consistent case where they gain Secret control but rotate late through Secret towards A side.
Torres?
It's going to be a little
Torres.
expensive and not the best of weapons to go hunting with, although Duck Hunt would prove me wrong. Now, they have the man advantage at U Mumba. They can just chill out, lay their boots up on the center table, and Ritz, he needed to land that frag. This was the all-important one. Zero Cool, he gets that kill, he falls back. He's down at 10 HP, does not need to force a fight. U Mumba, they need to be the ones on the rotate, and that's going to buy so much distraction. Jaguar downing Hyvan. This round has gotten good and better for Level 0 Esports. Finally, some resemblance of life, although Bond have to take that life quickly away from Zero
They don't see
Cool.
the player at Wentz, and this is gonna cost
Wait,
them
what?
some
Bond
time.
Oh no!
What?
Trist! How did he let this one go away?
Jaguar, no.
He's left in a 1 versus 1 position given away. Master needs to be quick on his heels. He's trying to punch in the defuse. Jaguar, he needs to force the issue. He's not a believer. Master, can he pull up the ninja? He does! U Mumba Esports. It is...
Pros
Oh
don't
my
fake.
God. Hunter on 40 frags. The ninja defuse at such a crucial point in
Ritz
the game.
and Kappa, they're smiling away. They know the luck gods are all on their side here today. And Level 0 Esports, unfortunately, the last few rounds have come tantalizingly close, but U Mumba take the lead.
And Macho, he's taking the business all
Alright.
onto his own books. Jaguar, he's good for the first, and they are trying to fight tooth and nail. Level 0 Esports, far too aggressive for U Mumba to reply in kind. 13-13.
How fast was that equalizer? They just rush into the A side, get the frags in, as simple as that. U Mumba caught napping maybe. 13-13, level 0. First 3 rounds gets them over the finish line. Hunter back on the AWP.
How else would you want this man? He's gonna take a passive angle towards Hut, but nobody from Level 0 Esports want to play aggressively there. Jaguar is gonna be on the push towards ramp, and they will have to play a little safe around this though. Master, he's completely fallen back towards the B side, and Hyvan's quick on the rotate. He knows that he cannot allow the B side to go leak. For now, Level 0 Esports, they've gained control, significant amount of control. given a little more time, they could reposition towards Hell as well. But this rotation from Hunter is even more smart. You know why? Because he didn't take the easiest and the most expected route. He took the high road. Always expect the unexpected. Are level 0 esports gonna expect it is the question. Torres still looking for that one opening. Hunter, he's not spotted anybody thus far. And at this point, they should have a good inkling as to where they're headed, because Master saw a couple of people before he did disengage. Ritz, he swings wide and Torres wasn't ready for it. The frag going the way of U Mumba Esports as level 0 esports have to make a reactionary play now that Nade is a dead giveaway as to what their position is. And now with the B side leaked, it's all on Master to come alive at his team's request. The spray through the smoke is wild, but it doesn't connect on anybody. And is he going to challenge? Is he going to give the man advantage away? No. 30 seconds left. They know that they have this round in their belt. Nobody from level 0 esports will be able to reposition comfortably. At the side is where they'll need to hold, and if they need to punch a hole through the defense, they will need to do it in style. Luckily they're down in the south, so Tollywood is still a thing, but they need to be on 5th gear. U Mumba, they're taking their time with this.
Does decent damage onto Triss. They push through, and the defense just melts, leaving it all down to Macho. 1v4. How did this post plant go? Oh, so bad. The flag smoke coming in. Macho.
And it's done. He calls it quits.
Yeah.
U Mumba, 14 rounds, 1 round away from map and match point. And is this the way level 0 esports go home? This couldn't have gotten any more intense, because they got the bomb plant, hence they will be able to reinvest Shade. It is an arena right now, and Hunter seems like he's Kratos. 42 frags on this man. Nobody's even, I think only one man is close to half his skills, and that's Torres. With 23 if I'm not mistaken.
And Bondef drops the smoke back down. Hunter this time around, no shots through the smoke.
Nah, that's shenanigans. Quick play towards B. Level 0 esports, the last time we did this, they did take control of the side, but that Master, he's gonna be good to hold his ground, but only for one. Bondef trying to work the back lines, but he can't be good for claiming the kill. Jaguar is quicker on the trigger. Ritz does luckily get a refrag though, maintaining the even numbers, but he's gonna aggress. Oh no, they spot each other. That is so awkward. Kind of reminds me of college. 2 versus 3 nonetheless. Hunter, he has the AWP, and this is the one man you do not want alive. Level 0 esports, at this point, I wouldn't blame them if they get a little bit of shock or PTSD. Just look at this man's picture. He is ready. It's like, carry karna hai bhai.
2v3 as Hunter on the move with the... Oh! Sit down, son. Sit down.
My throat gave up on me. That kill was deliciously disgusting, and Hunter, the also won't push him deep enough. Jaguar puts him to silence in the most peaceful way possible. Ritz is going to be pushing the smoke. Macho lets go of the angle in the worst possible moment. The nade is a dead giveaway at his position being well known, but look at the knowledge on that man. Knew exactly where the second player was playing from. Blind as a bat lands that kill. He's down at 13 HP. He's going to ninja this one. Jaguar on the peak. The ding comes in, but not enough for the kill. Jaguar on 25 HP survives. 14 of 14. Level 0 esports taking this one neck to neck. U Mumba, they don't have money. Hunter will not be on his fabled AWP. Is this going to be level 0 esports on map and match point?
This might just come down to maybe just a couple of individually brilliant plays. They have to go aggressive. Bondef, first one down, they get the trade-off. Master goes down as well. Jaguar stands stellar. The pistols can't really do much here, and looks like it will be level 0 esports on to match point first. Hunter does get the first frag in, upgrades himself to the AK.
He has armor, he has the AK, and he
no
knows
kits
that he can
available,
invest in the next one as
so
well.
I don't see.
They'd be more than comfortable saving the guns. At this point, they would fight for utility, and Hunter might be able to go back to his AWP. I think glass cannon is still a possibility, and a viable one in that as well, considering Hunter has been on point for this entire game. It's gonna be one hell of the last round though.
Hunter goes down, and it is crucial that Ritz hangs on to this AK. This might just be the difference maker, but it gets taken off his hands, and level 0 esports 4,750. The magical number. 44 frags.
There we go.
Out comes the glass cannon AWP. It's now or never. Has 44 frags, but he needs to step up this round if U Mumba are to stay in the competition.
Smart position though. He's relying on one member from level 0 to go for that bait jump, and he's going to try and land that shot. Nobody from level 0 are offering themselves up. They know that this is do or die for them as well. They can't afford to let this one go to overtime.
And look at Haiwan as well, the auto shotty from above the hut.
This is some classic CS. This is some Hiko level CS. It's going to be real fun to see if he's able to put this one to good use, and that's the perfect position he can use it in as well.
They smoke off Hunter. That's
Yeah.
the AWP taken out of contest right now. But I do think it is going to be the A hit coming through Haiwan.
All eyes are on him. This man can deliver. We've seen him deliver even on the big stages, and now he needs to deliver in the biggest moment of asking. U Mumba on the verge of elimination. They are hanging on to this game and their tournament lives
he
by a
gets
thread.
off the
And Haiwan,
position.
this is an even more concealed and close position. This could be what changes the game. Haiwan, dodging the flash is not coming his way. Hunter's going to be good for a frag himself as well. Hunter chiming in with a second, and this is going to be overtime. 15-15. We go the distance. What a player. What a game.
Oh wow, does go into overtime number 1 there. Level 0 Esports decide to go towards that A site, and Hunter
48
stepped up
frags.
with 4 frags there in the final round.
Exactly. 4 frags with 1 chimed in from Haiwan. And I think recently there was this bar set by Sai to have one of the most kills in ILG Season 3, which was streamed, and now Hunter's taken that record away, right? Oh, he got 42 frags and Hunter with 48, and in the regional phase as well against what you'd consider the best team from Kolkata.
We do have a pause coming in.
I guess even the players are like, guys, it's been a long day.
I see one of the players has gotten off his seat.
At this point, it could be just, relaxing the nerves, making sure you're mentally reset before you do enter overtime.
It's good both teams are going to get a nice little breather.
At this point in time, this has certainly delivered, Shade. Both Level 0 Esports and U Mumba, they have individual moments where they have looked brilliant. On the defense, U Mumba were able to hold on to their ground. Level 0 Esports, after their first half on the CT side, they never really looked the same, right? On their first half, they seemed a little more confident, but right now they seem a little more broken. They seem a little more, to be kind of specific, in shock. They're not able to get these frags that you usually see them hit, and that's very surprising. And just imagine, Shade, if that ninja diffuse was just 1 second off, we'd be in a completely different spot right now.
The comeback, you can even hear the gamers out there who are watching just outside in the viewing area. The voices are getting louder and louder by the round. I expected this to not go this close. In fact, I thought U Mumba were going to comfortably take this win, but at one point of time, Level 0 Esports might have even gotten to 16 with U Mumba on single digits. That was how far ahead they were, but
This comeback they made in the second half.
Yeah, that was the Uno reverse momentum shift onto the other side. And U Mumba now, they deal up with the first match point pretty easily. Both teams, of course, facing elimination here in the lower bracket finals. Huge shout out to all the sponsors. Title sponsor Alienware, powered by Logitech G. Associate sponsors Next Wave Multimedia and Kaspersky. GP partner Galax. Energy drink partner Monster Energy. For viewers you tuning in, don't forget to hit that like, share and subscribe button. We've had tournaments from the beginning of June. We've had about close to 700 tournaments as part of season 3. We had the regional qualifiers in January and now the 3-day grand finale. Day 1 never seemed to get over. We had Super Smash Bros, Tekken, FIFA and WCC Rivals. It was Dota yesterday, and the final day probably have the best of the best in store for you guys. Round 1 of OT number 1.
The AWP back onto Hunter's hands, and he has been quite the lethal hunter with that weapon. U Mumba. This has certainly been a game where he's carried his entire team on his shoulders. Level 0 on the other hand. I'm not quite certain, but this seems like one of the few times they have picked up the AWP on their T side voluntarily from the start. Jaguar. He's not found as much success with it as of yet. Again, right now, if you are Level 0 Esports, there should be whispers in your ear saying, why did you rush towards hut? But we are at a logical conclusion for a reason, and now with the flashes in, this could be a problem.
Hunter at secret, the Molotov is going to further push him behind.
And they have relinquished control as well. Hunter does not want to re-aggress. He is quite passive. He expects Level 0 Esports to come rushing into him, and that's been the case for the past few rounds, even when he has been getting these frags. It's only a few occasions on where he's gone aggressive and peeked in the angle. Given time, that would be what he'd like to do. And 30 seconds left. Level 0 Esports, they need to hit a side fast. Ritz, he's going to be holding a real good angle towards Hell, as now his team needs to be worried about the backstab from Heaven as well. Zero Cool ends up going down, but little does he know there are players right above him. They're giving away significant amount of information. Torres on the entry, too many as he downs Bond F, and this is just the dissimulation of the defense. Hunter, he's rushing in. Could he deny the plan? No, he can't. But Master in with the trade. Hunter ends up going down though. A 2 versus 3. Ritz, he snuck in from the outside. Jaguar is looking at this exact position. The Glock is actually the P250, but the drive-by headshot nonetheless. Master in from lobby, but there's barely anything he can do. Macho already expecting this from the get-go, and U Mumba, they just got bamboozled.
And Master here, I think he's just going to go ahead and call for the save as a Level 0 Esports. First round of OT should do them good to build some confidence.
And you can just see, right, that they're like, guys, defense में ये हुआ था, तो हमें ये करना है. And again, with the way they react, U Mumba, they are quick to how they fill the holes. So they shouldn't be having as much problems here. They realized that they didn't get aggressive towards the last 30 seconds and allowed Level 0 Esports to walk into them. So in this case, not really as much of an outplay, just the case of luck working against them. Jaguar has the AWP primed towards doors, but no peek offered to him as of yet. Hunter, AWP out at hand, but simply not offered a duel as of yet. Level 0 Esports have been doing a good job avoiding Hunter as well, right? They know that right now Hunter has been on a hot streak, and on the back of Hunter, it's been quite easy for U Mumba. Now they want to pressure the weak points. Now they want to see how other players do react to the pressure. Jaguar already done 46 HP, but he's expecting Hunter to go on the peak at any moment, holding the angle towards Hell. At least a rotation. Level 0. Slow to gain control towards outers. Again, nobody from U Mumba is ready to contest it though. The only realistic person who can is Hunter, but in that process he'd let go of Hell, which means there could be a leak towards both A and B. Hunter on the repeat will be able to down Torres towards Houter, and this is a little bit of information to Level 0 Esports. They have control towards ramp room, perhaps a flood in towards B. They want to avoid this Hunter at any cost, and now the commitment. Trist, he's going to be playing a backstab towards Yard, perhaps could drop down Vents late. They'll need a clear side, they'll even be clinical about it. Trist, he's good for the first, and Macho knows exactly where Rich is playing from. The smoke will give him cover for the plant, as there can't be a deny coming in through the door, and they will be able to set up post that as well. Hunter quick on the frag. He knew that Chris was low, jumping down with the USP like a madman down him. Mind you, they have 2 defuse kits and a little bit of utility to base their retake out of. Master on the peak towards Orange Doors, trying to get the tag on Macho, and he's downing him to 12 HP, but there is a crossfire instead. Zero Cool, he's going to be good for the fray. 2 versus 2, now make it a 1 versus 2. It's all on Macho. 10 HP and a dream is what this boy has, and he does not have clutch in him. 16-16, U Mumba again just keep trading blows with each other.
Back and forth, we continue here in the lower bracket semi-final match. 16-16. Prize pool of 10 lakh INR, 5 lakh for first place, 2.5 for second, 1.5 L for third, and 1 L for fourth. So there's a lot more than just pride and glory on the line here today, and this match is testament to how skilled some of these players are. The first one through, the second one barely missing, and that is going to give access over towards secret to Level 0 Esports.
But this has been the go-to move for Level 0 U Mumba. They have to be accustomed to it at this point. Master, he's holding a relatively safe angle, but the problem is the later and later it gets, Level 0 Esports, they're going to start boxing him in, and he's only going to be good for the 1 kill as the rotation will be cut off momentarily. Torres gets the first on a highbound bond after the refrag, but 0 kill. He doubles up. Both Ritz and Master fall to his hands. A 2 versus 3 as they are trying to find these frags, but nobody from Level 0 Esports are budging. They have a Molotov to perhaps push Macho off position. Hunter picks up the M4. Macho, he's going to transition towards the dead corner, and the nade. It doesn't finish the job off. Down to 27, but Hunter should be able to wide swing and perform a clear. Shoulder should be seen first, peeking in from the superior angle. Macho has no chance. Hunter doubling up, could go for the triple. Trist, he was so low to begin with, and Hunter yet again stepping up for his team. A quad kill in the round to give them the advantage as they enter the overtime half with the round lead. 55 frags.
Yeah. He doesn't want to stop anytime soon. The second highest is 22 on high one. That is a lot more than half of what high one has here. Hunter 55-19. Dear Lord, that is DM practice numbers to an extent there, OG.
Perhaps we should give this man a silver as a medal, you know, because he is just absolutely owning it here. I don't think I've seen this sort of a performance ever. Ever. It is against players who are equally as good and are at his caliber as well. It is not a landslide. It is not something that happens every day, and Hunter, he's got to be feeling real proud about himself right now.
But the job is not done just yet. U Mumba need 2 more rounds to move on in the lower bracket. Flashes coming through. Hunter moves into position. Ritz, control of lobby. And they're going to start working in as Jaguar, completely blind, drops down. Manages to hold on to his life and is falling all the way back towards the site.
He is playing again. Well, here's the problem. Level 0 Esports, their defense is becoming relatively easy to read. There are these set protocols that they have just in case things go wrong. And that contingency is not really that dynamic, right? They always reposition in the same positions. Hence, it's so easy for Macho to get these entries when they do boil the time down. And they have an empty side, Shade. They have an empty side to waltz into. There is resistance offered, though, a little later on, that is. And this is the problem. You are crunched upon by so many positions. The spam, Bond F, he is so relentless in that kill. He could have gotten refragged at any different position, and he just does not care. He's going for the spray, he's going for the finish, and he's going to put U Mumba Esports on map and match point. Macho's all that remains. He has a defuse kit. He's been spotted out. He could have been taken out, but he's gotten the first frag, and that's all he's gonna get. Hunter there to claim his 56th frag, and U Mumba are ready.
He's rubbed off his confidence on the rest of his teammates as well. That was a team effort there that round, giving U Mumba Esports match point here to progress over to the lower bracket final. Level 0 Esports for the first time will be facing elimination here this time around, but Jaguar is back on the big green. He's got only the one flashbang
and nobody there to offer a peek as of yet. Jaguar, he'll need to be clinical on the AWP. The peek not offered just yet, but Trist gets the opener nonetheless. The man disadvantage for U Mumba, but this is where they're at their best, right? When time starts to boil down. A minute 20 on the clock, and they soon should be able to get their power spike.
Early man advantage for Level 0 Esports.
Hunter.
Hunter's like, yep.
We all saw that. There's no running away from that, my friend. The Molotov.
Jaguar though needs to step up and hit some shots. He legs
nasty.
Ritz there. Flashbang immediately through, but they're going to continue to push through. He missed the crucial one.
Oh, no.
Misses the second as well. And that might just cost Level 0 Esports here. Man advantage goes the way of U Mumba. They're scrambling back towards the B-bomb side. Zero Pool needs to step it up, but he can't find the first.
4 versus 2, but look at the HP on both Master and Ritz. It's still a fleeting opportunity here for Level 0 Esports to pull this one back in their favor. The bomb is being planted, the time starting to tick down. Level 0 Esports, their tournament lives are on their line here. U Mumba, it looked like a slow start for them, but they awoke and they did it in style. The flash, Trist wants to go in the peak. They are ready to swing.
There is a kick on Trist though, so they can possibly buy some time. But Trist 1 HP. Down goes the hammer, and U Mumba Esports take the win. Hunter, an absolute monster of a performance in that lower bracket semi-final match. Whew. OT number 1 and was needed there to settle that lower bracket affair, but
and what a performance by Hunter as well, right? You have to give it to this man. I don't think in 2 years of casting, in so many years of playing, I don't think I've seen something like that.
Yeah,
look at my eyes.
That was definition solo carry. Hard carry right there. Hunter, hats off. But U Mumba Esports will march on. Big shout out to Level 0 though. That was expected to be a lot shorter than
it actually went down.
Yeah, it actually went down eventually. Decent effort, but their road in the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale ends. They will walk away with the 1 lakh INR and 4th position. This is Shadesaya. That is OG the low-res chicken. We will take a quick break. Coming up next, the match that you've been waiting for, the upper bracket final. Wings going up against Global Esports. Should be a cracker of a fight. What's up, guys? Welcome to the ILG Cup Season 3 Grand Finale. I'm Shesya. Joining me is Zero Cool from Level Zero Esports. Zero Cool, first up, that must have been heartbreaking there at the end, especially after holding a pretty big lead towards the starting part of that second half.
Yeah, we actually couldn't read the game later the game, so they played pretty well. We did our best, but couldn't end the match on brighter note.
So, what does 2020 and quite possibly 2021 hold for Level Zero Esports? What's coming up next?
Pretty uncertain at this point because a roster change might be inevitable, but I'm not sure too. So there's that. Maybe we will work hard for a better future.
Wishing you all the very best, Zero Cool. An amazing performance. Level Zero Esports finishing 4th in ILG Cup Season 3 finale. Up next, I'd like to call upon Hunter from U Mumba Esports. Hunter, first up, that was... we were talking about it on the caster cam that, hey, super hard carry there, man. 59 frags. What was going through your mind as you were just going frag after frag, round after round, feeling absolutely unstoppable?
First of all, I'm sorry, I'll answer your question a little later. I want to give a big shout out to Level Zero Esports because they played damn well, and actually I also want to say that they actually played better than us. So a big shout out to them. Keep practicing hard and show this level of performance in the future LAN event.
I mean, at the start of the game, we said, hey, that is probably going to be a pretty easy affair for U Mumba Esports, but Level Zero, they came out guns blazing. They came ready for you guys on Nuke, and a couple of rounds, if it had gone their way, could have been a complete different story, but take nothing away from you guys. You stepped up when it mattered. You were, I think, down by about 6 rounds at one point of time, but there was a complete change in the momentum, and eventually you were able to see it through on OT. Walk us through what was going through in that comms while you were trailing Level Zero.
So, to be honest, in the start, like when we vetoed the last 2 matches, Inferno and Nuke, and we picked Nuke because we practiced a lot on SG server against SCA teams, and we played pretty well. But we didn't know how they played, and they actually played too good. They always on the first half, always on our every round, they were countering us by, I don't know, two people are there, and every single person of them is killing 2 people before we can trade. So I think that's a big thing for them because all of their players were playing too good. So when basically coming into the game, we were leading, I think 5-1 if I'm not wrong. We were leading 5-0, 5-1. Then round by round clutches went by, and then we just started to crumble, you know. And then I couldn't think of anything, so I just said that I'm just gonna go and kill now. So second half we lost the pistol as well, and I called for a force buy. If we didn't win that round, then we would have been 13-5 down. So we won that force buy, and then the comeback started.
By the way, I'm not sure if you realize this. There were at least, I think, 3 shots with the scout into the smoke. That was maybe a pixel away from being a headshot. And we just went saying, hey, it's probably not Hunter's day. On another day, that was 2 or 3 kills right there. But then you take the round regardless and start that comeback. Now, you have yourself some time. You got to sit back and watch the upper bracket match between Wings and Global Esports. So we quickly finish off this talk with a couple of questions. One, who would you rather face between the two in the lower bracket final? And secondly, who do you think is going to win it?
I think not to be cocky, but if I'm playing like that, I don't care who comes in front of us. I just want my team to play as well as I'm doing right now. I just want to give them the good vibes I'm feeling right now. And it doesn't matter Global comes or Blaze comes. If I'm playing and my team is playing like this, then we can beat anyone.
Perfect, man. Again, congratulations on that victory. That is Hunter from U Mumba Esports. They will be going up next in the lower bracket final, but it is the upper bracket final coming up next. Wings versus Global Esports. Victor goes through to the grand finals later today. Who will win? Stick around to find out. final. Wings, Esports, on to train we go. OG, predictions.
Okay, I'm going to be upfront with this one. Wings have a real good chance. They're starting off on the CT side. I have an inkling that they might be prepared, but hey, I'm open to surprises as much as you are.
Yeah,
Shay.
let's just jump straight into the match. I think the pistol round is ready to go.
And it's going to be Wings starting off on the CT side. Like said, Global Esports, they have a smoke, they have 2 flashes, and they have a decent bit of time remaining, a minute 32, as they've gained a decent bit of real estate. They've rooted out every possible avenue where Wings could get aggressive, and Skills is stuck towards the IV position. Wings, they're looking to play off reactive plays to see if they can catch Global Esports off guard in the process. So far, so good. A minute 12 left on the clock. Global Esports, they're expecting Wings to be a little impatient. They're expecting a push, but it's simply not to come. Helef and Caramel are going to hold the opposing side, and Global Esports are slowly but surely rotating over to perhaps hit towards the haze side. Skills, still undiscovered. No sound made, no presence given from Wings. 40 seconds left. They need to check the close corner. It's a bait and switch play. Oh, they walk right through Skill. It's an execution, and they are lambs on the slaughter. Super Kid, he gets information working on the back of Skill support from Ivy. As Hell Ranger is left with an all to do. Super Kid spamming away at his dead body as well. 1-0. Wings win the pistol.
Production, let's have a look at that again. The sweet 1-2 taps at the beginning.
1-0, Wings off to a good start, and Global Esports, it is not what you'd expect. A couple of Glocks, that's all we have to work with. Right now, Global Esports, they have 1 flash to work with. Perhaps a quick play would really help them. They're expecting maybe a backstab to come through, courtesy of Wings having SMGs and maybe wanting to be a little impatient. He comes in, Marzel is going to be good for the first, and they have information here. They're going to be playing passive. They know they're up against pistols, and there's no need to overextend in that scenario. Rossi is going to be on top of the first train, and nobody from Global Esports is ready to make the pounce just yet, but he's setting himself up perfectly to counter a rush towards the lower. Problem is, it's going to be galore towards the uppers, and Rossi, he will need to perhaps change the way he's going to defend. He's good for 2, but the instant refrag does come in. It's actually eventual refrag, and not as quick as expected, but can't hold on to the life. One man on the hold, who did end up getting 2 kills with the MP9, so good so far. Wings not giving much away to Global Esports, as now comes the buy. One thing iconic about this lineup and train is Deathmaker. He is just an absolute beast, especially on a map like Train, where aggression is rewarded. And on the CT side, you usually see him get aggressive towards either T-Con or SL. On the T side, you can see him do the same as well. Perhaps just change the pace up a notch when required. Very volatile player in nature. Global Esports pushed back courtesy of the utility from Wings, allowing them to get forward position here. Sometimes the best defense could be the offense, and that's what Wings have in mind towards the A side. But Super Kid to go down towards Ivy, and that's the league that Global Esports have been searching for as they wrap around through Old Train. Helef, the smoke will hold him at bay and put the MP9 at its best use. Close range, up close and personal. Hellfire didn't stand a chance. Antidote, he's on the other side of the smoke, but like his picture says, he's going to be sneaky beaky about it. Hell Ranger, all that excitement, and he couldn't get that kill. A 3 versus 4. Deathmaker jumping down to the low ground, and there's no escape. Marzel, expecting that play, will down him with ease. Antidote, he's coming in from the back lines. The Rossi completely caught unaware. A 2 versus 2. Marzel to keep the numbers advantage in the favor of Wings. Caramel, he has let gone of the entirety of his team to get the plant and a potential 1 versus 2, but he's not punching in the digits just yet. He wants to see if he can find a man and then go for the 1 versus 1. Marzel, he's already crossed from the Old Train towards 1.6. He's going to be punching in the digits here, Caramel, but I doubt he'd have the awareness. Marzel, he's already already in through Ivy, and the backstab from SL in the form of Lucia. 3-0 Wings managed to hold on to this round, but boy did it get spicy towards Ivy.
Into this, but Wings recover.
And right now they're maintaining the clean sheet as well. Global Esports, they did get the plan. Some of the best talent in the country to decimate the CT side defense, which is sometimes harder to break through, but after the Krieg meta has become a little questionable. The earlier Antidote gets
look at Marzel. Auto shot. He wants to try and take on DM King, but he goes for the 2 shots in to the body, and he gets the opener.
And this is what you love from Marzel, right? Just cheeky, classic Marzel. Again, with the XM, he's blessed. Wings. Again, up close and personal, but against the MAC-10s, they still come up on top of the trade. Super Kid is going to lay down a smoke and should lay down his exit as well. The flash allows him to disengage and might allow Lucia to re-engage. He ends up going down with the MAC-10 Hellranger on the run and gun mission. The double flash, and now comes the commitment. This is where the MAC-10 could have been put to good use. Another flash would have allowed the entry to its side, and Hellranger needs to do exactly that. The flash with the train, but the spam! Super Kid catches Hell off guard. Antidote failing on the cover duty, and Hellranger already discovered. Easy cleanup duty towards yard. Wings 4-0.
Here on train. It's a map we didn't get to see the entire day in the first 3 matches, so the results though continue to be the same. It is Wings dominating from the get-go. Let's see if Global Esports are going to be able to mount a comeback this round. Antidote is out on the AWP.
And the push from Super Kid, they have been aggressive through Ivy for the past couple of rounds, but it's a passive kind of aggressive, right? Where you're holding the off angle, expecting Demon to walk into you. In the pistol round, it was Skills. In the round prior, it was SK Rossi. But that is a position where he looked to go for the peak, which he really didn't at the end, just opted out, took the more conservative route. And the boost from Antidote, nobody from Wings would even dare to peek this, as Marzel is the only one, and he has the AWP surprisingly, not onto either Super Kid or Lucia. What do you think about this Marzel AWP pickup?
I mean, Marzel used to play a lot of the Skills pushes through, and it's Caramel who finds the opener, but Marzel wants to continue. Yeah, we were just talking about him. He wants to continue pushing this through the smoke.
Alright.
Now Caramel is going to retreat back out. And the Global Esports, managed to hang on to the man advantage as Antidote with the AWP. In fact, Hellaf is the first one to get traded back across. Antidote taking a little bit of damage.
And Deathmaker open things up, downing Marzel towards Blue Train. He gets yet another. Deathmaker destroys the setup towards the A side, as the rest of Wings are left to wonder where to fly now. I guess a save call's already been dissed out. They will have money to reinvest, potentially even into a double op setup if needs be, but would you consider that a little too early? Because they just lost their first round. It's 4-1. They should make sure that this doesn't enter the U Mumba scenario where you get off to a good start, it becomes slow, there's a little turbulence, then you're getting good again. They should focus on getting as many rounds as humanly possible on their CD side, because when they go to their T side, they will be able to replicate plays, but only a couple of times. You have Marzel, you have players like Rossi and Super Kid who have good game. You have Marzel who has a great brain. You have Skills and Lucia who have a ton of experience, right? Skills, Marzel, former Entity players, they definitely did pick up a lot of stuff in their time playing in multiple rosters. Super Kid and Lucia, former teammates in older games, and Rossi, top 4.
For Global Esports, as Wings will be back on the buy. Super Kid on the AWP and is heading towards. For a second I thought he was going to peek Ivy, but
assume the Ivy aggression is going to come in yet again, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Global Esports That smoke, if I'm not mistaken, does land towards the Ivy train, and it does seem like it's a fake towards the A side as a rush towards B seems imminent. Rossi, he's all alone inside, and he needs to hold on to it. The feed comes in wide from Hell and he gets the instant headshot. Rossi, he didn't see him in the corner of his eyes, but he saw him in his nightmare, and it didn't look good. Deathmaker already posted up aggressive lead through Oil as Hell looks to make more room. He gets yet another on a Marzel, and this is just Global Esports shutting down Wings on the B side. No questions asked. That smoke is a dead signal to Wings from Global Esports saying, get the hell out of my swamp. 4-2, Global Esports finally starting to put up some numbers.
Simple execute there. They get in utility towards A, leaving Rossi all alone at B when the rush comes in through lower. Rossi unable to find even a single frag there at the go. That was pretty much round done at that point of time. Superkid does manage to take down Deathmaker, but eventually the call comes in for that save. 42 Wings. How's the money look like? I think Marzil should be able to buy Rossi as well.
There should be the investment made, but the only problem is if Global Esports do manage to win this round out, they'll be at an equalizer full stop because Wings have no economy. They have nothing resembling an economy whatsoever. They might just go on the force, maybe Skilled and Lucia could just drop pistols or something along that line. But still, Superkid, he's burning alive, he's burning down at 37 HP. The peak not given and his HP taken away. Rossi, he's trying to bait them in on the peak. Beautiful shot on a Deathmaker as he disengages the man advantage firmly in the court of Wings. Look at Skills. Wait, what? Why is Skills choosing to go aggressive? Caramel is on the opposing end, and now they have an inkling. Caramel knows exactly what's up, and the peak comes instantaneously. Advantages being traded across the board, and mind you, Rossi is tagged to 6 HP alongside Superkid on 37. Wings.
Push through Ivy, but Lucia has got the angle down. Helef waiting in for Antidote to join him. The last time they tried this, it was Marzel to drop Helef, but this time they're going to drop the smoke down, allowing access to back alley. And
beautiful rotation from Superkid. Knew exactly what's up. Communication to the pin, and Global Esports looking to be pinned down. Antidote still struggling to find the opener as Marzel finds yet another kill onto Hellranger. Global Esports, they are being chipped at piece by piece until they turn pieces. Caramel, he will be forced to over-aggress to compensate for the loss of his teammates, and Lucius expecting that exact play to come his way. Antidote might be one of the best ops in the country, but he needs to step up right now when his team needs him the most. The smoke will give him a little more room to breathe, and he has a Molotov and a flashbang. Molotov potentially for cover towards old tracks. There we go. 11 seconds left, and he decides to go on the save. He doesn't want anything to do with this 1 versus 3. He knows how much value the op carries, and he knows how much damage he can do with the op in the coming rounds.
Wings readjust and get their 5th. What was a shutdown all the way from CT spawn as they dropped the smoke in, allowing Helef to aggress from Ivy, but couldn't really make much more from that situation. Superkid AWP this time. Maybe an aggressive IVP?
Yeah, that's what we have in the plate. But do we have anybody from Global Esports ready on the receiving end?
Just about.
They have completely negated this. They want to commit towards A, no questions asked. Skills barely able to make his life in one piece as Antidote finds Superkid towards Ivy Train. Helef, he's given the avenue to aggress while Antidote holds in the boost. But Wings, they're playing counter aggressive. Look at Skills. He's in a perfect position to strike as he gets the first, but he needs to play fast.
There's a player right up next to him, but he might be able to
look at that though. Oh no!
Drops the C4. They do eventually get the trade, but it is already very expensive. 3v3. They should be able to recover the C4 here. Smoke preventing Lucia from getting an angle onto this
But he
Molotov.
could go towards heaven. He could sneak his way all the way up there. And with Marzel already in position towards 1.6, this could set up for a fabulous defense because Rossi is holding towards ID as well. There is literally no room for Global Esports to get on a potential flank. But they are able to pick up the bomb here. Global Esports, slow and steady progress being made. Antidote still surviving with the AWP as he's trying to find yet another man on the defense. The flash goes wide up and Antidote catches Rossi off guard. Beautiful bait and switch play. That information should have come from heaven and he should have an inkling that there is a play towards here. Marzel waiting for the peak. That's inevitable, but the peak comes in from both ends. Caramel spamming his way through. Will be able to find the kill. Lucia with the double as he's now in a 1v1 against Hellranger. In-game leader against former in-game leader, and Lucia stepping up with the Global Esports still stuck at 2 rounds. Wings. So far, their wings are working. They're soaring sky high. But this is what you'd expect on the T side of Train, right? A little bit of a hassle. They brought it down to a 3 versus 3, but just the patience from Wings wore down Global Esports' push.
Indeed, but if there is anyone who can find a solution to breaking the Wings defense is Hellranger. And right now, they're going to slow things down. I haven't seen them take control of back alley too much thus far. This time it's going to be DM King and Caramel. Moving in towards the B side again. Rossi alone.
Last time he was not able to even contribute a frag because he was simply caught off guard. No other explanation as to how. Rossi is good for the first. Again, gonna get caught off guard as Deathmaker just rushes through. Luckily, there is an early rotate. All 4 men already on the backtracks, and Global Esports then looking to perform a sandwich maneuver, but they need to be a little fast about their sandwich. Super Kid, he gets the refrag on a Deathmaker, but Antidote is still kicking, and he has the Krieg. He can't take this fight away. It kills. Aggressive at the perfect moment. They have the man advantage and a little bit of utility. A Molly, a smoke, a flash. That's all they have to work with. But the peak comes in nonetheless. Hellranger, he's gonna be torched a little bit, and they could hop on the defuse. Super Kid, he's being sandwiched. Skills, he's gonna prop the ninja. No! Global Esports with the last second deny. Hellranger and Hellfighter holds on to the B site.
That looked like it was Global Esports getting the bomb down, but probably not having the time enough to get into that post-plant situation. Notice, but at the end, Hellfighter and Hellranger, the Hell Wombo combo holding strong for GE, and Wings, for the first time, their economy is done. They're on pistols.
But again, they're pistols, JD. They're pistols. This is tantalizing.
Yeah, for the viewers who are tuning in and say, hey, what are these people talking about? ILG Cup Season 3 has been a story of round wins after round wins of pistol buys.
And in the most unorthodox way imaginable. So,
Doesn't look like this round, however. Never mind.
Nasty. Skills. Beautiful opener on a Hellfighter. Mind you, Deathmaker is tagged on a 16 HP. Something that they do need to keep in mind. They've opted for the safer option. They're rotating over, but the problem is, I think they have an inkling. Marzel.
Yeah, Marzel, if he can take Hellranger down and recover the AK.
That was so close, but he did manage to get the frag. Now, Lucia is going to be on the backlines relatively quickly, and Skills, he's rotating all the way through Ivy. Not the best of choices, could have gone through 1.6 or CD connector. Again, this angle is being watched by Caramel, easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's only left on his Skills, and he has the AK. Decent pickup, decent save. As in the next round, an investment is unlikely given Marzel and Rossi's money, but we could potentially see an op before we do approach an equalizer, which will mean that Wings have a chance to extend their lead even more without conceding it away.
Indeed, Skills holds on to the AK. Money situation on Wings not looking great. I think it's probably going to be, again, only upgraded pistols in for the CTs. Global Esports, 4th round on the T side. What number do you think is going to keep Global Esports feeling comfortable here at the end of the first half?
I'd say another 2 rounds and they're done.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds is a good place to be.
So here's the funny thing, all right? When the Creek meta was fully in practice, 7 to 8 rounds, but given its recent nerf and how the other factors work along with it in the game, Train is one confusing cookie. It can either go completely T-sided, completely CT-sided, equivalent, and it always puts on one hell of a show. Just like it is now, Global Esports, they are fighting it back here. Antidote, he still does not need to commit to an AWP. I find that even if Antidote is landing frags with the AWP, right, he's not able to make that quick impact that we expect from a player like Antidote. And that could be attributed to the positioning of Wings as well. They've been really smart about the way they rotate. They've been really smart about the way they peek angles and the way they're taking 3 versus 3s and 2 versus 2s. The peek comes in towards B yet again. Rossi, he's going to be on the defensive. Lucia, he's holding it through first frame, but Deathmaker is so clinical on the entry. And they're going to wrap around Rossi. He needs the transfer here. He's good for the first and the second headshot on a Deathmaker before Hellfire takes him in from the back. Marzo, he's sneaking through oil and nobody's close. Hellaf, he sticks the plant, but he needs to stick the ground. Hellfighter, he holds his boots, he holds the engagement and wins it out. Super Kid, he needs to win this out quick, gets the headshot. Now they know that should be one player lower and one player towards uppers. The Molotov committed towards a deep angle and skills could provide cover. The smoke, there is a kit amidst the side, but they're gonna commit to a fake. They know that they're gonna aggress from both ends, and Super Kid in with the instant refrag. I think there should be time for the defuse.
Where the CT was able to get behind the T's and get the initial 2 frags in, allowing the of the B side 7 to 4. AWP back out onto Antidote.
Well, you better expect them to go aggressive and get the pick now, because Global Esports, even though they're getting the frag on the entry, they're simply not able to hold on to their advantage, and this is what we expected. A quick changing of pace. Global Esports on a fast hit towards the yard. Marzel quick to the peak through Bomb Train as Caramel downs kills towards middle. Now it's a problem. A 3 versus 5 on the retake. Super Kid gonna be rushing from Old Bomb as Molotov does hold him at bay for quite a while, but the push, it works. Super Kid downs Hell and there's a smoke to cover him from Hell. Super Kid's expecting the peak though. Caramel, he walks in to the crosshair but still lands the headshot. What is that nonsense? Lucia, he throws the nade but there is barely anything to be done. Wings gonna be on the save as they flurry to save their M4s and potentially another round as well, because Global Esports, they are getting to their comfort zone, and Wings, they have no money.
Yep, Wings are gonna be out of money after this. Deathmaker as well as Hellfighter, both part of the winning team from ILG Cup season.
Obey.
From Team Obey, indeed. I still have memories of Deathmaker on that final stage, just slaughtering his opposition down. A slightly more
Modest start.
yeah, it's a modest start, but he's all the time in the world to catch up.
He has so much room as well, because in the CD side, that's where they're the most scariest, especially Deathmaker, a naturally aggressive and gifted player. Rossi is going to be having a real good position, spots Antidote's crosshair barrel as well as he tries to disengage, running for safety, tagged in the process, going to go on the repeat. Mind you, he is being cornered and he needs help. Somebody help him! The headshot cuts regardless. 9 HP is all that he has remaining, and he is still alive and kicking. A 2 versus 3 is what we have at our hands right now. The smoke saves him, and Hellranger is gonna use his own antidote against Wings. Skills. He's gonna be holding the passive angle towards the first train, and there is a backstab intuition as well. Hellranger, he downs Rossi at range, but kills immediately with the refrag. Mind you, Rossi was low player. Caramel, he has a 1 versus 2 to pull off with the triple kill for his name if he needs this round for Global Esports. But there is simply no possibility at, say, both of them peeking a similar angle. If he down skills fast enough, this could work out. No, Martel now in a 1 versus 1 with the AWP as he's left clueless as to what to do. Holding the angle, Caramel peeks right into him. 8 to 5, Wings. They get this round, but only by the skin of their teeth. They might not have an economy, but they have a decent streak going for themselves, and they will need to maintain the streak if they need to be consistent. Lucia expecting the aggression to come through Pop. Holding the offhand. Antidote, he spotted out the shoulder pads there, but Superkid doesn't budge as of yet. Could diss out the defensive smoke, and there we go, but hell, he's getting aggressive uncomfortably. So, Superkid, is he gonna be ready? No! That's such a smart play. Antidote was spamming the smoke, buying so much distraction. Superkid didn't see that coming from a mile away, and the smoke, it puts Lucia in an uncomfortable position as he's getting crunched on both electric box and towards Ivy. Somebody help this man. Marzel, he doesn't want to let go of this position because he can't leave the backline exposed. Wait, what? Lucia still finds the kill and the dink on a Deathmaker. A 2 versus 4, but a doable one in that as well. Rossi, oh my god, Deathmaker. That was absolutely grotesque. That headshot came in from absolutely nowhere and leaves Marzel with quite a mental break. Oh, wait, what?
That's a small opportunity offered, but Antidote denies Marzel from bringing in the surprise.
Yeah.
8-6, the last round of the first half, and Wings barely have any money going into this one.
A couple of deagles is all they have on the board. Lucia has picked up the scout. So the protocol for Wings here is tag and bag. The scouts tag them, the pistols bag them. Global Esports. Let's see how they do reply to this. Molotov towards uppers. He did hear Deathmaker burning at least 6 HP, so a little bit of information for Rossi. Lucia still waiting for the peak to come through T-Connector. Global Esports. For now, they don't have. Rossi significantly damages Deathmaker and skills as a real good position in through SL. Everybody from Wings gonna hold their ground towards the A-bomb side. Skills, he's gonna burn to a crisp down to 20 HP, and Deathmaker finishes him off. Now that's the A side under siege. Mind you, they have Marzel who's trying to push from Ivy, but rotations are being cut off. Caramel takes Lucia down towards 1.6. Antidote spots out his former teammate. Oh, wait, what? That's not a shot that he misses. Luckily, he does have a teammate right around the corner. Marzel gets taken down by Hellranger. Superkid trying to find a shot with the Deagle, but not lucky enough. Rossi there to pick it up. Antidote with the refrag. It goes as textbook as you can imagine is Shade. 8-7 Global Esports. Really, really good recovery coming in from them.
Indeed, man. 7 rounds on the T side. That is gonna be Global Esports having a significant edge going into their CT side. Caramel sitting on 11 frags, Antidote on 10.
Global Esports. On their CD side, the player to look out for is Deathmaker. If anybody wants to learn how to play the A side aggressively, Deathmaker's POV is something that you should consider to download, because he knows how to play around both the T connector and the SL position so consistently. And that's the beauty of it, right? It doesn't matter how many frags you get. It matters on how much you can deliver on a consistent basis. And the rush towards B, is this actually the legitimate call? Caramel, the flash will allow him to peek, but only barely, as he tries to run away for his life. Oh no, he takes so much damage on the way down, down to 60 points of health, but he does have backup headed his way, and so do opponents. Superkid's gonna get the first on a Caramel. They're trying to reply in kind. Antidote, tap, 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 tap. Finally, Lucia ends up going down. A 4 versus 5, but they've not committed everything to it just yet. Antidote, no wonder he puts a man behind his name, because that was a disgusting shot. But they know they've just been juked, because the site, it has an Uno reverse card to it. It's actually the A side where the bomb's been planted. Global Esports on the rotate as Wings have already set up for the post plant. Rossi, he's got a good angle. Hellfire gets caught off guard, trying to be a little fast in his check, trying to watch both angles at once. Deathmaker has a kit, mind you, and they know only one player's position, that being Rossi. Oh, what a second shot as well. Quick headshot, flurries his way as Marcel gets the last frag. 9-7 Global Esports. We talked about their CD side so much, but Wings, it looked like they were a step ahead. The fake towards B was brilliant, and what's even better is the fact that Global Esports did not have a clue as to what hit them. Even though they went aggressive for information, the information misled them. Wings, 1 round away from double digits. Global Esports, they're on mere pistols, and they know that the only way they can do damage if they use the Hornet Nest strategy, which is basically let your prey walk into the trap and you can all sting him at once. That way it'll be like 10 stings, and that should be enough to at least down one man.
It is going to be Rossi though.
With the
first
Mac 10.
With the Mac 10 is on scouting duty. Hellranger first one rotating towards the A side, and now they realize, yep, the T's are all there. But Rossi, he's probably gonna know now. It's a B stack. Time to try and get some money on the Mac 10.
Global Esports are waiting for this. Rossi is like, peace, bruh. Wait. No peak offered this far. 55 seconds left. And Rossi's expecting them to go on the offensive. He really doesn't need to commit to this, because what does he gain from this? Yeah, a couple of frags, Mac 10, cool enough, but instead of handing another weapon over, you could perhaps save it and the armor, but hey, who could argue if you get it back then first? Turn around, Mac 10, not really a possibility. Hell F downs him at range, and Caramel finds Lucia on the rotate, and this is what I was talking about, Shade. You need an economy for yourself, and going and giving away these needless frags is what takes it away. You really didn't, if you're Lucia, you really did not need to commit at that peak. Because what did they have against you? Only USPs? Good, let him save it.
Wings, 10th round on the board, first to double digits. It is a best of 1 upper bracket final. Winner moves on to the grand finals and secures at least 2.5 lakh rupees. That's a lot of money. What would you do with that kind of money, OG?
2.5 lakhs, eh?
5 lakhs in first place as well.
Okay. I'd probably... you know what? It's good to dream.
I think I broke OG right there. But back into the game.
Yeah, Wings. Let's see if they can break the Global Esports defense this time around, as it stands low in utility, but it also has Caramel on the AWP. Again, a recurring trend we are seeing with Global Esports on their CD side. Wings. They've been patient about this thus far, not committing to any fights. 1:24 left on the clock. They are contesting towards IVT connector, SL, and towards Brown Hall. So they're basically spreading their legs wide and saying, let's have a cold one. Again, 1:10. No reactive play coming in from Global Esports. Normally what you'd see Deathmaker do in this position is either get aggressive towards A or play in such a way that he does get some kind of information, but this simply doesn't seem like the same Deathmaker.
And the push through Olaf, and Marzil gets the opener.
12 HP, that was a very scary jump, but the smoke will allow him to disengage safely.
And he spots Antidote as well.
Important piece of information, because there are 2 players creeping in from Ivy, and there should be a retrack setup. No need. Skills immediate on the opener, and Deathmaker put under a lot of pressure to deliver. Mind you, he smoked away Olaf, and he needs to be worried about SL. Quick spray will yield him a kill, and that equalizes the situation. Back turn. Deathmaker can't land the return, but so can Caramel. He's burning. He is lit, boy. Marzil, he's down at 12 HP, but he's in a 1 versus 1 against his former in-game leader.
Time is against him though. 16 seconds remain,
and
Hellranger
at range. Will be able to save the AWP perhaps? Nah, not quick enough. But he does manage to save the round, and Global Esports skin in the second half. 10-8. Now Global can approach an easier equalizer in a relatively quicker fashion as well. Little utility on the board for Global Esports, not as much as you'd expect, but Wings, they are going to be on a relatively low buy. Only 3 players with armor, with one of them having a helmet. Rossi is not investing into anything. Everybody else is going to be on a deagle. 1:30. Nobody to show face first, and Wings really do love playing this passive style, don't they? Before they were known as one of the more aggressive teams in the country. Antidote! This is why you do not want to keep swapping in between kills, and Super Kid tries to overcommit, perhaps get a little extra. In fact, he won't get anything more. Caramel downs Lucia. This is how the cookie crumbles, and Rossi to bite the dust. 10-9 Global Esports, inching closer to that equalizer, and now Wings have a difficult decision to make. Rossi and Lucia cannot invest into this round completely. Do they do so? Yes, they do. Again, Galil's not really the worst option considering how it's been given that small buff recently on both how the spread works and its price reduction from, if I'm not wrong, 2100 to 1800. Really does make it a very, very viable gun.
Caramel playing up in personal with the MP9. Does have a couple of T's heading in his direction. Marzil though charges down. Towards the A side, finds one, and Caramel holds mouse one, gets two.
But the bomb is slowly making its way towards the A side on the back of skills as he finds the first on a hell left antidote. He's playing this aggressively. He knows that there's no need for him to fall back, and he gets the kill on a SK. And Hellranger finds another one on his kills. It's all left on a Lucia. Long range UMP maybe? Nah, not today, my friend. Hellranger more than prepared for the play, and Global Esports hit the equalizer. This is where you do not want to let Global Esports lose. Their CT side starting to wake up. If they do manage to clinch a few of these rounds with about 3 to 4 men up, they will have an economy shade. They will have chances, and Wings are slowly running out of air to breathe.
They're back on the eco here. 10-10. We are back level. And Wings. What's the play here? They've slowed things down. They have control of the alley B. Antidote has been stellar here at Ivy. Super Kid. Trying to see if he can maybe 1v him down.
He hits these.
Never mind. On the other side, Caramel and DM King open things up.
It's only pistols they have, and in all honesty, there's barely anything they can do. If they can't do it with rifles, pistols, again, it's a long shot. Super Kid. Should be on the P, got skills, does go down. Antidote expecting this from a mile away, but wait, what? Sorry.
Never mind.
Oh, that scared me. I'm like, how is he gonna get a plant in all this mayhem? Luckily, Hellranger was right around the corner to deny. 10-11, Wings finally have lost the lead, but do you think this is time for them to call a timeout now? Because I feel like it's more than past that situation. They have the AWP up onto Super Kid, but he doesn't have armor. He needs to be careful and pick and choose his engagements. Can't afford utility to be hitting him. Global Esports. So far, things have been looking good on the second half as they've been able to reply in kind. An Antidote has been a consistent threat towards Ivy as he's held the fort on multiple occasions. Rock solid in his performance, both on the AWP and on the AUG.
Smoke dissipates and they're gonna start pushing up ahead. A lot of CTs in position here for the defense. Antidote has been stellar in this Ivy position. He's gonna be contested yet again. Backup close by from a Deathmaker as well as Helef. Marzil does get spotted out, forces the smoke from Deathmaker. Antidote moves back into position here. Flashbang should delay the push. Skills moves in regardless. Oh! Sprays them down. A two-man spray. Marzil steps up big though.
But the dink at range, it makes things possible until Super Kid sneaks in through Ivy and he's looking for more. Quick kill on a Caramel as Super Kid goes ham on the AWP. Marzil, he steps up massively as well, getting that kill at range even though the dink came the other way. Hellranger, he's gonna be sneaking and Super Kid ready. How does he know this? I don't get this guy.
Super Kid steps up big there for Wings. Antidote, despite the two-man spray down.
It wasn't enough.
Not enough here for GE to take that round. Even Stevens again. AWP out this time.
A double
Deathmaker.
And Antidote. They're like, it's my time now, boys.
Global Esports known for their two oppers on the lineup, Caramel and Antidote. And guess who's taking the AWP in this crucial round 23? Deathmaker says, yep. Puts his hand up, says, yep, this is my time.
Wings. They are gonna be low on utility as well, so right now it's gonna come down to wrong engagements from either end. It's not looking that green on Global Esports' side either. Superkid still on his fabled AWP. If you are Global Esports right now, what would be coursing through your blood? Because you know that Wings do not want to take it overly aggressive from the start. You have barely any room, and Deathmaker down skills. That is all the way towards lowers at B, and now Wings with the commitment. The bombs dropped. Hellranger more than ready on the defense as Marzel downs Hell F. A little bit of time taken, but that's a frag well worth it. Superkid, he'll need to swing real wide to get the bomb, and Deathmaker, he is betting his luck on this. Wide peak, but doesn't net him the kill. Lucia with the Krieg left wondering what the hell should he do, as Marzel, he's trying to work the back lines, but he needs to come up massive with the first. Caramel is more than ready for the peak. It's all left on Lucia, a 1 versus 4, as this T side for Wings spirals out of control. It looks like 1 out of every 3 rounds they have a little bit of life in him, but in the rest 2, they are just flat dead.
Yep, Global Esports now winning 5 of the last 6 rounds since the switch up. So GET side are beginning to build some momentum here. Wings, unfortunately, the executes thus far have been a little lackluster, so to speak. Even the last time around, Antidote finds the 2-man spray down. That was GE going down to what was possibly a Superkid show, but this time around they recollect back, and look at this force spike.
This is scary. Skills, he's already made his way out. Sorry, it's actually Marzel who's already made his way out, but in his body bag. Skills has the deal, but not close enough for the refrag. Lucia, Ice Train, but Deathmaker so quick on the trigger. I don't think I even spotted him on my screen. That must feel more frustrating for Skills more than me. Deathmaker gets yet another on a Superkid, and Global Esports, it doesn't even seem like they need to put effort to win a round at this point. Rossi, he should be in for a bomb plan, but Hellranger, perfect spray, perfect finish. 13-11, 3 rounds away from sending Wings to the lower bracket.
Yep, Global Esports started off slow, but picked up pace towards the end of the first half, and besides a couple of isolated rounds here and there, haven't really looked back at all. Wings back again on the eco. This time around, it's just the Mac 10 onto Marzel. He did try the rush the last time as well. Ineffective. This time gets forced off Olaf. It's a B hit. Everyone lining up with the pistols.
Oh,
Narrator, though, gets caught with the flashbang in hand, and that is going to allow at least a plan to go through the lineup. 2-man, there you go.
Beautiful peak, and now the should force the rest into a hyper-aggressive state. Skills, he finds the lower angle on a Deathmaker, allowing him to down him relatively easily.
Look at this,
and
backstab coming in, Marzel.
They were already
He's making a lot of noise though. Run and gun picks up the AWP, and Rossi gets one as well, and now it's Global, he gets one, spots out the loss as well. Hell is gonna try and stick the diffuse. He has the kit as well. Timing is gonna be off on Marzel. The first shot, not good. And that's GE taking the round.
But a significant amount of damage done, Shade. A bomb plant, an op stolen, and more importantly, some money for them to fight with to avoid Global Esports hitting map and match point. This is what they were for.
Smoke dropped. Marzel had to go for the Hail Mary shot and pray that it connects. Not a shot. Not his day, at least for now. Through the flames, he does spawn a Deathmaker, and the all-important opening duel there goes the way of Wings.
14-11. This is where players are forged into legends. And Antidote, he downed Superkid before he could prove himself. A 4 versus 4 Skills. He goes down the door. Global Esports now with the man advantage. Hellfighter playing uncomfortably smoked. Marzel dabs his way to death, as Hellfighter is more than happy to deliver it with an evil smile. A two-man deficit, but Lucia strikes back. He's good for the first on a Caramel, but there are two members of Global Esports staring him down. This is the distraction that Rossi needs for him to strike. And Lucius holding the angle in through Olaf, a little just short of the angle. Comes Hellap as he downs the first, but it's left Rossi in a winnable 1 versus 2. Mind you, Hellfire has spotted Rossi having the bomb, so that's one crucial piece of the puzzle that Global Esports have to solve this one. 39 seconds left on the clock, and Rossi's made a long rotate into its T connector, but Antidote's taken a completely passive angle towards Ivy. Rossi, I think he's expecting this. I think he knows Antidote's game, and he wants to beat Antidote at it. He's going aggressive. He wants this frag. He wants a 1 versus 1, and then he wants the clutch.
Timing's gonna be everything, and he expected the push coming through from Rossi, and he still wins out the duel. Now, the C4 being planted, Hellranger in a 1v1. Rossi?
He's repositioning. He's gonna take this to the time. Hellranger, he needs to pick up a defuse kit and the kill thereafter. Global Esports, this is for map and match point. Wings, this is for you to end this in regulation. Rossi, he's gonna be completely silent, and Hellranger, he's not budging as well, but he goes the wrong direction. His compass is defective, and Rossi's on point. 14-12 as he lands the 1 versus 3 clutch.
If he pushes into Olaf, that is map point for Global Esports, but instead it is Wings who pull one back.
Twelve to 14, Global Esports already a man down, but they're 2 rounds up, and the nade, it hits its mark almost, but the ledge protecting Hellfire for now. Antidote, what the deagle, what a shot. Whew, Lucia, he's gotta have his eyes open for that. Hellfire, beautiful response on a Marcel, picks him off at range, and mind you, Caramel is down 11 HP. If he finds a frag, it'll be a miracle in and of itself, but Hellfire finds himself an AWP and a little bit of hope for the next round. His Wings will be able to get that 13th round on the board. Wait, are they coming? Wait, what are they doing? Oh, they're expecting Hellf to be on the clutch. They think Hellfire is still playing for the round. And he could go through T connector as well. I mean, it's far from an impossibility, but yeah, makes the more logical choice. Goes for the save, and Global Esports, they've got to feel contempt about this one, right? They only had a couple of deagles to begin this round with. Not only did they take down 3 players, but they also take with them an AWP where they could invest. Both Hellranger and Caramel will be able to go in for a very good buy. Antidote with 2200 in the bag potentially could just get armor and take the AWP while giving an M4 away. It's only going to be Deathmaker who's a little sparse on cash, but I think Caramel could get his scene sorted. 13 to 14 nonetheless. Wings, they are ready to fight for this game tooth and nail. We got an intense game of overtime in the last map of Nuke between U Mumba and Level Zero Esports, but now Wings versus Global Esports seems to be one of more exciting matches. Deathmaker alongside Caramel, a double op setup on the CT side. Deathmaker does have the defuse kit, so they can play for the post plan as well. Wings, they have a lot of utility on the opposing end, and Marzel on the AWP. He's going to be watching from T connector while the majority of Wings try to infiltrate towards Ivy. Marzel still yet to be challenged, waiting for the inevitable peak to come towards him. Hellfire jumping on top. Oh, Marcel, I think he just spotted the head there. Oh, he goes for the peek, and Caramel catches him off guard at the perfect moment. Deathmaker, he has an angle, quick flick. He barely saw a pixel and skills. He ends up going down due to it. A 2-man advantage now for Global Esports as they keep continuing and keep extending their lead. Wings simply not finding a way to refrag and fight back. The smoke will hold them at bay for now, but Deathmaker seems ready. Deathmaker seems hungry. And you know what Deathmaker seems like? Death himself, as he gets yet another, looking for the quad, as he's being pressured from either end. This could be the first ace that we've had in the grand finale stage thus far, as Lucia sits on top of the high ground. Caramel with the AWP, and he's gonna steal the ace away from Deathmaker. 13-15, Global Esports are ready to hit the grand final spot. Deathmaker and Hellfighter, they want to be repeat champions in the ILG Cup. They did it in Season 2, they did it a year ago. This time around, might be under a different name, but damn, they got game in them. Quick smoke from Marzel to dissipate the Molotov as he's spotted on the retreat by Hellfighter. Rossi, quick peek, but damage done either way, with Rossi taking the majority of it. Global Esports, so far so good. Things are going in their favor, and Antidote back to his favorite position. Skills, waiting on the opposing end. They're just looking for somebody to pounce on. Super Kid has the AWP on his belt. He needs to be the one who opens this round up for his team. Antidote, why? He swapped it at the worst possible time. And now Skills with a completely clean and free opening. Hellfighter, he tried to offer resistance, but simply too much power in the wing sandwich. Deathmaker, the flash, it overshoots. Deathmaker, he shoots, and that's gonna be enough. It's only on Hellranger now, and Wings are gonna push this one to overtime. 15-14 as Hellranger tries to save the AWP. But at this point, Wings might not want to pursue because they are low on money, and the next round perhaps could be the most crucial round as well, because Global Esports, they're not that better off. If Wings simply manage to save these 4 AKs, they'll hands down have the better buy and better odds to take this to overtime rather than trying to hunt Hellranger down.
Look at the money though. Deathmaker $200, Hellf $600, Antidote on $1,250. Hellranger probably gets to hang on to this AWP. Caramel on $1,150. This is gonna be far from ideal here for Global Esports moving into the final round. But we call it the ILG buy for a reason. And how fitting would it be if Global Esports close out this game with just the pistols? Actually, not the pistols. They're going to be able to force buy into a little bit more thanks to the saved AWP.
And this might just push some of them to go overly aggressive to compensate for it, right? You can't really sit back and play passive when you're with the pistols all the time. There are a lot of smokes committed towards the A side, but Wings, they're selling a ruse here. If we remember right, I think Global Esports orchestrated this exact strat in the last round of their T side. Now it's Wings pulling the strings, and they're pulling it the exact same way. Do you like it now, Global Esports? But they have been fast about it. They've been quick on the rotate. Pelef, he's not quick enough on his heels. Antidote, all he could do is wait and see them pass, as he cannot strike with the deagle. There is a diffuse kit at the side, and Caramel needs to push the smoke with the AWP. Antidote has made quick work. Beautiful for a shot on his skills, but instant refrag, and this could be overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Deathmaker from the backlines takes Marzel down. One of the most mechanically refined players in the country, but he just cannot pull off this 1 versus 3. This would be absolutely absurd. The pre-fire comes in. Super Kid missing his shot. A lot of nades this down.
Point blank range, he can get the first. Does he have time? Switches to the AWP in the corner. Does not expect
Lucia on the peak. 15-15 shade. Global Esports fighting, so are Wings.
Well. Wings looked down and out in that second half, but they regroup and are able to withstand the match point from Global Esports. Their attempt from G trying to hit B couldn't really hold strong enough, and the retake there was too much asked of even Deathmaker at the end. First round of OT number 1. AWP's back out. 2 in fact for Global Esports. Deathmaker continues to wield it and not Antidote. What do you think of that, OG?
I think at this point it's come to personal preference, right? Antidote, more refined on the T side than on the CT side with the AWP, and it's just coming down to personal preference. Hellfighter, beautiful flash, beautiful finish. The Northeastern Brethren, they stand tall in overtime, and they have the bomb drop right beneath their feet. Marzel, he's the only one close enough for the response, and the double! It just does not stop the carnage towards Yard. And this might just yield Global Esports aggression useless and futile, because Hellranger, if he ends up going down, they know exactly where the remaining 2 players are.
Alright, 3v3. C4 still firmly in control of the CTs. They have sandwiched them though from 2 sides, and Skills, oh, the opening. He's still getting shot through the boxes though.
No, he missed this window. That very well could have turned the tables of this round, but Global Esports hold on to both the round and the bomb. Lucia.
That was Marzel simultaneously peeking in from Ivy as well. Unfortunately, both the duels go the way of Global Esports, leaving Lucia with all to do 32 HP, $4,900. First round of overtime goes to GE, and AWP recovered at the end to keep that double up setup running.
Wings, they should be able to reinvest, and again, if Marzel goes for an AWP investment, I don't really think it's the best. Now they need the aggressive Marzel. Now they need the macho Marzel. You know the one I'm talking about, the XM one. So perhaps a change of pace, and that might do good, as they have taken it towards Yard and Rossi to get the initial entry. Deathmaker, he's right around the corner though, and Caramel needs to be on the retreat. Marzel, he's right above the first train, and Deathmaker, he looks to play sneaky beaky like nobody expecting this, dropping the bomb, and he's playing fast now. He has everything in his leverage. There is so much mayhem, and he has so much space to work with, but it's slowly closing out the Super Kid, expecting the speak as Skills close the lines from the back line. Deathmaker missing his shot, missing his opportunity. The smoke is going to take a little time to disperse. Skills quick enough on the trigger to get the frag, but he's down to 2 HP himself. A 3 versus 3 with a distinct advantage to Global Esports, as they have both position, HP, and including that, utility. A minute on the clock as well.
Should go down comfortably here, as GE, they're gonna play this for retake right now. Caramel coming in from the back alley, Hellranger joining him, as the C4 hasn't yet gone down.
Surprise.
Wings have run down the timer, but luckily they do come out on top of an engage all the way at the back of the side, but Antidote.
These are the rounds that you see highlights of.
Yeah, 1v2, but Skills on 2 HP.
Are they going to go for the double peek right now? That would be the logical thing to do. Antidote, he's still creeping on the double peek. It's more than enough to finish off the job. 2 HP, who gives 2 hoots? 16-16, Wings tie things up in overtime as they look to get the advantage in the last round. Deathmaker, he's pulled up the AWP, and is it going to be a double up setup? I mean, it possibly could be.
That was such a beautifully choreographed double peek coming in there at the end. 16-16. DM continues to be at the AWP, while Wings decide not to pick one up. They have themselves the 2 Creeks. Caramel, up close and personal. We haven't really seen too much aggression from lower for the CT side, and Caramel trying to catch one of the players from Wings off guard. Skills coming in as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to retreat. Nope. Comes in a wee bit too late, but it is the A site where Marzel is just being a nuisance right now. He's just buying enough space for the rotations to come through and the C4 to make its way towards the B-bomb site.
That was absolutely worth it here. Look at the position that Super Kid managed to get on the back of Marcel. Distraction, but it's all for naught. Caramel, beautiful shot. Skills trying his best to sneak his way amidst the site. The Molotov will force him to take this engagement. The smoke will give him a little bit of cover, but every exit point's being watched. All 3 players on the rotate. Deathmaker to take him to his eventual grave. 17-16, Global Esports take the lead in overtime. You gotta give it to Marzel here, even though he has been playing a little more individualistically. he is making so much room for his team. The rotations, the aggression, the untimely aggression, because there were a few rounds where Marcel got these crucial kills. If his teammates were able to step up alongside him, the rounds would have been a little more viable. But there have been times where it's not ringing in tandem, right? Sometimes you have Marcel stepping up, but they are not able to close things out. They need to take a time out here, perhaps. Talk things out. Now they're on the CT side. Mind you, this is where in the first half they managed to gate only 8 rounds on the CT side, with the huge problem being Global Esports change in pacing. Sometimes they could go balls out aggressive, sometimes they'll stay passive until the last 30 seconds. Wings, they have one op. It's on Super Kid. They've returned back to their original idea, but will it be original enough to beat Global Esports is the question.
And they have 3 players towards the A bomb site, with Lucia and Rossi playing super safe on the B site. Deathmaker holding an angle tight at that B alley, while the rest of his teammates are going to slowly start to converge in. There we go. Flashbang does blind Lucia. He's looking back towards her, pulls out the Molotov, but that is good. Rossi can face back across and get one. Skills finds one as well. Antidote does eventually find one, only to get traded away by Lucia. Quick push towards the B side, but they never really could flush out the 2 CTs hiding there on the site, OG.
During the regulation time, Wings had a huge problem on the B side. They left Rossi there all to himself, and he'd only be good for 1 frag. That was far too quick by Global Esports on their take towards B, and there was nothing that Wings could do post that. Now they have Lucia. The tag team duo holds on to the B side as Global Esports did not expect the unexpected, and now Wings have a chance to close this one out in overtime. 17-17, both teams 1 round away from map and match point, and the
You see the run boost?
SKO!
Antidote!
That was Reddit level material, boys. The run boost nets them the kill at a very crucial stage of the game, and Skills, he's gonna take his chances and aggress through SL. Again, these are the plays that you need to make. These are the plays that wins you tournaments and games. Deathmaker, he's expecting this play though, because he's won tournaments, he's won games as well. Global Esports, they are being very slow and methodical about this. They know that they have a distinct advantage in this round, and they do not want to throw this one away. The double drop down Skills. He needs to be clinical, but he can't. Deathmaker more precise on him in his aim as Marcel looks to recompose himself and re-engage in a different avenue. There is damage being dished out though, but Marcel, he's going to go down immediately to Antidote. Lucia alongside Rossi needs to step up massively, but Hellfire already creeping amidst the train. It leaves Lucia in a 1 versus 4, and he's only good for the first. Global Esports on map and match point. Is this enough to cut their wings down and send them packing home is the question. It's actually the lower bracket, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, they were feeling at home in the upper bracket, to be frank. At the start, first match of the day, 16-3 was it? There was an absolute bloodbath. While the start of this game, it seemed like that was going to be the case again, but GE in OT have stepped up, and now the buy. There is decent amount of utility, 3 hits for Wings, while AWP back out onto Antidote, peeking in from Pop Dog, trying to find an early opening, aggressive peek in fact. None to be found just yet, as the B hold Rossi and Lucia. They've done it once before, and looks like they're gonna have to step up again.
This is OT or nothing. Wings. For the past 1 hour, their tears, their joy, their emotions, it all counts in this 1 round. Beautiful shot. Skills. Even he didn't assume he hit that. The man advantage now in the favor of Wings, as Global Esports do not want to give away more casualties for no responses. They are going to try and coordinate with having 2 people in SL and 2 people in IV. That way, they perform something of a pincer maneuver. The defense, which usually hides from SL, is visible towards IV, and it works vice versa as well. They have utility as well. 3 smokes, a couple of flashes. So Superkid's op could be...
C4 heading in and he pulls out the nade in the worst possible time. Does Superkid, allows the T's going through, and Marzel gets caught out, but Skills holding tight from behind. AWP from Antidote.
And SK Rossi coming in from the back line. This could be a huge kill coming in. Oh, they take the chance, and Antidote on the jump gets taken down. Hellranger with the 1 versus 3, but we go OT2, ladies and gentlemen. Wings are not tapping out of this just yet. And you can see how Wings are. They're enjoying it. 18-18. Boy, oh boy, none of us thought it'd be going this distance. But it is, and both Wings and Global Esports are ready to fight for this spot in the grand finals without having a stress.
Wings, no aggression this time around. They're happy to sit back and let Global Esports dictate the pace of this round. Caramel up towards the teammate. And to see if he can maybe spot one of the CTs aggressing up at Olaf. The execute comes through. It's going to be down to Skills and Marzel.
There is Lucia towards the old bomb train though. Sorry, that's Superkid actually. Marcel holding the angle in case anybody aggresses through Electric. Not really found much success though, but he finds the timing. Caramel on the jump gets taken down through the smoke. Deathmaker! So much aggression posted up and nobody expected that. Triple spray to punish the entirety of the A defense, single-handedly ripping Wings defense apart. Lucia finding the second frag for Wings in this round, but this is just too little too late. Antidote, he's having his eyes trained towards the Ivy train, and Lucia, he gets aggressive at the perfect moment as well. Anti won't expect this a bit, but he misses his beat.
Misses the first one and gives away his position. That should be the gig up. Hellfighter downs him in GE. First round, OT number 2. Quite possibly the, I'd say, easily 2 of the top 3 teams in India today duking it out, and I think it's just poetic justice that we get to see a game in the upper bracket final that goes more than 40 rounds, OG.
This is quite the test. At least we know one thing for sure. Whoever gets the grand final spot on the back of this earned it. And Superkid, he earned that kill, but only that. Hell instant with a refrag. The man advantage maintained by Global Esports on the entry, and Marcel, he has that pixel angle through the smoke, and he can only spot a pinky. Lucia spots Deathmaker on the cross, trying to plant the bomb, but Marcel's covering the cross as well. Lucia, quick to the trigger, gets the first. And I'm not sure whether they've realized the plans towards A, because Rossi's going to go back and check towards B. Marcel, he needs to find success yet again. Mind you, Hellfighter is right around the corner. Marcel! Quick flick to find the head of Hellfighter. I'm not sure if he's French, but he's certainly a guillotine. A 2 versus 3. Antidote coming in through SL. Hellranger downs Marcel, and the bomb being defused. Anti, he misses the shot. Lucia's taking the defuse. Anti, he cannot land it. The defuse comes in. Wings again equalizing the situation, and Global Esports, they've got to be kicking themselves in their nuts.
That came tantalizingly close there. Antidote. It is probably a couple of pixels to the right side. Eventually does find the kill, but a second too late. Wings equalize on the back of a smoke defuse. GE though, gonna go immediately back at it. Early aggression going in towards Ivy.
This could be a smoke flash combo. Again, Marcel has the MP9, and this is ingenious. Superkid is buying bait.
Yeah, they tried the run boost again.
Superkid's like, that works only once, thank you very much. And the interesting thing here is they're doing this cause they have low utility. Superkid has no utility, and he was trying to hold towards Ivy.
And they're gonna look for the double drop quite possibly again. Skills wasn't doing great the first time. This time he will trade at least one.
And he downs the danger man. Deathmaker is no more. Hellrange is the one who gets the kill. That certainly has to be a good feeling if you are Wings. You have one X Factor down. The next target should be Antidote. There is a flash being lined up for the peak coming in from Superkid. It should most probably be towards T Connector. Superkid, again, not close enough to hear them retreat as the bomb is going to be picked up. They could potentially make their way towards the B side, but the B defense, the last time they hit it, we know what happened, Shade. The Lucia-Rossi combo, it holds strong, but the only difference here being is they're a little low in utility and there's no Molotov.
Yeah, they're just going to have to rely on sheer firepower for this defense.
They have another smoke and there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Perfect time to use it. Rossi, he's going to be dodging the flashes as now the fake towards B is being sold. They are going to be on the commitment towards A. And the only person who can stop it is Marzel. But he has the MP9 and he does not want to give away his position at range. Hellfighter catches him from above. Lucia, he's as quick as he can be, but not quick as he should be. Antidote catches Lucia off guard and Hellranger downs Rossi. It's all left on a Superkid. But there are men in the server and they have the save first. 20-19, Global Esports. Will they be able to close it out now is the question.
This time they managed to get 2 rounds on the T side of overtime. So Global Esports switching over to the other side will have that advantage. But Wings, do or die situation now. They didn't look all that great on their T side, to be frank, but Marzel, we've seen him do this time and again. Rush on his own, force out early rotations from the CT side, allowing the rest of Wings to get into not just a plant, but maybe even post-plant favorable situations. Let's see if that is going to be the name of the game again.
It very well could be, Shade. Very well could be. Wings. For now, they are pretty spread up. Their aggression, it's uncanny because it's both towards A and B. What else would you expect from Marzel?
Marzel, is he going to push the smoke?
The best part is nobody expects
He
this.
sees Caramel straight up. AWP gets taken off his hands.
And he knows exactly where Antidote is as well. Such a smart player. He has a smoke, he has a Molotov. He can put them both to good use.
And it's a B hit coming in. Hell Rangers all alone here.
He's been overlooked though, and he could go massive. Lucia, he had no clue from where that came from, but Hellranger ends up going down. Skills, he gets yet another on to Deathmaker, who was to a CD connector as he holds the fort aggressively. The nade's beautiful, and the finish is even better as Rossi steals that kill. Antidote 1 versus 4 ahead of him, and they know exactly where he's playing from. This could be yet another equalizer coming in from Wings, Shade. This could be potentially OT3 as well. Wings. Wait, is this going to be another ninja of the day? Nope. Rossi, quick on his read. Wings at an equalizer, and Global Esports at a very difficult and crucial point of this game. Now they decide to bring out the AWP. And you know what an op on a CD setup is, right? It's a lot and it's a heavy investment as well. So this round loss would certainly lead to the game loss, as Wings will be on map and match point and Global Esports don't have any money.
I'm going to stay on Marzel right now because... Oh wait, they jump up and...
Very smart play. He just
out.
gets the information. That's all he wanted. He has one man encroaching from T connector, and they have players set up to watch for the aggression through through Ivy as well. So, in all honesty, very calculated play, very smart play from Marzel. And this is just the setup to the default that Wings have in store for us. The commitment towards A, they don't look to fake this, they are real. Pros don't fake, my friend. Superkid gets the initial kill, Deathmaker with the response onto the first, but he needs to land the flick. No, Mars a little quicker on the trigger, and they are trying to cut off the rotate before it does happen. The Hellranger, he's been given a boost. He's been given one opportunity to strike, and he's made the noise. It's the disengagement, boys. Wings on map and match And finalist point.
They pulled this back on the back of consecutive rounds on the T side of second half of 14 number 2. Boy, that was a mouthful, but Wings, props, man. That, besides all the fragging, a huge shout out to Marzel, who's been...
What a bellend, Rossi. Oh boy. I mean, like, if there's anybody who you'd expect to be doing that, I'd say it's supposed to be SK, that super kid, but hey, it's all fun and games, eh? But even in close games like these, sometimes that fun could steal your happiness.
Look at the money though. On the CTs, there's
just
barely
imagine
anything
if they removed that one M4 away, that one Krieg away from Hellranger. They wouldn't have had any rifles, at least a significant rifle this round. They have one M4 on a Deathmaker, big whoop. Do you have any clue what the Krieg would do on the CT side, Shade? Wings won't be able to peek long range in safety anymore.
GE called the timeout. They want to recompose themselves for what could be the round that decides this match right here. Wings, they will have the full buy. Superkid sitting on $9,200. Hasn't bought anything just yet. T side, I think Superkid's going the AWP route here.
I mean, he could, but at this point, with Marzel playing ultra aggressive, do you even want to go this AWP route? Having a Krieg up really won't have a problem. And there we go, the Krieg investments out from Superkid, as expected. And the advantage the Krieg gives you is you can take long-range engagements and be fast at the same time, right? With the AWP, you need to be a little more precise. You need to recock the AWP every time you do take a shot. And that's regardless whether you hit it or miss it. Hit or miss. I guess he never misses up until this point, eh?
Alright, the push across.
Wait. Is
Probably
this gonna be a
for the
rush towards
last
B? They set up towards A. They have a lot of men setting up towards A. And this is such a good call. Global Esports, 5 men pinched towards... They have 3 men who pinched towards T connector. A lot of information for Wings to work with. As now the push towards B, it's only going to be on a Hellranger, and Rossi's already spotted him out. They know exactly where he's playing from. A Caramel on the quick rotate, and this is what would happen if you offer up a Krieg for free to your opposition. Caramel, he can hold this one at range, and he is. Rossi, are you regretting the knife now? He's trying to be on the retreat. Loses 46 HP, but Lucian needs to be quicker on the rotate. Cannot allow Global Esports to set shop towards the A side. They're going to be on the long rotate, the Global Esports, coming all the way from CT connector. Spram away from range.
Opening there. Rossi manages to go for the plant, but Antidote, the timing is going to be everything. Lucia finds the first. They don't expect that Rossi gets shot from behind. Lucia getting trained. Long range gets one. Makes this interesting. He's right there. He's right there. No, he goes up.
OT2! OT3!
Oh my lord. GE clutch this out. Caramel, to be frank, didn't have to do too much. Rossi kind of went for the 200 IQ play there, going up the ladder and with the knife
That
out
was
as
Lucia.
well.
Rossi
Oh, that was
died to
Lucia.
his
Yeah,
bumper,
right. That was Lucia with the knife out.
Yeah, he tried to play it as safe as he can because he was down to 48 HP. Let's say a stray nade was headed his direction from the side. He expected him to be towards side as well. The rotation was very late towards SL. I guess that ended up working in the favor of Caramel. And did you understand what I said in the last round, Shane? That knife costed them the freaking game, bruh.
Did they pull
Imagine
off
if they pull off simple.
right there? The Indian simple.
We'll call it simple then.
All right, back in round number 43. Superkid with the op. Double op setup onto GE, because why not? It is back onto Antidote's hands though. Aggression towards B Halls, and Rossi might be in for a surprise if he goes in for a peek here.
Caramel. He does got the entry towards Superkid. Just trying to take a shot. Why would Caramel do that? Perhaps a little overzealous after the first kill, but he does end up giving the advantage away. Deathmaker to claim it back in their books though. Skills coming in with a refrag as it just goes even Stevens at this point. Hellfighter, he's found himself a pretty good position, but the problem is Rossi is aware. They know that one player is towards Pop and they have not challenged just yet. Finally, a challenge does come and Rossi, he takes it with a very happy face. Antidote, try to go aggressive with the AWP and Hellfighter wanting this engagement, but Rossi still comes up on top. What? Hellranger, he's in position though, a really good one in that as well, because he can catch at least one player off guard, and that potentially could be the bomber. Rossi is down to 29 HP, a little less
He's
effort
in the cubby, the timing is going to be everything. He misses the first opportunity, and that does buy enough time for Lucia to turn around and trade that. First round of OT number 3 goes to Wings. 22 to 21. At this point of time, a game that goes this long, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to reach out all the way into those final few pages of your strat book and see how much, I think it pretty much comes down to that, how much depth of strats do you have with you in case it does go to OT number 3.
Marcel's aggressive play alone has made 4 players stick their boots towards the A side, and Hellranger, he's taking care of business all by his lonesome. The Molotov for added cover, and now Global Esports, they are fighting back in the second round of third overtime, Jade. Third overtime. That's how much they want the grand finalist spot.
Both these teams showing us why they are the top 2 teams in ILG Cup Season 3. Antidote, uncharacteristic miss.
And that allows Marcel to get the
go
first.
Through, and he's just feeling adventurous at this point of time. Smoke drop, he takes that again.
22 to 22, Global Esports winning a round on the CD side of overtime, and now comes the last round of the first half. At this point, Global Esports, they have a pretty good read as to what Wings are doing. They know exactly what's up. Wings, now's the time to change things up. Perhaps just commit to a rush.
Triple Krieg.
Beautiful stuff. And given that it's overtime, they don't need to worry as well, even considering it's the last round. Antidote should have spotted the cross. There we go. Has an inkling as to where Marcel could be. Holding a passive angle, and Marcel has snuck his way. Courtesy of the smokes, he is finding good ground. But Hellfighter with the spam out of nowhere. Marcel got to be wondering what's happening against him. And now with the man advantage. Skills, aggressing through yard. Good for the first, and the flash is perfectly timed. Hell, I think that's a flash from Global Esports actually. Caramel, he does find the refrag. Lucia on the creek, not able to get the refrag though. Caramel holding his ground as he looks for yet another. But Super Kid, he is just super precise on his aim, and he's brought in the rotation towards the towards the A side as well. Rossi, he's going to be punching in the digits, and he's going to be playing this one safe. He does not want to be caught off guard repositioning. Hellranger, he's going to come in through CD. Wait, what? Do they think it's the A side?
They still think it's
Oh no! Look at Hellranger's face. He's so excited. Guys, we are quick on the rotate, but Antidote is like, nope. We can't hear the bomb, bro. I can't hear anything. It's the B side. It is the B side. They have been bamboozled. They have been juked.
Well,
at this point, it should be a piece of cake, and Super Kid with the spray transfer.
Marcel there goes Animator Rossi.
Oh my god. Let's give him a kiss in the interview, Shade. I think he deserves one after this.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of had eyes on the preview as well, and I could see the moment they realized it wasn't the A site, Hellfighter just swings his arms
on his
in
mouse
disappointment, and yeah, a grueling long match. It just comes down to who can just keep staying one step ahead of the competition. 5 rifles onto Wings, no AWP.
That might suggest an aggressive and up close and personal play, but Wings have been getting used to playing against set pieces, and sometimes the M4 is the best option to
Caramel
have.
tries to pull A Marzil off here.
But look at Superkid's
Deathmaker
position
also.
though. Superkid, he could completely rip this apart. No, Hellranger actually gets the kill alongside Deathmaker, and this A defense just falls to shreds. Lucia and Rossi left to wonder what the hell just happened to the rest of the team as Global Esports still continue to fight. 23 to 23. Are we casting CS or badminton at this point? Oh. Global Esports. GE fighting, but GE fighting for how long, and GE fighting how is the question, because right now, after that initial round, Wings are going to return fire.
Well, you did say, hey,
It's a recurring
I think
tendency
it's
as well.
probably time to rush for Wings a couple of rounds ago. GE pulls that out from the back pocket, goes for that swift play. Deathmaker rushing through. Superkid was in a very good position though to trade probably both the kills right there, but Rossi.
Not good on the save. Lucia will be able to get down on a Hellranger though, and there is only one man who's close enough for the deny, that's Hellfighter, but not enough time, I suppose. 23 to 23, Global Esports. They do find the equalizer in the first round here, but they'll need to start pulling more tricks out of the rabbit's hat.
Yeah, this is going to go on and on and on. OG zoning out as well, looking at the skies.
Looking at freedom. Wings looking for a victory as well. The rush towards B. Lucia and Rossi. They've been real good so far towards the B side, consistently downing men of Global Esports on the entry, not giving away anything for free. Although there have been a couple of rounds where questionable decisions were made.
They're gonna march back out though, back towards T-mid.
The aggressive angle held by Marzil towards Ivy is really good. He does not need to overpeak, but there should be a flash ensuing on this peak.
In fact, all three T's coming in. This first shot could be airball.
Oh! It could have been a collateral,
Yeah,
but
for
he
a
gets
second
the
I thought-
advantage.
Yeah, for a second I thought that was the collateral coming in as well, but it is job done. A lot of information secured besides the kill. Caramel.
Ooh, that could have been a flick that landed. Going for a second, but again, third time's the charm, but you do not want to spam the smoke all that much, my friend. Caramel gonna dish out a little bit of utility, but the Molotov suggests he's not gonna go aggressive. Now the key peek towards B. Rossi, he's gonna be good for the first, and Deathmaker, he's gonna make quick work of the opening that he just got. Deathmaker trying to extend the lead, but Lucia that cut him short. And now the rotation, they know exactly what's up. Skills, is he gonna expect them to come from behind? Superkid's jumped up as well, and oh, they actually end up falling in between a sandwich. Skills wondering where the hell does he need to look as Caramel finds the first, but it's still a 1 versus 3, and that's a 1 versus 4 clutch that he needs to pull out. Jumping in from below, but he's being peeled from 2 angles, and Wings. I think this is map and match point for them again.
Yep, it is. Marzil is asking his troops to calm down. The job is not done just yet. Wings have been in this position previously. 24-23. Back and forth we go. AWP onto Marzil this time around on the defense. He's peeking mid. The peek back across.
Beautiful
and he lands
shot.
the first one onto Caramel and Antidote. Unfortunately, can't get the trade across. In fact, he does. Wait,
He does
what?
get the kill on his Skills, who tried to jump up on top of Brown Train. I'm not really sure what that peak was meant to do, but it ended up taking him down nonetheless. Now,
I mean, Skills was the most animated after that previous round. You see Marzil saying, hey, calm down, man. The job's not done just yet.
And Rossi.
The push comes through, and Rossi again. That is the exact same position they've been pushing him time and again. This time he survives, pushes through. DM goes down. The Molotov does good work to prevent them from aggressing to the side.
but Marzil peeking with the AWP downs Antidote. This could be their winning moment. Hellranger, he's only good for the first.
And at
Hellfighter.
1v2 here, still can make this happen. He finds the first. Superkid clutches it out. Wings take the win and proceed on to that upper bracket. Through the upper bracket into the grand final of ILG Cup Season 3. Grand finale. The celebrations have begun. At least for now, GE they're gonna be heartbroken after that. They had multiple opportunities to close that out, not just in regulation time but in OT as well. But Wings are the ones who survive the test and the grind. Woof. That was a close one. OG, thoughts of the match?
Well, I'll say one thing. Wings, they completely earned their spot. They beat them fair and square.
Global Esports Wings, I think, when we went into OT number 3, is to a point where, hey, it is unfortunate that we need to have a winner here. Both the teams have already earned themselves a spot in that finals, but GE now have to go up against U Mumba in just a bit. Hope they can recover back soon though, because that's going to be a lot of adrenaline rush that they need to calm themselves down, refocus, because it is another grueling BO1 coming up next. This time, quite possibly elimination facing them as well. So G versus U Mumba. Before we head out to a quick break, predictions.
I'll say G. Let's have a nice rematch for the finals.
I'm gonna say U Mumba. Hunter had a lot of confidence in that post-game interview. He said, I don't really care whom we face in that lower bracket final, because if I play like I did versus level 0, it isn't really gonna matter. So that's gonna set things up for an interesting lower bracket final. We'll take a quick break. Be right back with more CSGO action live from LXG Bengaluru. What's up, guys? That was as close as it gets. Shades joining me is Hellranger from Global Esports. How much of a mentally grueling match was that?
Well, it was a very long game actually. We had quite a few chances to close out that game and we blew our chances. So if we keep blowing those chances, I think it gets much harder for us. And we had 3 rounds to close it in the, like before overtime, we had a round to close it in overtime. So we can't just give up chances, and that is like, that was mentally painful. But I mean, we are prepared to, like, that's our life. So we are prepared to play the next game.
Indeed, man. Next, you will be going up against U Mumba Esports. Anything, is that a matchup that you've come specifically prepared for?
Like, we wanted to play our own game against any team we play, so we expect ourselves to go through to the finals by now. But we have already played them once and defeated them once, and we're trying to get the same result again, and try to get our revenge against Blaze in the finals.
So wishing you all the very best. I know you want to go and catch up on some warm-up with the rest of your teammates. All the best. Up next, I would like to call upon Marzil from Wings. First up, congratulations, Marzil. It's been quite a long time we've had this chat in this arena. What's going through your mind? How's the team upbeat right now?
Obviously, everybody's really happy. That was a very, very, very close game. And like Hellranger said, they had a lot of opportunities to close it out. But by some luck and some skill demonstrated by our team, we managed to claw our way back. And yeah, we ended up winning, and I couldn't be happier.
There were a few rounds where on the T side, you decided to kind of do your own thing on the A side, force rotations time and again. Is that something that you've practiced before, or was it at that point of time you said, you know what, I'm just going to try something different?
I don't think it was much practice, but it was something on the lines of, I'm going to be annoying for the enemy, you guys do whatever you want around the map. And that was the idea that we put into play.
All right. Congratulations again, Marzil from Wings. They go through to the grand final of ILG Cup Season 3. Coming up next in just a bit, U Mumba Esports versus GE. Who's joining Wings in the finals? Stay tuned to find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the lower bracket final of ILG Cup Season 3 CSGO Grand Finale. We have U Mumba Esports going up against Global Esports, a rematch of the upper bracket semi-final in the very same map. OG, take it away.
Bondef, he's going to be playing aggressively, but Deathmaker and Antidote double up, and they take apartments all to themselves. Global Esports starting its double headshots, triple headshots, and he's making this a doable situation. He's coming in from the back lines. Caramel, he's stuck between life and death Ritz. He's aggressing alongside Hunter. There can't be a frag going Crackle's way. It still does. Double kill on the pistol. Global Esports avoid disaster. What a beautiful round. Caramel stepping up massively for his team, and U Mumba, they almost got this one back. Hunter, heroic pistol performance, but not enough to get him past the finish line. He has the scout though, deadly on any weapon with the scope. Not getting the peek just yet. He's holding the angle through mid. The smoke comes in and he wants to play passively. Global Esports, they try to play reactively, but Hyvon gets the kill on a Hellranger at range, and they're trying to push him down. They're trying to run him down. The smoke will keep them at bay. It doesn't land though. Hyvon still survives 19 HP. Remember, they have little information to work themselves off. They only heard the retreat towards B, and that could mean a lot of things. Hunter, he's on the rotate towards B as well, as he's left archway relatively unchecked, although he is holding a long angle through speedway, allowing him to fast rotate. Global Esports, they're ganging up. They wait, and Hunter goes on the rotate, the long one towards library. Now is when Global Esports split up. Now is when Global Esports wants to sandwich the A-side. Hellfire, he downs Hunter, and they're going to push through the smoke. There should be a flash accompanying Bondef. He's going to be playing very exposed towards the balconies, and he needs to make a move quick. Another flash amongst the sky, and Bondef chooses his time to go aggressive. Caramel, he's down to 5 HP, and they're converging upon him. And down Bondef at range, and they lock down the A-side. It's all left on a Hyvon and Master, but Hyvon's down to 19 HP. Cannot afford an endured conflict. Possibly a seed scout. Good to carry forward towards the next round. Global Esports. They don't fall for the pistols, but there's a good chance that they might not expect this buy. 2 FAMASs out, a MAC-10 with a lot of utility. The best part is they can still invest in the next round. Now it's only about damage. Global Esports, they're playing this one slow though. Have banana control. Bondef, he has the Zeus. The Molotov pushes him in front, and Deathmaker pushes him to his grave. A 4 versus 5. For now, Global Esports have the advantage, but Master on his scouts is still left undiscovered. U Mumba. As long as they do take down players in this round, they should be real good for the next round as well. But they still do have a viable chance of winning this. Hellranger, he clears down Hyvon, who is the sole defender towards the B side, and U Mumba might just consider another save. They are trying to make a good go at it though. Deathmaker wants to do as much damage as he can, as he only had a MAC-10 but falls into the loving embrace of Ritz. U Mumba, at this point, they might as well just cut their losses short. As Global Esports do set up for the hold, they will be set up to hold the backstab as well. So even if U Mumba prey on exits, it'd be pretty unlikely they would be able to get one without a trade. U Mumba would be able to invest completely in the next round as both Hunter and Ritz is safe for masses. Bondef and Haiwan are on $2,000 each. Actually, Bondef has to 20 to 50, but they will be able to invest into armor, an M4, and a little bit of utility. Perhaps Master himself could upgrade into an M4 or potentially an AWP as he already has armor. 3-0 for now. Global Esports, they maintain their clean sheet, but they will be up against a relatively good buy this time around. A lot of utility and a lot of firepower. Perhaps now's the time U Mumba start marking their territory. The deep Molotov towards bottom mid might allow Ritz to get an early peek towards second, but as it's a push towards B, he wants to lay passive Master, beautiful double opener towards Banana, and Antidote is right around the corner with the AWP, the nade. It takes him down to 54 HP, although they did find the opening towards A. Definitely gets a kill on a high bond. Ritz immediate with the refrag, but he's all alone towards the side, and only 12 HP to work with. The Molotov, it restricts where he treads, and right now the only support he has is from Hunter at range. Master is a little late to the rotate, but he has flashes and a little bit of hope on him. If he does provide the perfect flash, it could be Ritz himself who would go for the peak. Hunter, he's holding the close angle with the scout, and he gets the headshot on Andrew regardless, but there is a man pushed up outside far, but he gets the tag, and Bondef gets the finish. Global Esports crumble when it comes against the big guns, and U Mumba, now is the time they choose to pull out their fangs. Global Esports, they were able to amass enough dough due to winning the past 3 rounds that they were able to string together a decent buy. A Krieg, 3 AKs, and a Tech 9. You remember, want to reply in kind of with aggression. Early peek towards mid from Haiwan as he holds the off angle and he could catch Hellfire. Oh god, the spray, it's wild, and Caramel takes his head off, clean off his body, and now the man disadvantage. Global Esports, they could play this one fast, not allow the rotate to come in from towards B, but in that process they're feeding into Bondef, who already gets the first. The defensive smoke is already out. Hunter, he has the AWP, but close range, this weapon might just be your worst enemy. Global Esports, they don't pounce on that option. They want to fall back. They lost only Hellfire, who had a Tech 9. No big losses. You might just well cut them short and perhaps head towards the B side. Deathmaker, he does have the bomb and he's playing all alone towards the apartments. Is this a hero play? Global Esports, they could get the solo frag and claim the B side. It's only Master on the defense duty, but he does have a Molotov. He's going to be on the peak anytime now as Antidote watches him through CT. The flash is perfect. It keeps them at bay. Master, all he needs to do is use his utility well, but Hellraiser and Antidote get a kill. Each Hunter on the cross is able to only leg Deathmaker, and that is far away from a kill as it's a man advantage. Make it a double man advantage on the side of Global Esports. U Mumba are again going to be on the save. If the Molotov was disposed of, perhaps there could have been a little bit of hope, but just due to that one small piece of utility not being used, Global Esports, they had enough time and Hunter wasn't fast enough on the rotate. Four to 1, Global Esports. They were decisive in the previous round, and on the back of that early loss, they were able to converge it to a victory. Completely outpositioning U Mumba and reading that rotate like a book. But U Mumba still do have a real good buy paged in. Global Esports, they're relatively silent on their approach, and the utility disposed of from the back line will allow the front lines to strike at once, and the return on the frag with the AWP as Bondef sprays both of them down. Perfect hold towards the balconies, and now it has just turned this Global Esports train into a derailment. Caramel jumping down from the balcony is good for the first, and Hellranger is so close. He could go for the white swing and down Hunter with ease. As he does, they pick up a kill each, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Master is going to be sneaking in from lane, but Hellranger with the AWP is more than prepared for this. Caramel has the bomb, mind you, and he needs to make the rotate from pit. Master, his position will be very valuable, and he's out-positioned Hellranger as well. This is going to potentially throw Caramel off guard. Master, he doesn't want to enter just yet, lining up a smoke. Now, this gives away information that he's towards apartments, and he should be ready for that fact. They're going to push the smoke. It saves Haiwan's life as the flash completely hits him. Master on the peak. Caramel downs the first. Master trying to return, and he does. But Hellranger has been a step ahead of this all the time. He's rotated back around the apartments. Master, he wouldn't be able to see this coming from a mile away, and he could just tap on the defuse. The problem is Hellranger is not planning for him. He needs to go on the offensive, and Master catches him off guard. He has enough time on the defuse. U Mumba. That came way too close for a 2 versus 4. Master, he has enough dough for an AWP, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're more than comfortable going in with fire rifles. On the other hand, Antidote, he's ready with his big green monster. Molotov will push Deathmaker in for the peak, and he's more than happy to take it, but not win it out though. Hunter, he comes up on top of the engagement, and the double nade! Boom! Hunter has played so well in these past few rounds, carrying these rounds for his team as he comes in with these crucial kills early on. Global Esports losing half their forces towards Banana with nothing to reply with. U Mumba, all they need to do now is stay back and be passive. They have enough utility to buy them another 40 seconds. That will make Global Esports' feet itch, and boy does that feel uncomfortable. They have barely any utility, a couple of smokes and a Molotov. They committed the Molotov, and this might promote a counterplay. Caramel, he's going to be on the offensive. Master's going to be the first point of contact, but the swing wide from Haiwan, it actually ends up proving fatal. Master, he's right around the corner, but Hunter with the double spray, and now's the time for Master to challenge. Hellf instantly with the refrag as he's already gotten 2 in the round, but it's a 1 versus 2 at range. Ritz, he falls, and Bondef, he is intimidated. He spots the shoulder, but can't take the head. With the AWP, Hellf, he can go for the challenge. The flash atop the sky. Bondef wants to go on the peak. Hellfighter is not blind at all. He's going to go on the peak. Hellfighter can't land the shot. And Bondef choosing to play this one passive. Another flash. He wants to go for the peak. Actually, no. Hellfighter, he wants to commit to the plant. The fake is out. The peak is in. Not even land the finish. Caramel. Oh, no. He's got to be wondering why Hellfighter isn't picking up the AWP. And now he knows why. But he finally got the finish. U Mumba, even after an early 2-man advantage, they were not able to close the round out. Anti has the AWP back on his hands. And U Mumba, they have only deagles to work with, almost landing that shot, but on the retreat will be safe. Caramel, right around the corner though, and Deathmaker finding the opener on a Bondef towards apartments. Caramel, his angle being spotted off. Master quick on the D, almost gets that flick. That is borderline scary, but he manages to make it back yet again. The little damage they do now will come to count a little later on, as Global Esports will not be allowed to build an economy all that easily. But Global are being smart about this. They're grouping up, taking control of archers, playing the refrag game. Potentially could use both Deathmaker and Hellranger as scouts, but they prefer the Hornet strategy. U Mumba, they're on the rotate though. Both Hyvan and Master are relatively close. Hyvan and Hunter actually. Deathmaker, he's not going to be expecting this whatsoever. Oh, he pulls the trigger but not finishing off the job. Hyvan, he could perhaps catch Antidote off guard. Ritz coming up massive with 2 kills. And Hellfighter, he finally gets the refrag, but at what cost? Hyvan, he can't afford to go down here. Hellfighter is holding the angle tight and Master's on the rotate from lane. He potentially could deny this. Hyvan trying to buy as much distraction as humanly possible as Master is closing the lines, but he's being sneaky about it. That's why this play is going to work. Hellfighter spotted out. The free fire is coming in, but he has the AK far strong for the engagement. Hyvan trying to tap him, but Hellfighter is able to close it out alongside Hellranger, and 6-2, Global Esports managed to clinch this round back, but damn did it get close for comfort. Caramel and Deathmaker still prefer to keep the MAC-10 rather than upgrading to AKs. Oh, never mind, they don't have the money. Didn't cross my mind. Sure, the peak, it doesn't yield them a kill. Rather, Master expects it. And it's been a recurring theme. Master gets the double, and Ritz find Deathmaker aggressing through mid. What is the call here from Global Esports? Aggress wherever you can, see if you can get entries. More of a freestyle, perhaps? That certainly is not the case. U Mumba expecting the early aggression. Molotov will force Antidote to put down a smoke, and he's quick about it. He's already holding the angle tight, and the flash, he wants to play aggressively. He's a madman, and he's looking for kills. Hyvan holds the angle tight, and Master is positioned undiscovered. Hell could go for the frag. Ooh, that came close to being a double spray, but Hyvan recovers, and U Mumba went out yet another round. 6-3, as now it becomes a game of boxing. They're just trading blows at each other. Nobody gaining a clear edge per se. And it could change in the matter of minutes, because no team is at a point where they've built an economy. And these are the kind of games that you do not want sending you home. Mumba. The defense is pretty laid back. And they are going to be playing up against pistols, so when it comes to getting up close and personal, you'd never like to face off against a pistol. Smoke towards archers as they look to flood in. Hunter holding the angle through the smoke. He's good for the first on the Deathmaker, and he knows they're going to be flooding in towards CT. Hyvan's on the quick rotate though, and Hunter, if he overcommits, he's dead. Ooh, what a flick, what a monster. Hyvan, he's in with the support. Antidote, oh, 2 with the deagle. From where did he find this form? Now they have 2 guns to work with, and they could perhaps hit towards A or B, because they have people towards either. Hellranger, he's making too much noise. Ritz, he knows exactly what's up. He could perhaps down Hellranger and then supplement the defense towards side, helping Bondef as the lane wrap seemed imminent, but not the case anymore. Antidote downs Ritz. Now he needs to be worried about 2 angles, but Bondef is working on his feet as he gets the headshot on a Hell F, playing so proactively, and he's repositioned towards the big pit. Antidote, still not realizing that fact, honed in on his position. Has a little bit of cover to work with, but 30 seconds and the peak's gonna come in from library at any moment now. Ducking, he knows he's exposed, he knows he needs to take the fight, the flash in, he has a little bit of cover to work with. He's playing around a pole, ladies and gentlemen, and he gets taken down. 6-4, Global Esports getting more than what they could have bargained for with that buy. Hunter again on the AWP, but he has a real good chance for getting the first kill. The Molotov to secure his retreat. Ritz just casually spraying down 2. Bondef gets another on a Hellfighter. It's all left on a Deathmaker with 1 HP. What can he do? Nothing's going to be the answer because the heads-up comes the other way. 5-6, U Mumba. They are real close at getting an equalizer, and even if they do get the equalizer in the scenario, they can extend it because Global Esports are investing down to the last penny. This buy, it's going to define how Global Esports scoreline will look at the end of the half. Hunter. Gonna peek towards Banana. Oh, what a quick shot. How did he out Antidote? Again, both of these offers have been having sensational plays throughout the entire day. Hunter, he had a monstrous start to this tournament as I think this was one of the best games of his career. 58 frags, and again, if he is able to present this kind of form against Global Esports, what's considered one of the best teams in India right now, there's a pretty good future lying wait ahead of him. Hyvan with the Molotov will hold him off as Master sprays Caramel down. The offense is split far too wide, but Deathmaker has found his way through the back lines. Hunter goes down, and the spray through the smoke almost yields him a kill on a Master. Hellranger, he's expecting a backstab to come his way, and it just might, but he lets go of the AWP and the back line. Deathmaker looking to tap at range, but Ritz with the AUG is more than ready, and Bondef, he's already transitioned towards T-Ramp. Hellranger is caught between a meat sandwich. He's looking to go out fighting. Hyvan to deliver the fight and the final blow. U Mumba touch an equalizer. Global Esports. Pistol buy is on the board with Hellfighter already being knifed from the get-go. U Mumba not looking to play aggressive, but looking for aggression per se. They know that there are several men posted into its second mid, and this will be a quick apt play. They hear the early bird, but is that going to be enough of a warning is the question. Bondef is playing incredibly close to the smoke, and that's something you do not like to do against pistols. He has the Krieg as well, a very valuable weapon. If it falls in the wrong hands, that could be a lot of repercussions. Hellfighter, he's actually watching the push towards Banana, and Hyvan gets a little overzealous, and that might pull the offense back from the A side, or it might even push it in, expecting a rotation. Global Esports, they're committing towards the A side, and that's why 3 men lie in wait. Bondef letting out a wild spray, baiting it in for Ritz as he gets 2, looking for the third, and they just walk into the slaughter. It's all left on a Hellranger as he tries to get a response towards lane. Hellfighter, he's potentially watching his back lines. Maybe beautiful flash allows Hellranger to get in towards the side, and Hellfighter knows that there's a man towards pit. Hellranger can't land the frag, but Hunter is even quicker on the AWP. 7-6, U Mumba, they look completely rejuvenated. Global Esports, they have a full buy ahead of their direction. Everything they could probably need to win a round. Bondef, alongside Masters, already taken such an aggressive angle towards apartment stairs. Deathmaker is going to be on the peak, but he couldn't get the double on the spray. Master, he holds on, but just for a little. Hellaf just pushing through, and Ritz is already on towards the side. He's going to be playing in from Nifty as the smoke comes in, and he asks Hunter for supplemented backup. Ritz needs to be swinging wide as Hunter watches the close angle, but it's working in return. Hunter is gonna be landing the shot, but he can't land the kill. Hellfire is still surviving on 24 HP, and he survives. That's the problem. Ritz, he cannot commit, and once the flash comes in, he's a dead man. Hunter's only good for 1. Hellranger comes in with a double in return. Hyvan, his position already being watched. Caramel. He just stands him off. 7-7. U Mumba confused between an aggressive and a passive stance. After they went aggressive, they tried to send one man back, and that really didn't work. They still do have a bye though, so no big loss as of yet. And Hunter, what a beautiful flick on an antidote. Getting the early man advantage in the favor of U Mumba and Global Esports. Are they going to commit for an equalizer? They are lining up a Molotov, potentially paired up with a flashbang. You have Hyvan who's playing anti-flash. The flash comes in, and the peak, it doesn't matter. Caramel is destroyed. Hyvan, he gets the Kree, and he gets the hell out of there. They are turning tail and heading towards the A side. Hunter smoke in towards Arches as he watches the push. He knows exactly what's up. Hellfighter, he just walks into his crosshair, and it's like shooting sitting ducks. 2 versus 5, and it's the last round of the first half. They need this round. You know that U Mumba are going to be explosive on their T side. Hellranger, he's trying to emerge from the balcony, but it's already being closely guarded by Ritz. The smoke will definitely split the defense, and Bondef is at risk, but Hunter drops Hellranger. The peek in towards lane. Deathmaker, he lands himself a double. This could be the clutch that saves them some skin, as he knows another player is towards side. Taking the peek, not winning it out. You're down 51 HP, but he gets yet another kill. Ritz to finally shut the bees down, and U Mumba exit the half with a lead. Eight to 7. U Mumba get the lead in the first half, for the second half. And they want to try playing contact, although choosing a long-range engagement against a USP, not the best advisable maneuver. Hellfighter, beautiful shot as he bends bullets. Deathmaker, he downs Master from mid, and this is just a blender. Global Esports, a quick and lethal 2-man advantage. U Mumba left without a response. Ritz, after a significant time, he has emerged towards apartments. Global Esports, a passive man towards lane and a crossfire towards site. More than enough to fend off a push towards lane. This seems to be their final commitment. Antidote on the peak is a little overzealous, and he ends up going down due to it, leaving Caramel all alone towards the side. But distraction is being bought in through Arches, though. Caramel taps away with the first. Deathmaker is making quick work from the back lines, and they hold on to the A site. Global Esports, they hit an equalizer, and on the back of a pistol win, they should extend to potential double digits. U Mumba, they have the deagles out and they've completely invested. So they have to either do damage or win the round. Smoke towards Banana in case a Molly does appear. And Antidote is position discovered, but Master still not able to land the deag. Bondef close with the CZ, but far for the refrag. As the 2-man advantage now sways the way of Global Esports. Ritz does have position towards Boiler, but that's of little to no value. Global Esports are not interested to contest. Global Esports. It's been this very passive CT side that has broken multiple teams. And the fact that they can be so volatile about their pacing is commendable as well. Something that few teams can do in the world. Smoke towards coffins. The boost taken out as well. Hunter Finds him with the Deeg, and a bomb plant is all they were expecting in this round. If they punch in the digits, it's a victory, and well, they're punching in numbers as well. Hunter finds Hellranger with the Deagle, and Ritz, he could perhaps go hunting. He finds himself a nice MP9 to work with, and he has Hunter towards New Box as well. Could work off his cover. Ritz, he's being backstabbed and he's being done for. Caramel gets a kill. Hunter tries to get one with the Deagle, but Caramel far too quick and mobile. Global Esports, they get their 9th round on the board, but U Mumba, they could contest with a buy. Courtesy of the bomb plan, but it won't really be the best of buys. They will need to go down to Galil, so they would be able to afford utility, or they can just Deagle up and then completely buy the next round. Alright, they want the investment. That's surprising. Normally, you'd expect teams to go on the eco. Just take the Deagle, see if you can do a little bit of damage, perhaps just a CZ rush. Second mid control. Gifted. Nobody contesting from Global Esports as well. Remember, they're able to get up close and comfortable. That AWP position towards Boiler will be a surprise though. Global Esports, they want to pull out the big guns early. They don't want it to end up like how U Mumba faced oh wait, what? Okay, for a second I thought that was a T-nade, but my bad. Bondef, he's down to 58 HP nonetheless. He has a defensive smoke, a minute left on the clock. U Mumba, they look very split, and the flash comes in. Bondef on the peak, almost lines 2 up, but takes Caramel down to 6, and that's a living, breathing Caramel. He has the AWP. He is still a threat for U Mumba. They have a good setup towards B as well, Global. They can play off each other here with Hellranger playing anti-flash and Antidote playing contact. Everybody from U Mumba gather as the push commences. Antidote has the M4 as he can spray them down. He jumps on top of Hellranger, and that should be a dead giveaway. Hunter, he finally gets him, but he didn't hear the drop. Hellranger alongside Caramel mow down the push towards Banana. U Mumba, that is the most unfortunate turn of events. Global Esports on double digits. U Mumba on the Deagles. Again, damage is going to be the name of the game. Top towards tree. Quick aggressive utility usage to deny banana control for U Mumba. They are grouping up towards A, and with the aggression taken through halls, Hellfighter, he needs to be a little careful. If he gives away that early man advantage, it'll make the rest of Global Esports a little itchy. The beacon, flood towards lane. DM King, he's going to be good for the response though. Immediate counter Molotov to keep them at bay. They have control through arches, and they're going to make their way through Speedway as well. Ritz, he's trying to catch a rotate in Antidote. He's going to be smart enough for the play. No, he is an Antidote. Well positioned to take that kill, and now he needs to be worried about multiple avenues. Global Esports, they're on DEFCON 5. They don't know what the hell's going on. They're trying to regain control here, and the push towards Diggity definitely does help. It at least cements the A defense for you. The deep flash, and Master is still trying to find picks towards B. Hellranger's going to be completely passive. Deathmaker goes down towards A though, and now the smoke towards CT. Hellranger, this is going to be make or break. He needs to land this kill. The spray with the MP9 is only good for the first, and Hunter, he needs to fight this one right here, right now. Rather, he's punching in the digits, and Hellranger just lets him. He doesn't want the frag to go the other way, because then he's at risk of losing the round. Hunter, quick swap to the Deagle and reposition. Spots the shoulder of Hellranger, but not able to land the kill. He's repositioning towards New Box. Quick kill, and he gets the dink as well on a Hellranger through the wall though. Down to 28 HP. Another bullet, and and he could do it. The tag through the wall, 2 HP, but yet another shot. Hellfighter, he's sweating bullets right now, but Hunter is a little too short for the clutch. Hellfighter bringing this back home, but that got too close. This was just the decode. They not only got the bomb plant, but 4 heads and almost downed HellF on the AWP. Dismantling the economy of Global Esports, again, potentially. Hunter. Performance has been on point for the past few games, but his team does need to carry his weight as well. Master does end up going down early, and that's a trade on a Deathmaker, something that U Mumba will find worth it. The early advantage does favor the T side, and when you take out Deathmaker, you take out a significant portion of Global Esports' firepower. They have taken a gamble here, Global. They don't want to play too towards either side. They want to try and stack towards the side, and Caramel, he has the AWP but misses the close flick. Bondef on the white swing, and Hunter takes Antidote down as well. The gamble, they did it right, but it just didn't end up working up in their favor. Hellfighter, he's left alone in the apartment, smoked out of this equation, irrelevant as to what happens in this round, and he would consider a save because Hellranger, the long rotate would be a little too long, and he could potentially down guns early towards pit. Should have tried playing the dossier, but Global Esports, their gamble, although was called right, didn't end up working in their favor. U Mumba. Such disciplined gameplay coming in from the veterans. They feel more than prepared on Inferno's T side than their CT side. That sure is a delight to watch. Global Esports. They do take a timeout, and it's a very important timeout actually. At this point, they do not want to let go of the lead. They need to so there's a proverb, right? Don't kick a man when he's down. This is a derby. You need to kick the man until he's dead. And there should be no mercy. Eleven to 9, U Mumba. They need to gain momentum. They need to find a way to equalize things with Global Esports, as now they're going to come up against a bye. Mind you, slightly inferior bye with Helif on the MP9 and Antidote on the FAMAS. U Mumba with a sneaky approach towards apartments, being very silent in the process. It's only Hunter who's looking for picks towards and any kind of aggression towards Banana. 4 men just willing to jump down the apartment's hell with the perfect Molotov, and he completely dismantles this push. The MP9 is good at this range, and Deathmaker to capitalize upon the aggression. They just need to fight this one, and they're doing it at the worst possible way. Caramel, he needs to hold on to the side with yet another kill. A double on the hold. Hunter, he's trying to find this one while he can before the rotates here, and he needs to push the issue. He needs to find Caramel. That is his objective. The smoke towards lane. He's trying to individualize these ones, and they hold them at bay. Hunter, he has a chance at a clutch, but mind you, there is a small gap at that smoke that will not allow him to get the bomb all that easily. Hunter, he's waiting for a backstab that's not coming his way. He picks up the bomb, but Antidote could spot him out. Hunter looking for the spray down, but Antidote ducks at the perfect moment, and Hunter, he comes just 1 kill shy of an incredible clutch. U Mumba looked like they played most of the things down at the nail, but Hellfighter with the 900 IQ outread. Global Esports. They've been expecting the fast play towards A for quite a while, and Antidote is hidden towards Moto. He's looking for a spray down. The Molotov and the smoke comes in. The flash is perfect. Hellfighter is good for the first, and the spray down. It is magnificent. Antidote alongside Co to sweep U Mumba Esports feet off the floor. What a play! That flash sets it up so perfectly. There was a lot of talk about Global Esports not having the perfect lineup, not having a well composite lineup, but they have shown that they don't give two hoots. The team play seems on point thus far. The utility seems good. Right now, putting yourself in U Mumba's boots, what would you even do? Regardless what you throw at the brick wall, it doesn't break. There have been a few times you might have had a chip added, but that's all you got, a fragment. U Mumba. Will need to close this round out. They will need this round regardless what it costs them. They can't allow Global Esports to inch closer and closer to a map and match point. U Mumba silently group up towards B. Again, their hits have been very explosive, very fast-paced. Global Esports, they'll need to be very, very, very smart about their defensive utility usage. It's going to be a flat-out rush. It doesn't get any more classic Indian CS than this. The Molotov, the flashes, they hold them at bay. U Mumba yet to go on the peak. Hellranger is going to be holding the angle atop the coffin, but he throws the flash at the worst moment possible when they're on the peak. Antidote trying to land a shot through the smoke, but Hunter, he takes down Hellranger at coffins. They're burning Antidote. He gets the shot. Deathmaker, he finds yet another onto Hunter. This offense is being stripped, and they are down so low. Deathmaker is on 3 HP. But look at the HP on U Mumba. A 1 nade, 2 kills. Ovidio, you'd not like to search as Rich is left with 17 HP and a dream. He goes on the peak. He goes down his coffins. 14-9. Global Esports. They want a quick rematch. U Mumba forcing in whatever they have left in the bank. It's enough to put together a buy, but just that. Global Esports 1 round away from map, match, and second time finalist spot. Caramel trying to get aggressive, seeing if anybody tried to push that molly so he can take him down, but that doesn't seem to be the case. U Mumba playing passive early on, and Deathmaker getting a little explorative on the side of the smoke. But mind you, given how the apartments does work, the counter spam is possible. So, could have been a very risky play if Bondef was in position. Global Esports, they're going off a gamble here. They have a quick rotate from Hellranger towards Arches. There's only one man towards the B side, and it's Antidote. And who else would he like to anchor his sight? U Mumba on the hit towards the A side as well. They've emerged through mid, And they're trying to infiltrate towards Archers, but the position is covered. Hellranger dodging the flash, but still gets taken down. A counter flash comes in, but Caramel is a little too late on the peak. He sprays wildly to get the first, but the flash, it completely wrecks him. Bonded with the refrag, and Antidote getting caught off guard on the rotate. Hyvan so quick towards Speedway. Hellfighter, if he finds this frag, he could find the round. The bomb is right around the corner, and Hunter is as well. He downs Hellf at ease, and Deathmaker gets the refrag. It's a 1 versus 2, but Deathmaker getting caught off guard with his knife and Ritz to claim this round for U Mumba. Double digits on the board, and they have called the timeout. They get a breather, and Global Esports have a little more time to talk about what the hell just happened in that round. Hellranger was caught off guard relatively easily. He should have been a little more decisive whether to play ahead or behind that smoke. Global Esports, they know they have a comfortable lead and they don't want to push themselves to discomfort, so they're going to go the more conservative route. A couple of deagles out. At this point, even if you do damage, it would significantly impact how the game's being played. Reds and Bondef, clinical entries with the AK and Caramel. He has the scout, but he's in a very up close and personal position. Can't do much but a landing shot, and he could get the tag as well. Does on a Bondef, but that's all he's going to find, and potentially all Global Esports is going to find as well. They will be able to reinvest in the next round. Global Esports have nothing to worry about. Even if one of them go down on the U Mumba side, it would be considered a victory because their economy would not grow but would shrink a little bit. Beautiful shot by Hellranger. That smoke would allow him to take the AK, but the spam coming in from Grave. Grab the gun, needs to make his way out of there. Again, he knows he's being caught between a meat sandwich, but Hyvan, good to clean the remainder of the frags. 14 to 11, U Mumba Esports are still fighting this one out. They themselves are just 3 rounds away from equalizing the scenario, while Global Esports are 2 rounds away from closing the game. For both these teams, it's either go to the finals or go home. Caramel has the AW position to admit, and Deathmaker, he's going to be baited in. This could be the perfect play. Deathmaker gets 1, gets 2. He sprays them down on the entry, equalizing the scene. And Hellaf, he could challenge, but the smoke does buy him a little bit of space. He could play smartly and try to exit from Boiler. And this play would be unexpected. Hyvan, his presence towards Archers is discovered, and Hellranger peeks in at the perfect moment. The man advantage now on the retake. Bondef trying to take the fight, but it's a very messy fight, and Antidote peeks in at the perfect moment. Master, there was no way he could have won that one out. Global Esports on map and match point. Antidote, he gets a free op, and Global Esports, this gotta feel good, right? A very, very close affair on train against Wings. It went to OT4. And it was a bitter loss that sent them down to the lower bracket. Now imagine coming down from the lower bracket after besting U Mumba to take the championship against Wings. Would set one hell of a storyline. Caramel, come on. There we go, my friend. Boom. Nobody ready to contest, but he is going aggressive towards second mid, though. Could get the fast frag, and Bondef didn't know what hit him. He made his way back, Caramel, but is he going to go for the repeat? Oh, really? That was ballsy. Luckily, the nade was there in case anybody did come close to contest. And they do have more defensive utility this out. U Mumba are held at bay, but right now, with the man disadvantage and with you being close to knocked out, it's got to be feeling sad. U Mumba being as patient as they can. They're expecting Global Esports to make the move for some apparent reason, while Global Esports haven't passed their entire CD side. And on the back of a man advantage, they won't let it go that easy. Caramel is already smart about his rotate. He's down to 33 HP, hence watching archers is much more of a safer deal. And he has the AWP as well on top of that. U Mumba, not the best place to contest, but they do manage to get past Caramel, and they might just be able to slot through. Arches goes in with the second B, but still not able to land the shot. Now he needs to watch the cross towards Speedway. Caramel, land your shots, my man. He's not able to land a single one, and he goes down. High one, aggressive spam, and Ritz holding on to the rotate while the B wrap commences. Hunter is going to be coming in from Banana, and they are expecting this play as well. Antidote alongside Hellranger need to perform on the hold. Hellranger could cast them aggressive, and he could buy distraction. He gets the double on the hold though, and Master comes in from the back lines. Only 5 seconds left as he punches in the digits, and Hellf quickly closing in on the back lines. Mind you, Ritz is down at 12 HP, and this could be a massive clutch in his books. There is a defuse kit amidst the side. Master, he's holding on towards Banana. Hellfighter needs to expect this angle. Again, oblivious towards the side. The quick flick around, but he's only able to tag him. Both of them so low. But U Mumba, they've got to be having a breath of relief. Global Esports, they will not be able to invest in this round. Potential double eco as well if they consider utility to be a key factor, which they most probably would. But we've seen some very different calls from Hellranger at times. Hunter, just a lightning precision with the AWP today. Knows exactly what's going to happen and predicts it, executes it. Hellfighter, looking at the refrag for Deathmaker, and Hellranger almost landing that frag but allowed to escape. Bondef, he does find Hellfighter aggressing through second mid, and this should just be a clean-cut call to hit towards A. Although a single round loss would send you home, it's important for U Mumba to maintain a good economy. When you are on the comeback trail, having a wealth of utility behind you certainly does help. It helps you tip the favor of every engagement to your side, and more importantly, it's more reliable than your aim ever will. And that's even for the best players in the world. Bondef. Sounds Hellranger, who just tried to do a little bit of impact, but none found whatsoever. Antidote. Should be comfortable saving his USP. This does buy Hellranger a little more time to talk to his men, prepare the strat for when the buy round does commence. Hunter. Hungry for frags. Again, he's been a monster today. 29 kills already. Out, quick kill towards Anti. 13 to 15, U Mumba. 2 rounds away from potential overtime. Global Esports. With Mia pistols. They would be able to potentially do damage, as they did try in the previous round, but this time on the back of utility, they might be able to get the drop off on some of the guns, and perfect flashbang. Antidote with the 5-7, can't find the return on Ritz though, and the aggression towards Banana, as soon as it yielded something, it costed them a whole lot. 3 versus 4. Global Esports really cannot afford to even go for these guns, as U Mumba was already disposed of it. At this point, they don't really need to be worried about an AWP or Deathmaker. They're going to get aggressive, catch them off guard and reposition, and Bondef, he could not see that coming. So quick on his aim. And he's going to reposition now towards the side, supplementing the defense towards A as the backlines closes in on him. Hellranger, he has CZ though, and he needs to be in a very comfortable range to let that one work. They have all the information in the world here, Global Esports, and Deathmaker will need to come up massive with this deagle. U Mumba, they're flooding in from the arches. Caramel buys the bait. Deathmaker finishes the job off. Ritz is low as well. Deathmaker, this might be the deagle show. Hellranger is close with the AK though, and Master can clutch it out. 16 to 13, Global Esports will be your second grand finalist of the ILG Cup Season 3 grand finals as they will be facing off Wings to get their revenge in the to what happened to them in the upper bracket finals. And what a journey it's been as well for U Mumba, a monstrous performance in Nuke, especially from Hunter and Global Esports. They were able to get their revenge, at least get a chance at having it. And well, looking forward to having an interview. Are you, Shane? I can see you're excited. We'll catch you right after a break.
Technology makes the impossible possible. We can explore new realities and get what we want when we want. We can make virtual friends. We can stay close from far away and conquer new frontiers. Technology creates opportunities, and we secure technology so that everyone, everywhere can benefit from it. Bring on digital security for a brighter tomorrow. Kaspersky, bring on the future.
up, guys? That was another close game on Inferno. I have with me Ritz from U Mumba. You guys decided to go and play Inferno again. What is the thoughts behind that?
We already played Inferno, true, but we learned something from our first loss, and maybe that's why we picked Inferno.
Awesome, man. You guys have had an amazing run in ILG Cup Season 3, taking the Mumbai regional qualifier and now third place in the grand finale as well. What lies next for U Mumba Esports?
Probably half of the community knows that this was my last tournament, and hopefully you guys will see me as a manager and a coach for U Mumba now.
Awesome, man. All the very best on behalf of LXG, ILG, and all the gamers out there for the future. Any shout-outs?
Shout-outs to the fan who supported me and U Mumba Esports. Yeah, well, I disappointed you guys, but the problem, maybe next tournament you will see the new faces in the U Mumba and will shine brighter.
You guys can walk away with your heads held high. It was an amazing show throughout. Congratulations again. That's Ritz from U Mumba Esports. Thank you, Ritz. I'd like to call upon Hell Ranger from Global Esports. Hell Ranger, close match after close match, and it wouldn't be justice if the lower bracket final wasn't the same.
Before I answer that question, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Ritz on an amazing career. I think he has represented India the most in Counter-Strike 1.6 and CSGO combined. More than, I think, 15 or 16 times he has been representing the country. So it's sad that such a legend has retired from the community, and I hope the new batch which comes up can replicate the same way that he did for the country. And yes, it was an amazing game. They're always a good opponent. They have a lot of experience on their team, so it was always going to be dicey. But I'm happy we pulled through. And although we are not playing at our best level right now, since we are rusty after coming back from practice, I hope we smash the opponents in the final.
So you've already played Wings now once in that triple OT marathon match. Anything you're looking to adjust or change going into this best of 3 grand final?
I hope we can shout squeakily like them when we win the rounds. That's about it. I think everything else we have already planned out in the game. So, I mean, we'll work on the shouting. That is one aspect we have to work on. And in game, we are going to smash them this time.
I'm pretty sure the viewers who are watching on YouTube already heard your reaction all the way through the cafe, through the caster's mic. So all the best for the grand finals. Global Esports will be taking on Wings in the best of 3 grand final. That'll be coming up in just after a short break.